Chapter 1 Silver Superman Gene. Chapter 1 Silver Superman Gene. Asgard. Endless colorful streamers flew through time and space. Many young boys and girls appeared in the huge sphere at one end of Bifrost. Heimdall, the guardian in golden armor, with great majesty, pulled his great sword from the groove with a blank face, closing the Bifrost passage. The god of dawn. Heimdall. Oh my god, I really saw it? Bifrost. Asgard. We are here in Asgard. These boys and girls were extremely surprised and excited, and looked around. They are all nobles of Midgard, pure and devout followers of the Aesir Protoss, who were picked up by the Asgard Protoss to serve the Protoss as slaves. Silent. At the moment, a tall, green-eyed woman drank sternly. Many boys and girls immediately closed their voices and respectfully looked at the Protoss. She is the Protoss who went to Midgard to pick up the servants this time, Sally. And their fate is closely related to this Protoss. If you are assigned to serve as servants in some great Protoss mansions, your status will be much higher. There's even a chance to gain favor, become a sergeant, and learn Protoss skills. It is not impossible to follow the Protoss to go out to the quartet in the future. Follow me quietly. Next, I will assign a place for you. Sally saluted Heimdall, the patron saint of Bifrost, and led the group of boys and girls through Bifrost. The majestic Asgard complex is just around the corner. The Protoss and the servants shuttled back and forth on the streets, as small as ants. Flight device, battleship, flying in the air, high-tech and classical atmosphere coexist Asgard. Jamie. You're going to the mansion of Blakey, the god of poetry. Alicia, you serve Valkyrie. Sally stood in front of the hall, holding a roster, calling one by one. Soon it was the turn of a thin black-haired teenager. Rhodes, it's up to you to serve at the princess mansion. Sally looked at him. Yes, Lord Sally. The black-haired boy nodded, his voice clear and sweet. Rhodes felt a hint of happiness in his heart. Asgard has only one princess now. That is the daughter of the god King Odin, goddess of death, Hela. Being able to work as a servant in the princess mansion is not too bad. But at the same time, Rhodes was also a little depressed. His true identity is a transmigrator. Traveling to the Nordic ancient times of Midgard, the son of a duke named Rhodes Clark. Coincidentally, the two words Rhodes have similar pronunciations, but different words. The duke has a prominent status, and even if he eats and waits for death, he will have no worries in his life. So Rhodes originally thought that he could enjoy the happiness to the fullest, but he did not expect that he was chosen by the Protoss and became a servant of God. Moreover, she is also the daughter of the god King Odin, the servant of Hela. Many boys and girls cast envious glances at Rhodes. Sally finished allocating where the servants of the gods went, and the boys and girls were taken away individually. Rhodes followed a maid to the princess mansion. This classical Nordic mansion is very stylish. There are also several strong and brave guards guarding, all of them are fierce. As expected of the princess mansion, Rhodes exclaimed in a low voice. I said, hurry up, we're going to see the housekeeper, the maid said. After a while, the guide took Rhodes to the garden of the mansion, in front of a gray-haired old man. This rather kind old man is the old housekeeper of the princess mansion, Elt. Master Steward, this is the new servant of God, Rhodes, who has just turned 16 years old, and is a faithful and pure believer of the Aesir Protoss. The old housekeeper's eyes were a little sharp, and he looked at Rhodes and said, a little thin, but just cleaning up is enough. Rhodes was embarrassed, he was indeed a little thin. Rhodes, I said, you will be responsible for cleaning the garden in the future. And the princess study, which must be cleaned once a day, must be spotless, do you understand? The old housekeeper continued. Spotless, Rhodes understands, Lord Steward. Rhodes nodded. Come with me, now, I'll arrange a place for you. The old butler was satisfied with this answer, waved the maid who led the way back, and led Rhodes through the garden path to a small room. The door was open, and there was a bed and table inside, and the space was so cramped that Rhodes reckoned it was just big enough for one person. But this is his home from now on. Home in Asgard. The old housekeeper looked Rhodes in the eyes and said sternly, Rhodes, remember, don't run around. Don't make mistakes. Otherwise, you may be executed. The last servant of God was executed because of his mistakes. Don't repeat the same mistakes. Yes. Rhodes' eyes flashed complicatedly, and he nodded. The old butler left. Rhodes sat on his bed, looking around the cramped room, feeling increasingly depressed. If in Midgard, as the son of the Duke, he can be in awe and enjoy endless glory and wealth. But in Asgard, he was just a lowly, low-ranking human servant. Anyone who makes a mistake can be killed at will. For other races, it is a great honor to serve the protoss of their own beliefs. But for him, a person who does not believe in the Aesir protoss, it is a great pain. I'm really unhappy. Have you been a lowly servant all your life? Rhodes pinched his brows, feeling exhausted. Just then. Ding. Detected the host. Rhodes, the system is activating 1%, 5%, 70%, 99%. Ding. The system is successfully activated. Ding. Detected that the host. Rhodes is weak, the system rewards a big gift package, Silver Superman Gene 1. Does the host use it immediately? Asterisk. Chapter 2 Sunbathing can keep getting stronger. Chapter 2 Sunshine can keep getting stronger. The cold mechanical sound of the series of systems. Let Rhodes gradually widen his eyes and widen his mouth. Rhodes knew what the Silver Superman gene meant. Silver Superman is not a category of Superman. It was the hottest period of DC Comics called Superman, published in the Silver Age. The Superman ability of this period basically has no clear limit, and it is almost omnipotent. It can be said to be the strongest Superman. A sneeze can blow the entire solar system to the edge of the galaxy, and the sun is extinguished by blowing a breath. It can replicate itself like Sun Wukong, and has all his abilities. You can travel through time and space, ignore the paradox of time, kill your mother, and easily destroy the entire universe. With a super powerful evolution ability, no matter what dangerous situation you encounter, you can quickly evolve the corresponding ability. Even Superman's biggest weakness, kryptonite, Silver Superman, can be eaten as a meal. The system welfare is late, but it's coming. It's okay, it's okay. Rhodes calmed down, and a smile appeared on his fair and delicate face. System, I want to use the genes of being Superman immediately. Ding. Successful use. The Silver Superman gene has been injected into the host Rhodes. The sound of the system fell. But Rhodes didn't feel anything. He frowned and wondered, touched his body, clenched his fists, jumped off the bed, and found nothing unusual. Seems to be still as thin as before. How could this be? Could the system be my hallucinations? Rhodes muttered to himself in a trance. Ding. The host can bask in the sun to stimulate the Silver Superman gene and keep getting stronger. The sound of the system sounded again. Rhodes immediately ran out of the room into the sunlight. Bathed in the warm golden sunlight, Rhodes' retinas continued to emerge. Strength plus 100, strength plus 100, strength plus 100. Rhodes felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, extremely comfortable. It's like soaking in a hot spring. Sure enough. If this goes on, I will be able to keep getting stronger by basking in the sun every day. This is the Silver Superman gene. Maybe it won't take long for me to become the #1 powerhouse in Asgard. Rhodes was extra reassured. At least he has the power to protect himself now, and he is no longer a weak human who can be shocked to death by a sneeze from the Protoss. Rhodes, don't be idle, come clean the garden. At this time, a maid came and called. Coming. Rhodes picked up the cleaning tool at the door of the room and went to the garden. Looking around, I found that there was a lot of dust and fallen leaves here, and it was indeed dirty. Most importantly, and most crucially, the entire garden is bathed in sunlight. This means Rhodes can clean up while basking in the sun to get stronger. Rhodes carefully cleans the path of dust and fallen leaf petals. Power plus 1000. Power plus 1000. Power plus 1000. 15 minutes passed. The whole garden has been cleaned and given a new look. Rhodes also felt like he had a lot of energy all over him, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. This new human race god servant is a little more beautiful, much better than the last one. Rhodes, his name is Rhodes. It's also very neat. Let's go, let's report to the butler, he is qualified. Far away. Several of the maids were gathered, whispering and looking at Rhodes from time to time. Rhodes felt a little curious when he felt the glances, so he listened intently to what they were saying. But the distance was too far to hear them clearly, and they could only vaguely hear their names mentioned. At this time, Rhodes' genes began to evolve immediately. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved super hearing. Rhodes' ears moved. Immediately heard the voices of the people around. Princess Hela will be back for a while. Charles, are you being lazy again? I swear, you must deduct all your wages this month. Rhodes would be a good servant, did you find out, Liz, he's kind of cute. The voices of the surrounding conversations were exceptionally clear. All heard by Rhodes. Especially the maids at close range. You're complimenting him on how cute he is. Roar, the gene of the Silver Superman is really easy to use. I can evolve super hearing immediately. I will have more and more super abilities in the future. However, this cannot be revealed yet. Rhodes thought cautiously. You have to hide and disguise yourself well. Otherwise, if a mortal possesses such a powerful power, he can't explain it completely, and it might be dangerous. Especially in the mansion of Hela, the goddess of death. This is a guy with huge ambitions, Rhodes knows that. Anyway, with the genes of Silver Superman, it is only a matter of time before the rise becomes stronger. Wait until you become stronger in the future, and then do whatever you want. Now go to Hela's study and clean up. Rhodes picked up his tools and left the garden to the study. The room is full of books, lots of heavy tomes. Rhodes was very interested. He only knew little about Asgard in his previous life. Including the 9 realms, giants of Jotunheim, dark elves. With these books, he can solve a lot of puzzles for him. In this way, Rhodes is cleaning every day. Clean the garden, clean the study. Most of the day is in the sun to increase their strength. When the sun disappeared in the evening, Rhodes went to the princess' study to read books and gain new knowledge. Very few people come here, Rhodes is very free to see no one in the middle of the night. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved supervision. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved a super sense of smell. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved super memory. Ding! Days go by. In a blink of an eye, Rhodes was on his 10th day in Asgard. After cleaning the garden and study, Rhodes took a shower, went to the study, and continued to read the unfinished tome The Chronicles of Asgard. Sitting at Princess Hela's desk, Rhodes concentrates on reading page after page. Not long after, his ears moved slightly, and he heard a strange movement outside. There is also a faint aroma in the nose. Who is here? Rhodes stood up, staring warily at the door. I saw a beautiful woman in green at the door. He is tall and hot, with long black hair draped over his shoulders like a waterfall, with a breathtaking beauty and deep eyes. Do not know why. Rhodes slumped on his back, his nerves tense. He felt a faint murderous aura in the air. This murderous aura can only be cultivated in a sea of corpses and blood. Rhodes probably already knew who she was, the beauty who appeared in the study at night. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Seeing the Goddess of Death. Chapter 3 Meeting the Goddess of Death. Rhodes, the god servant in charge of the study, pays the most sincere respect to the princess. Rhodes put down the book in his hand and bowed respectfully. "Oh? Do you know who I am?" The beauty in green was very interested. She stepped into the study with her slender legs, walked to Rhodes, and glanced down at the Asgard Chronicle. "Guessed it?" Rhodes was a little cautious. "I was thinking in my heart, how far is the difference between myself and Hela now? Can you beat Hela?" "You guessed it right." "Rhodes, are you reading?" Hela smiled. "Well, I'm new here and want to learn more about Asgard," Rhodes replied. Seemingly feeling Rhodes' restraint and tension, Hela said, "You will be allowed to read in the study in the future. Now, go out first." "Yes." Rhodes found that Hela didn't mean to blame, he was relieved, and exited the room. Hela is one of Asgard's pillars. He is usually very busy with business and often goes to wars. He has very little time at home. This is the first time Rhodes has seen Hela. Hela is quite approachable. Rhodes walked a long way and glanced back at the study. Definitely, he wasn't naive enough to think that Hela's character was really like that. How could the goddess of death, who fought in all directions, be the master of provocation? The next day, the sky was bright. Rhodes gets up, takes a shower, and superhearing works again, hearing the conversations of many of the mansion's servants. After so many days, Rhodes has been able to use the super ability. Unimportant conversations are simply filtered, and only useful information is digested. "I heard that the giants of Jotunheim are in chaos again, just saw a lot of troops passing by. So, Asgard is going to war again." "Isn't it true? The princess rushed out early in the morning today, it must be for the giants of Jotunheim." After listening to these words, Rhodes has brought the tools to the garden. The feud between the giants of Jotunheim and the Aesir Protoss has never ceased. It doesn't sound weird at all. If I join the army, I should be able to go out together. But it's better to bask in the sun in the garden to get stronger and more comfortable. Rhodes cleans the garden without haste. Now Hela has also left the mansion. With Hela's permission, he can roam in the study unscrupulously. At dusk, Rhodes came to the study. This time he did not continue to read the tome. Hela has a great collection of books. Glancing around the bookshelves, Rhodes found a copy of Protoss Fighting Technique. There are naturally some fighting skills in it. Rhodes geared up, picked up the book and read it with relish. His physical strength is very strong now, and he has super ability, but he doesn't know anything about fighting. It is equivalent to having brute force without knowing how to use it, so naturally you have to learn. Fist, leg, elbow, knee, footwork. It's detailed and easy to understand. It's really good. In half an hour, Rhodes read the entire book and closed his eyes. Immediately, these exquisite fighting techniques appeared in my mind, and the skeletal muscles of the whole body were also being subtly adjusted, as if they were fighting the enemy in their consciousness. After a while, Rhodes left the study and went to the open space in the garden to train. Every move is both powerful and subtle. With the passage of time, Rhodes' fighting machine has become more and more familiar, he has improved very fast, and his body has smooth muscle lines, not as thin as before. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 days have passed. It's been a month since Rhodes came to Asgard, and it's time to get paid. Many servants came and waited in line at the door of the account room. The old butler called the name, and the servants went in to collect their wages. Anderson. Raymond. Rhodes. Soon, it was Rhodes' turn. He entered the account. The old butler said, "The servant of God only has 5 runes a month." A valet placed 5 coins in Rhodes' palm. 5 runes. Not much. Rhodes put away the coins and went out of the account room. Asgard currency, 1 rune is equal to 100 large gold coins and 1000 small gold coins. 5 runes can be exchanged for 500 large gold coins. This is definitely a huge sum of money on Earth. But gold is very common in Asgard, not a very precious thing. In Asgard, the purchasing power of a small gold coin is only equivalent to $1 in later generations. So to convert it, Rhodes' monthly salary is actually only 5,000 yuan. I recently practiced fighting skills, and my shoes broke 2 holes. Now that the salary is paid, it's time to buy a new pair of shoes. Rhodes weighs coin calculations. He has been in the princess mansion for the past month, and he hasn't gone out for a good stroll. Take this opportunity to get out and breathe. There are only 4 runes this month, it's miserable. Raymond, who made you lazy, you deserve to be punished. Varys, can you lend me 2 runes? I need it urgently. No, I'm going to buy something. Several servants were talking. One was a blond man and the other was a brown-haired man, both strong and tall. There was also a petite maid beside her, with freckles on her face and very smart eyes. When Rhodes looked, she happened to look too. Rhodes recognized it. She was the maid who led the way when she first came to the princess mansion. Rhodes, right? My name is Tessa, we've already met, right? The freckled maid greeted Roar with a smile. Yes. Rhodes nodded in agreement. The blond man and the brown-haired man were a little curious when they saw the two talking. Tessa, do you know each other? Dude, are you new here? You're still very young. He's the new servant of the gods, Rhodes. Tessa walked over friendly, saw Rhodes' shoes torn, and said, Rhodes, we're going to the market to buy some daily necessities. Would you like to go with us? Rhodes thought about it, and agreed, okay. He is not too familiar with this place, and it will be much more convenient to have these people lead the way. Let's go then. Varys, Raymond, Rhodes. Tessa beckoned, and the 4 of them left the princess mansion together. The streets are crowded with people and lively like cooking oil on fire. There are also a variety of flight devices shuttled overhead. Asgard's buildings are tall, quaint, and elegant, but also have very advanced high-tech, which combine to add a lot of indescribable charm to the city. In addition to the Aesir gods, there are other races on the streets. All kinds of strange shapes. Tessa, Varys, Raymond, they are older than Rhodes, and they have been servants of God for a few years, so it is not surprising. Rhodes feels fresh. Dude, don't stare at others like this, you will be unlucky if you meet a grumpy one. Varys kindly reminded. Rhodes suddenly smiled and said nothing. Thanks for the reminder. He just felt that someone was following him. But soon this feeling of being watched disappeared again. So much so that he couldn't be sure what was going on. We're just a few servants, how could anyone have an idea for us? Rhodes mused. The group of 4 walked 4 or 5 streets. Bought a cheese, 2 bottles of rye wine, some groceries, etc. Rhodes himself bought a pair of sturdy brown riding boots. As for anything else, he doesn't need it. On the way back, the 4 passed through the crowd again. Because there were too many people, Varys and Raymond, the 2 big men, could only make a way out. Tessa was sweating profusely, still instructing, Rhodes, there are a lot of people here, you have to follow closely or you will get lost. Rhodes frowned and didn't answer, the feeling of being watched again. Suddenly, Rhodes noticed that there was a blonde beauty blocking the road ahead, looking extremely sexy. Eyes roll, charming and moving. You come with me. The blonde woman glanced at a few people and said. Asterisk. Chapter 04 Charming Witch Amora. Chapter 04 Charming Witch Amora. A wave of mental fluctuations enveloped several people. Varys, Raymond, and Tessa all stiffened, and they obediently followed the blonde woman through the crowd and came to a secluded and dark alley. Who is this? Rhodes followed closely. He was not controlled. During this time, his mental strength was also growing, and he was able to resist the blonde's mind control. But he wondered who this woman was. Been following them since just now. Very good. The blonde turned around and saw the 4 god servants standing neatly in front of her. She said with a charming smile, "Very good, you all have to obey me. I now order you to go to Princess Hela's mansion to steal the same thing." Varys, Raymond, and Tessa all nodded, obediently agreeing. Rhodes asked coldly, "Who are you? What are you trying to steal?" "What? You're not charmed by me?" The blonde was surprised. Against several mortal servants, she didn't expect to miss it. "Obviously your little tricks won't work for me," Rhodes said with a shrug. "It seems that you have some secrets. But it doesn't matter, no one can escape the control of my charm witch, boy, just use it for me." The blonde's panic was fleeting, but instead became interested in Rhodes, and immediately unleashed sorcery to invade Rhodes' mind. This time, the sorcery was all-out spellcasting. Rhodes also felt overwhelmed and hugged his head in pain. At this moment, the evolution of being Superman's genes accelerated, and the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved Super Spirit. Rhodes's spiritual power immediately soared dozens of times, directly shattering the witchcraft that invaded his mind. The blonde's face changed suddenly, she was pale and bloodless, and she screamed, "Impossible!" Her muscles tightened, clearly trying to escape. Someone who can break through her sorcery in such an instant will definitely kill her. So she's not going to entangle. You still want to go? Rhodes' perception is extremely sharp. After sensing the tension in the blonde's muscles, she swayed, grabbed the back of her neck with one hand, restrained her with the other hand, and pressed her against the wall. "Say. Who are you?" Rhodes asked. My name is Amora. Nicknamed the Charming Witch, don't kill me. I say." The blonde's voice trembled, not as calm as before. She felt like she was bound by the yoke made by nuclear pizza. And the other party's mental oppression is even stronger, so that she does not dare to act rashly. "Amora." Rhodes' eyes lit up. He knew the name of the charmed witch. Is Asgard Asgard's shrine maiden, and also a villain? I never thought that I could meet such a person when I went out to buy something. It's you. Amora, I ask you, what are you trying to steal from the princess house? Rhodes pressed again. You let me go, I'll tell you. Amora said the conditions. Rhodes didn't speak, his palms tightened, much harder. Amora's neck immediately made a clicking sound, which made her frightened face pale, and hurriedly said, It's stealing the death cloak. Death cloak. Don't kill me. Death cloak. This thing doubles the power of Hela. I was hired by Lauf, king of the giants of Jotunheim, to do this. Please, don't kill me. Amora cried out for mercy. It turned out that the giants of Jotunheim wanted to weaken Hela. Make her lose the fight. Rhodes understood. Seeing that Rhodes was silent, Amora thought that the other party was thinking about it, so she added, I'm just a small role, my lord, and Lauf has hired other people. Rhodes had no interest in continuing the conversation. He was considering whether to kill Amora. This guy is a treasonous traitor. Rhodes wasn't interested in meddling, though. What's more, he has a special status, and he can't reveal his strength until his wings are full. Rhodes turned his head to look at some of his companions, and then at Amora. It would be nice if they could modify their memories. Mind a move. Silver Superman's genes evolve immediately. Ding. The host Rhodes has evolved the super ability Tampering Memory. This super ability can just tamper with anyone's memory. Coupled with the super spirit that has just evolved, modifying the memories of Amora and these companions couldn't be easier. Please, don't kill me, I'm willing to trade treasure for my life. Amora is still begging for mercy. Rhodes didn't talk nonsense, and his mental power turned into tentacles and penetrated into the minds of Amora and his three companions. After some searching, Rhodes found the memories of several people just now, and erased them one by one. In this way, Tessa and the others will no longer remember what happened just now. This Amora is also somewhat useful. I will revise her past memories and make me her master. Let her be loyal to me in the future. Rhodes thought. After tampering with the memories of several people, he took 2 steps back and released Amora. The charming witch Amora blinked her eyes, turned around, knelt down on one knee, and said to Rhodes with some fanaticism, "Amora is here for you. My master." Chapter 5 Evolving Perspective Eyes. Chapter 5 Evolution of Perspective Eyes. Owner. Rhodes responded unexpectedly to this calling roar. "Amora, you stay in Asgard, don't act rashly, and wait for my dispatch." Amora obeys. She responded respectfully. The two left their contact information, and Amora suspended her body and flew away from the alley at a very fast speed. Only a green afterimage remained. In fact, her fighting skills and witchcraft are very powerful. In a real life and death fight, with Rhodes' current strength, it would take some effort to subdue him. Fortunately, Rhodes preempted and saw the opportunity. In the moment when Amora was lost, he seized the opportunity and subdued him with one move, so as to avoid a fight. Bah! Rhodes snapped his fingers. Varys, Raymond, and Tessa gathered their eyes at the same time and regained their senses. They didn't notice the difference. The Rhodes had just tampered with their memory. They stopped for a while in this alley to avoid the crowds. "I think it's time for us to go. There's a lot less people here, guys." Tessa wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked around the alley. "Then let's go. Before the sun goes down, we must go back to the mansion." Varys and Raymond crossed their shoulders and whistled out of the alley, Tessa beckoning to Rhodes. Rhodes was relieved to see that they had absolutely no memory of Amora, and naturally followed. With such super ability, he doesn't have to be afraid of being discovered when he trains his fighting skills in the future. After returning to the princess mansion, Tessa and Rhodes are separated. They are all servants of God, but they have different responsibilities, and naturally they cannot mix together. The sun hasn't set yet, you can continue to bask in the sun to improve your strength. Rhodes went back to his room, put on his comfy new boots, picked up the sweeper, went to the park, and got to work. Strength plus 1000. Strength plus 1000. Strength plus 1000. Tips keep popping up on the retina. Rhodes also felt his body growing stronger. And a stream of energy constantly flowed into his limbs, nourishing his body. As soon as Amora was about to escape today, I sensed it and subdued him in an instant. This kind of reaction speed is still quite strong, right? However, even if it is a fight, I'm not afraid. Rhodes cleaned up the park and started to practice his fighting skills again. Sweat flowed down his cheeks, and his fair and delicate face was extremely determined. 3 days passed in a flash. Rhodes grew 3 centimeters taller, and his muscles became stronger. No longer as thin as when he entered the government. That evening, Rhodes continued to come to the study room to read and concentrate. After a moment, Rhodes frowned and looked out the door. Why does it always feel like someone is watching? He has a strange feeling every now and then these days. It was exactly the same as being followed by Amora before. At this moment, Rhodes can basically determine that someone is watching outside the princess mansion. The distance is too far, my mental perception can't be used, and the 5 senses super ability can't work. Rhodes touched his chin. In this way, he would not be able to find out who was watching the princess mansion. It would be nice to have super ability like acute eyes. Ding. The host Rhodes has evolved the super ability perspective eye. As soon as Rhodes was born, the genes of Silver Superman evolved rapidly, and the sound of the system also sounded. This super ability is good. Let me try it out. The corners of Rhodes' mouth flickered with a smile, and his eyes suddenly turned laser-like red, beaming toward the east. In an instant, obstacles such as walls, bricks, trees, and crowds are no longer obstacles. Rhodes looked directly past these and arrived at a noisy and lively tavern. In a room at the end of the second floor of the tavern with two windows wide open, there was a strange man with green skin and pointed ears at the window station. It was the Skrull tribe, and he was looking at the princess mansion in the distance. Behind him, there are several races of creatures, obviously all in one group. When are we going? One of them asked impatiently. Don't worry, as a hunter, be patient. When the old guy comes out, let's do it. The Skrull tribe with green skin and pointed ears replied. Rhodes vaguely heard some of the words of these people's conversations. It turns out that these people have been monitoring the princess mansion. Inside the study, Rhodes' eyes returned to normal, and he mumbled, not moving. The other party did not act, and he did not intend to pay attention. And these weirdos don't look threatening. The brave guards of the princess mansion should be able to handle it. Turning a page in his tome, Rhodes continued reading. The next day, the old housekeeper, Elt, combed his white hair and beard, and kept his whole body clean and tidy. After being meticulous, he picked up his wallet and left the room. The princess family has a great business, and the consumption of food and clothing is naturally not small. Therefore, a large number of purchases are made every month. As the old housekeeper, Elt is in charge of the file size affairs of the mansion and is also responsible for purchasing these things. Master Steward. On the way, several god servants saluted respectfully. Elt just nodded and walked out of the gate of the princess mansion. Originally, he thought that going out to buy this time would be as easy as usual. Until Elt walked to a remote intersection, he was suddenly enveloped by several huge shadows. 4 or 5 burly men surrounded Elt. They were like a wall, shoving Elt into a dead-end alley. What are you doing? What are you doing? Elt exclaimed in a panic, while combing his messed-up hair and clothes. Soon, he thought of his identity again, calmed down, and shouted to these people, "You lawless fanatics, I am the steward of the princess mansion. Before I get angry, you'd better get away. If you don't want to die. I promise." These strong men, whose bodies and faces were covered by cloaks, were very calm. No one spoke. Elt was a little stunned, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. "Old butler, we definitely know who you are." A few strong men made way. A green-skinned man in a cloak appeared in front of Elt. He grinned grimly. "Skrulls." "No." Elt seemed to understand something, shivered, turned and ran. Bang! A sharp wind sounded. Elt felt a giant hit behind his head, and before the pain could pass, his eyes darkened and he passed out. A few minutes later, the old housekeeper Elt came out again. Still bright and polished. With a faint smile on his face, he left the street. Master Steward. In the princess mansion, the 2 guards guarding the gate saluted the returning old housekeeper again. Elt nodded slightly, leaving them with a back. The 2 guards were slightly puzzled. How come the time the old housekeeper went out to purchase this time is so short? Asterisk. Chapter 6 Stealing the Head of Death. Chapter 6 Stealing the Head of Death. I am under the order of the princess to go to the secret room to pick up an item. You should retreat first. In front of the secret room door, Elt is commanding the 2 guards majestically. This completely enclosed room is remote in the mansion, but Hela, the goddess of death, holds the most precious things in it. The private treasure trove is just a bunch of useless gadgets. Yes, the butler. The two guards looked at each other and obeyed the order to retreat. The old housekeeper Eld has followed Princess Hela for many years and is deeply trusted. They dare not question and have no intention of questioning. Taking out the key, Alt opened the door of the secret room and walked in. In the deepest part of the secret room, there was a cloak suspended on a beautifully carved stone platform, with green patterns on a black background. The whole exudes a breath of death, which is terrifying. After Eld felt the hair-raising breath, his facial muscles twitched a few times. But the cloak was dead after all. Hela is not here, everything is fine. A greedy light appeared in ERT's eyes, he strode forward, and took off his cloak. In the garden of the mansion, Rhodes, who was training the fighting skills of the Protoss, suddenly stopped moving. He noticed a strange aura rising. Look through the eyes. Rhodes immediately found the open door to the chamber, and Eld holding a death cloak. Death cloak. What is the old butler doing with this thing? Rhodes frowned, dropped his moves, and sprinted out of the garden, disappearing in a gust of wind. The defense of the princess mansion is surprisingly weak, and it is really a group of wine bags and rice bags. Unexpectedly, let me get the death cloak so easily. Hey hey. Eld was secretly delighted in his heart, but he still had a dignified expression on the surface. Before this thing was brought out of the princess mansion, everything was empty talk. The most important thing now is to get out of here. Put it away, put it away. Alt carefully packed the death cloak into a silver cryptographic suitcase. Master Steward, what are you doing? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice sounded behind him. Elt's body trembled with fright, and the suitcase almost fell to the ground. Turning his head to look, he saw a young man with black hair and blue eyes. Although the dress is a little rough, it can't hide the heroic spirit between the eyebrows. Eld recalled and knew who it was. Rhodes, this is the princess's secret room. Idle people are not allowed to enter. Leave me immediately. I will punish you later. Alter scolded solemnly. Idle people can't enter? Why are you here, Lord Steward? Rhodes didn't go on, but stared at the old butler with a scrutiny frown. He has found that the old butler today is somewhat different. Although he did not meet the old butler very often, with the keen insight ability, he can be sure that the person in front of him must not be the old butler. But how can you not see through his disguise? I obviously have a see-through eye. Rhodes is weird. Ding. The host Rhodes has evolved the super ability Eye of Truth. At this time, the Silver Superman gene evolved rapidly. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Just in time. Rhodes immediately activates super ability. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and he saw the white-haired old butler in front of him. For an instant, a pointed-eared, green-skinned creature was reflected in Rhodes' clean azure eyes. This is the same group that Rhodes discovered with his clairvoyant yesterday, the group of people who peeped at the princess mansion. Skrulls. Rhodes was shocked and remembered what was recorded in a book. The Skrulls are alien races with developed technological civilization. One of the mutated Skrulls can shapeshift into various creatures at will. It can be changed at will, and the disguise is extremely powerful. When disguised as another person, even memory and ability can be copied together. So people gave him the nickname Copyright Starman. The other Eternal Skrulls do not shapeshifting, but their own strength is very powerful, similar to the Titans. Rhodes can naturally distinguish, this is the mutant Skrull tribe. At the moment, he transformed into the appearance of old housekeeper Elt. Infiltrating the secret room of the princess mansion must be to steal the death cloak. Amora said that the Frost King also hired others to take the death cloak. This Skrull and those accomplices seem to be hired. Rhodes thought to himself. It all happened very quickly, in an instant. Elt noticed something was wrong with the way Rhodes looked at him. Has it been discovered? Elt was in a tight mood, and cold sweat oozes slightly from his back. Skrulls, immediately put down the death cloak. Rhodes' next sentence. Ert's body was shocked, and there was no longer any hesitation, and the silver suitcase smashed directly at Rhodes' face door, ready to knock Rhodes out and rush out. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds came out one after another. Rhodes reacted very quickly, smashing open the silver suitcase with one punch, and his elbow rushed forward, directly hitting Alt's chin. The latter couldn't bear the enormous force, and his body threw backward uncontrollably, spewing a large stream of blood from his mouth. Don't try to escape. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help but kill you. Rhodes stepped on Alt's chest and said lightly. The latter was in unbearable pain, and was about to pass out. Being stepped on by this foot, it was like a mountain, and he couldn't move at all. At the same time, the ability of the Skrull tribe can no longer be maintained. The skin quickly turned green and the ears sharpened. The old butler, Elt, turned into a monster. In the eyes of others, it will be a shock. But Rhodes' true eye had seen the scene long ago, so it wasn't surprising. Green skin, where is the old butler? Rhodes asked. He is dead. He grinned, and a lot of blood spit out. Then go down and accompany him. Rhodes didn't have any mood swings, and the strength under his feet was much heavier. This copycat star couldn't breathe, and his eyes were bloodshot, almost staring out of his eye sockets. He's not dead. Let go, let me go. He spat out these words with difficulty. Look, you still want to live. Since you want to live, tell me where the old housekeeper is. Rhodes eased his strength so that he had the strength to speak. In Wuquan Street, we didn't kill him. Said the green monster again. Very good. Rhodes knew of Wuquan Street, which was not far from the princess residence. He went to buy shoes a few days ago and passed by the street. Now, can you let me go? The green skin monster looked terrified. Did I say let you go? Rhodes shrugged and kicked the green skin unconscious. He is going out now to save the old housekeeper. Just 2 steps away, Rhodes suddenly discovered that there were monitoring devices around the secret room. Obviously, everything that just happened was recorded. Rhodes touched his chin, feeling a little troublesome. He didn't want to be exposed so early. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Rescue the Old Butler. Chapter 7 Rescue the Old Butler. This time, I took the shot to intercept this green monster, just to try it out. To reveal his true strength, Rhodes has no plans to do so for the time being. Unfortunately, I can only tamper with mental memory, and there is no way to change these machines. Rhodes was struggling with how to hide from Hela. It was with this thought that Shirogane Superman's genes came into play again. Ding! The host Rhodes has obtained the super ability control information. An icy mechanical sound rang out immediately. As the name suggests, this super ability has functions to manipulate these monitoring devices. This will naturally change everything you just monitored. Rhodes rubbed his hands excitedly, walked to the corner, reached out to hold a monitoring device, and activated super ability. Boom! In an instant, Rhodes' spiritual consciousness infiltrated the database of these devices. Reading this huge database, Rhodes quickly found the battle record between himself and the green monster. Without further ado, Rhodes manipulated the information immediately. The scene just now. After being tampered with, Rhodes brutally defeated the green monster, turned into Rhodes by surprise, and used Protoss fighting skills to subdue it. Anyway, in front of a strong man like Hela, Rhodes couldn't hide the fact that he practiced fighting skills. Let's take this opportunity to announce it. A great contribution to the protection of the Death Cloak. Hela can't always take revenge and punish him for this trivial matter. After a while, Rhodes reread the database, found no problem, looked satisfied, and moved his hand from the monitoring device. At the same time, the mental tentacles flew out of the body and penetrated into the head of the unconscious green monster. The green skin monster's memory must be exactly the same as that recorded by the monitoring equipment, so that there will be no flaws. Roar tampering with memories is really tiring, but fortunately I have super spirit, and my spirit power is enough to support output. Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief when he had done all this, and sprinted for a while before disappearing in a gust of wind. Wuquan Street. The Aesir Protoss, servants, and aliens of all shapes and sizes intertwined and walked, coming and going like a tide. There are various shops lined up on both sides of the street. Rhodes looked around and saw many shops of standard armor, swords, and high-tech firearms, which were extremely cool. It's a pity that he has too few gold coins in his pocket to buy anything. Here is the place. Rhodes has not forgotten his purpose. Behind this prosperous and lively scene, there are secluded and dark alleys. Rhodes at the moment stood at the end of the alley, in front of a tattered wooden door. According to the memories of the green monsters they read, they imprisoned the old housekeeper here. He took the first 2 steps and slammed the wooden door with his fist. Bang bang. Crunch. Soon, the broken wooden door was opened. A tall rock man stuck his head out. Originally it was all smiles. But after seeing Rhodes, the black-haired boy, his expression changed immediately. Who are you? The rock lifer shouted angrily, revealing murderous intent. No answer. Rock Life suddenly saw a black spot in front of him getting bigger and bigger, covering his eyes with great speed. Boom. Rhodes answered him with a huge iron fist. The rock life received this huge punch, and its body fell apart on the spot. Pieces of shattered rocks exploded and flew upside down like cannonballs, smashing the broken wooden door into pieces. Several aliens inside were also penetrated by this rock fragment. He fell to the ground and twitched a few times, and finally died. Rhodes calmed down and stepped into the threshold. This was his first murder. At present, except for a slight ups and downs in the mood, there is no discomfort. Look around. Rhodes found that the old housekeeper, Elt, was tied up and left in the corner of the room. A pair of eyes widened, as if in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. It's a pity that his mouth was sealed, otherwise he would have screamed out loud. Whoosh! Exactly at the moment, unexpected. A diminutive Zerg creature screeched and threw a laser knife with all its might. Sharp roar whistles filled his ears. Rhodes narrowed his eyes slightly, and pulled away to dodge the blow, avoiding the end of the headshot. Zerg beings are also very proficient in fighting, taking this opportunity to gallop on 4 legs, intending to behead Rhodes. But the next moment, with incredible speed, Rhodes reached out to grab the handle of the laser knife that flew past his shoulders, and threw it back with his backhand. Laugh. The dwarf Zerg life was nailed to the ground by the laser knife. Green viscous blood sprayed all over the ground, and soon there was no movement, apparently dead. These alien movements, in Rhodes' eyes, are completely like slow-motion playback. There was nothing that could threaten him at all. Ended. Rhodes wiped a stinky drop of green blood from his cheek. The Zerg killer just now was the last life in this room except the old housekeeper. Rhodes walked up to the old butler, unfastened him, lifted the seal on his mouth, and immediately called out, "Rhodes! I'm not blind, right? God, how did you do that? What? Kill these robbers? How did you do it? Are you not a Terran?" The old butler got up and asked Rhodes excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. As far as he knew, Rhodes was just a believer from Midgard. He had no power in his hands and could not be as powerful as a Protoss warrior. So he was even more curious. Old housekeeper, it's not good for you to know too much, Rhodes said. No. Elt wanted to say something else. Rhodes' psychic tentacles burrowed directly into his head, and his voice came to an abrupt end. You can't just erase the old butler's memory, or Hella will definitely check it out. Rhodes thought for a while and decided to replace himself. Let's replace the rescuer with Amora. She is proficient in witchcraft, and her physical skills are also very good, so she can do it completely. After a while, the mental tentacles retreated from the head of the old butler. Amora has seen the master. At this moment, a charming voice sounded behind Rhodes. It was the enchanting witch Amora who came here after receiving the news. Amora, you came in time. Rhodes turned around and recounted what had just happened, and then said, I'll leave first. You can send the old butler safely back to Hella's mansion, and then you can leave, understand, Amora? Amora understands. The blonde nodded. Okay, I'll leave it to you here. Rhodes patted her on the shoulder. Before leaving, he snapped his fingers. Bah! The old housekeeper woke up immediately, and when he saw Amora, his face was full of gratitude. This lady. Thank you so much. You just saved my life. In his memory, it was the blonde girl in front of him who broke in, killed the aliens and saved himself. You're welcome, Rhodes and I are friends, and he sent me here. Amora smiled charmingly, swayed the waist of the water snake, and turned to leave. Grandpa, let's go, I'll take you home. Asterisk. Chapter 8 The Fetish Golden Apple, you can become a god if you eat it. Chapter 8 The Fetish Golden Apple, you can become a god if you eat it. Princess Mansion. Upon receiving the news, Hela quickly returned to Asgard on Bifrost. At the moment, she was sitting at the top of the hall with a gloomy face. And the old housekeeper Alt was standing in front of her. Next to him was a quiet black-haired boy with clear blue eyes. It was Rhodes. The other god servants and guards were displayed on both sides, as motionless as wood. Your Highness, the death cloak is in the silver chest. Thanks to Rhodes, it wasn't stolen by that hateful Skrull. Elt presented the silver suitcase. Hela said nothing. She opened the box and found that her cloak was indeed inside, and her stern face relaxed a bit. Hela's power is indeed very powerful. And the cloak was her only weakness. If it was stolen, the consequences would be disastrous. His Royal Highness Hela, according to the green skin monster, he was hired by Lauf, the king of the giants of Jotunheim, to steal the death cloak. At this time, Rhodes also continued. Damn giants of Jotunheim. Sooner or later I will slaughter them all. Hela's eyes flashed coldly, and her tone was cold. The temperature in the entire hall dropped a lot out of thin air. The old housekeeper and the many servants and guards shuddered. They hadn't felt Hela's wrath in a long time. Also, the security of the mansion is too lax. The enemy has been allowed to infiltrate the secret room so easily. How do you all do things? It's all the old slave's fault. Please punish Her Royal Highness. The old butler immediately pleaded guilty. Remember this punishment first. Hela didn't blame too much, and lifted the cloak and draped it over her shoulders. This death cloak, which is attached to Hela's body like a battle suit, seems to be tailor-made and extremely suitable. Although wearing this cloak all the time will continue to consume energy. But for the sake of safety, it can only be done like this. Hela sat back in the chair, valiantly and extremely neat. Before the death cloak was placed in the secret room, it was to store energy. So that it can be more powerful in the future. Generally, Hela is only worn at the critical moment of the expedition. Unexpectedly, the king of giants of Jotunheim sent someone to steal the treasure as soon as the war started. To prevent this from happening in the future, Hela decided to wear the cape with her. The old butler got up and stepped aside. Hela shifted her gaze to Rhodes. Rhodes, Elt said, you discovered the Skrull's disguise? How did you do it? She was also curious about this young servant of God. Princess, please allow me to brag. I'm an observant. That's why I was able to spot the Skrull's disguise, and the weight of his transformed Lord Steward was completely different from the real Lord Steward. This is the biggest flaw. Rhodes replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Later, I subdued this despicable thief, and learned from him about the kidnapped Lord Steward. Later, I notified my friend, the witch Amora, to help and rescue the Lord Steward. Come out. Hela showed admiration. She has never paid much attention to servants of God. How can humble humans compare to Asgard's Protoss warriors? But now, Hela has changed her mind because of Rhodes. Yes, you are brave, Rhodes. Hela stood up, eyes full of admiration. You protected my death cloak. That's a great achievement. I've always been rewarded and punished. Rhodes, what do you want? Everything is arranged by His Highness. Rhodes bowed his head and said humbly. Okay, then I will reward you with 2,000 runes and promote you to be my personal attendant, Hela said. When her voice fell, many servants showed extremely envious expressions. They only have 5 runes a month. Rhodes was rewarded with 2,000 runes in one day, equivalent to their income for decades. And he also became the princess' personal attendant, which is simply a step to the sky. Only Rhodes was a little hesitant. In his heart, he was not interested in doing any personal servants. How comfortable is it to clean the study park every day and train the rest of the time? If you follow Hela, you can imagine that running around is essential. What? Hela asked unpleasantly, seeing Rhodes hesitate. For someone else, hearing his words, I don't know how excited they would be. But this little god servant is still hesitating. Yes, Rhodes thanks the princess for the reward. Rhodes replied immediately. This is Hela's order, he can't disobey for the time being, he can only agree first. After the meeting in the princess mansion dissipated, Elt's old butler immediately changed Rhodes into a room. This room is also a side room, but not like the nooks and crannies in the garden. It was next to Princess Hela's room. Personal servants, naturally, must be close enough to serve at any time. Rhodes, this is a golden apple, which was given to you by Her Royal Highness the Princess. After you eat it, you will immediately have the same physique as the Protoss. Old Steward Elt delivers a box to Rhodes. When Rhodes opened it, there really was a golden apple inside. The princess knows that you have practiced the fighting skills of the Protoss and said that you are very capable. Rhodes, I have served the princess for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen her so favored by the servants of the gods. You must not let the princess down. Work hard, said the old butler Elt again. Thank you, princess, for the reward, Rhodes said. The princess has dispatched a lot of Protoss guards, and she wants me to help dispatch them. Rhodes, I'll go first. The old butler waved his hand and left the room. After this incident, Hela naturally couldn't remain indifferent. 200 Aesir Protoss warriors were added to the mansion to guard it to ensure that not a single fly could fly in. Rhodes doesn't take it too seriously. He was more curious about the golden apple. As far as he knows, the golden apple is a sacred object, specially planted in the holy garden, and guarded by the dragon. When mortals eat it, they can become gods. Rhodes held the golden apple and took a curious bite. Crispy and delicious, juicy and sweet, very delicious. Rhodes ate the golden apple in 3 or 5 bites. Quietly waited for a quarter of an hour, but found that there was no change in his body at all. Except the stomach is a little full. Strange, why don't you feel it? Could it be fake? Rhodes frowned in confusion. Asterisk. Chapter 9, Demonstrate Strength, Easily Abuse the Protoss. Chapter 9, Demonstrate Strength and Easily Abuse the Protoss. An hour later, there was still no response, and Rhodes came to his senses. It should be that his current body has already surpassed the ordinary Protoss, so eating this golden apple has no effect. Asgard's Protoss are divided into different categories, but if they do not master divine power, they can only be called ordinary Protoss, with strengths ranging from 1 to 10. The Protoss who master divine power are called true gods, and are further divided into lower gods, middle gods, upper gods, main gods, and god kings, that is, level godfather. Rhodes' current body has long surpassed the ordinary god race, and he has reached the realm of the true god. He doesn't know the specific strength of the true god, so he doesn't know. The next day, someone knocked on the door early in the morning. "Mr. Rhodes, Lord Hela is going to the palace, you need to accompany you as a personal guard." The voice outside the door respectfully said. Because Rhodes is now the personal bodyguard of Princess Hela, the general servants have a lot of respect for him, saying that Roar will add the word Mr. As soon as he heard that he was going to the palace, Rhodes got up from the bed with a carp and went out. Led by his servants, he came to Hela's door and waited. Inside the door, a cold-faced beauty wearing dark green gorgeous clothes and walking gracefully slowly appeared. Hela looked Rhodes up and down, her eyes admiring, but she didn't utter a word of praise. Rhodes followed the cold Hela and walked towards the palace with her. The main hall comes into view, magnificent and brightly decorated. The gates alone are inlaid with thousands of brilliant gems. The guards are majestic, with murderous expressions on their faces, and they look inviolable. After they saw Hela, they all bowed slightly to show their respect to the royal family. Entering the main hall, there are powerful true gods standing on both sides. On the highest seat, a one-eyed middle-aged man, wearing an eagle helmet and gold armor, held a long spear in his hand, and stood at his feet. There were 2 wolf dogs at his feet, eyeing Rhodes. "Hela, you're here," the middle-aged man said solemnly. "Salute to you, Lord Odin." Hela got down on one knee and Rhodes followed suit, bowing his head to show his respect. A god-king level character, Odin. The leader of the true gods, Asgard's strongest existence, even sitting in a chair can make people feel an irresistible sense of oppression. The giants of Jotunheim are getting more and more presumptuous, and they are planning to use their artifact, the Ice Crate, to turn my Midgard into the ultimate winter. Rhodes frowned slightly. He had read in the book that the living conditions of the giants of Jotunheim were so harsh that even the true gods could not adapt. If the giants of Jotunheim really turned Midgard into the icy environment they lived in, most people would freeze to death, and only they could adapt. Midgard is Earth, if they get their way. Rhodes thought to himself, his brows could not help but tighten, then his parents and family would also freeze to death. "Hela, I need you to grab the ice treasure box. Those animals that can't be killed are not dangerous. As long as they take the ice treasure box, they will return to the animals that we slaughtered." Hela bowed her head, "Definitely complete the mission. Go, I will support you with troops." Leaving the main hall, Hela and Rhodes returned to the courtyard. At this time, Hela suddenly asked, "Your appearance has changed a lot, you look a lot stronger, show it to me." Rhodes knew that his daily practice of Protoss fighting skills must have been discovered by Hela long ago, so he did not continue to hide his strength. He played a set of Protoss fighting methods in front of Hela, which made Hela's eyes shine. "Come on, call a Protoss warrior over." Immediately, someone called the Protoss warrior who was guarding the door. When he saw that his opponent was actually just a servant selected from Midgard, he immediately smiled disdainfully. "With all due respect, Lord Hela, bullying a Midgard person insults my noble Protoss quality." The corners of Rhodes' mouth twitched, and the strength he increased every day in the sun was able to smash the Protoss warrior in front of him with a single punch without relying on the golden apple to improve the quality of his body. With his current strength, it is even easier to defeat such an ordinary warrior. Hela hooked her fingers at the warrior, then pointed at Rhodes, meaning to let him go straight up. The latter still wore a disdainful smile. But when he just turned around, Rhodes suddenly flew and punched, so fast that he couldn't react. The fist came in the face and slammed heavily on his nose. There was a sudden buzz in his head, and then the angle of view rotated. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had been punched to the ground. What? How is this possible? I was actually beaten by a Midgard. The Protoss warrior was very unwilling and wanted to get up and fight again. Hela gave him a color, scaring him from wanting to charge. Go and call for 5 more Protoss warriors. Hela ordered the servants, then smiled knowingly at Rhodes. Looks like you're still hiding your power. Rhodes shook his head, smiled mysteriously, and didn't respond directly. Outside the courtyard, 5 Protoss warriors stood guard neatly. As soon as they saw their colleague who was still bleeding nose, and Rhodes who was full of murderous intent, they immediately reacted. You 5 come together. Hela ordered simply. The 5 were ready to fight, but they put their spears in front of them and wanted to besiege Rhodes. Hela still had a smile on her lips, looking forward to how Rhodes would deal with such a disadvantage. Armed versus empty-handed, 5 people versus 1 person. Rhodes is surrounded by 5 people from 5 different directions and is in a precarious position. Before waiting for the 5 to move first, Rhodes made a preemptive strike, got up with a flying knee and directly broke through the defense of the spear, hitting one man's chin hard. The man's eyes turned pale for a moment, and then passed out. The 4 of them were startled at first. They didn't expect Rhodes' speed to be so fast, they couldn't react to that at all. Rush! One of them roared, and then the 4 immediately swooped towards Rhodes with their long spears. Asterisk. Chapter 10, Spear Mastery. Chapter 10, Spear Mastery. Rhodes stood still, and used the most domineering boxing method in the fighting style, the moving mountain and the horizontal fist. He slammed his fists horizontally to block the 4 stabbing spears at the same time, and then he stepped directly in front of the 4 of them, punched 4 quickly, and directly knocked them all down to the ground. After doing all this, Rhodes didn't catch his breath, his face was calm, and he didn't seem to be doing anything great. Clap clap, Hela applauded Rhodes from the side. It's very good, this strength will definitely be able to show off on the battlefield. Rhodes froze for a moment. What does this mean? Wouldn't it be to go to war by himself? Looking at Rhodes' expression, Hela asked with a side face, what? As my personal servant, don't you want to join me on the field to kill the enemy? Rhodes nodded, only reluctantly agreeing. Inside the courtyard, Rhodes was dressed in Protoss armor, a helmet with a high crescent on his head, and a spear in his hand. Under the sun, the bronze-hued armor made Rhodes look majestic. Asgard's spear weapons can be used not only for melee thrusts, but also for firing lasers from a distance. Hela looked up and down Rhodes, the ice-like face gradually dissolved, showing a gentle smile. It seemed that Rhodes dressed up heroically and handsomely made her very happy. He's your training officer, Chief Guard Sieg, and he will teach you how to use the spear. Hela introduced a burly Protoss man beside him. Sieg walked slowly to Rhodes and looked at Rhodes very majestically. Youth human, you are going to face hellish terrifying training, I hope you can survive. Rhodes nodded slightly, and just as he was ready to sit down, Sieg took out his spear and swiped at Rhodes. The latter instinctively set up a spear to resist, and after the short-handed encounter, there was a muffled sound, and the spear vibrated violently. Have you used all your strength? Rhodes frowned slightly, but he actually wanted to kill himself as soon as he came up. I always believe that if you die and then live, if you survive, you will naturally become a powerful warrior. Seeger said seriously. He took a few steps back, and then rehearsed the use of the spear in front of Rhodes, explaining while doing the action, this is a sweep, this is a straight stab, this is a pressure, this is a round flower. After finishing a set of Protoss marksmanship very quickly, Rhodes' super memory didn't leave a single detail, and it was all recorded in his mind. Ding. The host Rhodes has evolved Protoss Spear Warfare Mastery. A stream of light flashed in Rhodes' eyes, and Sig's movements were played back countless times in front of his eyes, and his memory gradually integrated with his body. He felt that his body had already practiced his marksmanship tens of thousands of times. Seeger pointed the spear at Rhodes again, and the cold light in his eyes told Rhodes that this time he would not let any water out. What? Sig's eyes suddenly lit up. Rhodes standing and holding a gun was impeccable, without the slightest flaw, and he was completely different from just now. He slowly slid closer to Rhodes, without any hesitation, before poking his spear slightly to test Rhodes. Rhodes' spear was still firmly in front of him, allowing Sig to swing the spear back and forth not far from his face. He knew that if he attacked now, the opponent would definitely change his moves quickly to complete the counterattack. The spearhead of the threat in front of him is just a bait, trying to lure his weapon away from the defensive posture, and then take the opportunity to take his defenseless body. The corner of Sigur's mouth showed an admiring smile, not arrogant or impetuous, not provocative, young, stable, and a good seedling of martial arts. What about this move? Sig took the initiative to attack, and with a push, the spear stabbed Rhodes in the face. Rhodes immediately picked up the spear to block the spear that came straight at him, then stepped forward and lowered his waist, pressing his arms down, quickly pressing down the tip of the raised spear, and a slash fell towards Sig's shoulder. Okay. Sig dodged sideways, his footsteps circled, and he turned and stabbed again with the carbine. Rhodes didn't have time to retract his spear, he could only shake his head to avoid the stab, then lowered his head and quickly retreated, lest Sig catch up with the sweep and hit him in the side of the head. Just as he stopped, Sig had already spiraled his spear around the spear, and then hurried towards Rhodes. Rhodes didn't rush, and after standing firm, he swept in place, accurately cracked Sig's unpredictable spear flower, and swept his spear away. Then he took the spear with both hands, let the spear bounce back, and the tip of the spear stopped at Sig's throat and trembled. I lost. Sig gave a relieved smile. Your combat learning ability surpasses that of ordinary people, no. Even a superior true god cannot achieve such a powerful learning ability as you. Seeger was defeated, but he was delighted to meet such a natural warrior as Rhodes. Hela nodded admiringly, complete skill suppression, there is no doubt that you are a born warrior. Rhodes regretted it a little bit, and still showed his strength a little too much. He has already suppressed his own strength very much, and only relies on his skills to deal with it. If he shows his strength again, the first confrontation can directly sweep Sig's spear away. Rest for a few days, then follow me to the battlefield. Hela said in a commanding tone, then turned back to his room. Seeger resigned, knowing he had nothing more to teach a genius like Rhodes. For the next few days, Rhodes spent his time studying the fighting techniques of spears, gaining a deeper understanding of the use of long-range attacks. As soon as the day came, Rhodes was waiting at Hela's door early. Today was the day of the expedition, and word had spread throughout Asgard. Hela put on the attire of a warrior, majestic and dashing. Come with me. Rhodes followed Hela to the entrance of Bifrost. It was through here before that Rhodes came here from Earth. The troops of the god race were neatly arranged on the square, equipped with spears and shields in their hands, each with a solemn expression. Rhodes followed in Hela's footsteps. He didn't want to walk up to the high platform with Hela to order troops, but Hela gave him a look and motioned him to follow. So he also stood on the high platform of the square. The Protoss and Earth servants onlookers were all shocked and discussing. Rhodes' super hearing is all in his ears. Which man is who? It feels so handsome. I heard that it is Lord Hela's personal bodyguard. If I can get his favor, will I be able to live without worry? Don't think blindly, can you seduce such a good man as him? Before he knew it, Rhodes had risen to the point of admiration. After all, he is the personal bodyguard of a big shot like Hela, so it is inevitable that Rhodes will also improve his status. Asterisk. Chapter 11, The Giants of Jotunheim Attack. Chapter 11, The Giants of Jotunheim Attack. Hela took the great sword in Heimdall's hand and inserted it into the groove. Bifrost suddenly linked into the distance, and the iridescent shimmer shone on everyone's faces. Without any words to train the troops, Hela just sternly said to the army, "Go. Target Jotunheim." The mighty army marched towards Bifrost, while Rhodes followed Hela and walked in front of everyone heroically like a general. Walking into Bifrost, the things in front of you flow rapidly, turning into a blurred stream of light, and when the stream of light gradually shortens, the things in front of you become clear again. Jotunheim, the gloomy wind is blowing head-on, and all is covered with snow and ice, and the ground is composed of light blue ice crystals. Rhodes shuddered, then lost consciousness as if frozen. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved super cold resistance. After the sound in his ear ended, Rhodes felt his body gradually warm up and his consciousness gradually returned. The army behind him has assembled. The soldiers quickly took out a machine and immediately used it to create a huge amount of light balls. The ball of light floated around everyone, as if being pulled by an invisible rope. The light it emits is hot and warm, shining on everyone, helping them to resist the cold. Hela at the moment also took over a machine to create a ball of light for Rhodes to float above Rhodes' head. It's just too late, Rhodes doesn't need it now that he has super cold resistance, but in order to hide his strength, he still nodded his thanks. You have to be careful, the soldiers of the Protoss are not very suitable for this extreme environment. Without the mirror image of the sun, the movements of the whole body will be a little stiff, and it will be dangerous if they encounter the enemy. Hela instructed. Rhodes, who had just experienced the feeling of being frozen all over his body, was even more worried about these soldiers. His body was much stronger than theirs, or he had already begun to affect his actions within half a minute, not to mention these people. After the sun mirror was fully deployed, the army resumed the action ability and began to march. Rhodes noticed that there was a giant black wolf at Hela's feet. Looking at the appearance, he recalled the information in the book in his mind. This is the wolf Fenrir, the mighty beast of Asgard. Fenrir, go investigate. Hela ordered. The giant wolf immediately turned into a black mist, drifting towards the distance like a ghost. Rhodes frowned and couldn't help but secretly admired that, as expected of the hound at the feet of the god King Odin, he could actually use his divine power to incarnate into a ghost fog to sneak. After a while, Fenrir turned back and growled beside Hela. Hela raised his brows. The whole army is ready to attack. There are a lot of giants of Jotunheim ahead. Rhodes was also seated ready to fight, with his spear in front of him, ready for a long-range exchange of fire. As Hela's personal escort, he naturally would not venture into the enemy's line, but would always protect the safety of Hela, the commanding general. In the distance, a group of blue-skinned humanoids held various slashing weapons such as axes and icicles. Standing scattered, there is no formation at all. Compared with the army, they are like a group of robbers composed of barbarians. On the hill behind them, an archer held an ice bow in his hand, with arrows of ice crystals hanging from the bowstring. Their eyes were not on Asgard's soldiers, but on the mirrored sun above them. Archer. Hela frowned, it was the first time she had seen Jotunheim have such a unit. These guys look smarter. The army stopped at Hela's gesture, keeping out of the attacking range of the opposing archers. Fenrir came to Hela's side and let out a low growl. Go ahead, contain their long-range shooters from behind, Hela ordered. Then her eyes fell on Rhodes. You go and see how far the opponent's attack range can go. Rhodes was very helpless, how could such a death-defying thing fall on him? In desperation, Rhodes quickly dived towards the opposing army. Idiot! Hela startled roar out. The soldiers also looked embarrassed. Rhodes would definitely fall into the dense arrow area on the opposite side if he ran like this, and there would only be death and no life. The correct test method should be to approach slowly, prevent yourself from entering the range of intensive firepower, and improve your survival rate. It's not that Rhodes didn't think about these things in his mind, but he still rushed into the enemy's line without hesitation. The giants of Jotunheim saw that Rhodes was so reckless, and immediately directed the archers to shoot a dense rain of swords towards Rhodes. In the dark space, the arrows of blue ice crystals were even more difficult to discern the trajectory. Rhodes did not stop to predict where the arrows would land, but ran wildly. The arrows rubbed his back and fell behind him, sending a trail of Rhodes' movement. What? The axe-wielding front row giants of Jotunheim looked at Rhodes in disbelief. They didn't expect that the other party would dare to come to them alone. This is completely to die. The giants of Jotunheim with an ice hammer let out an angry roar, taking Rhodes' behavior of rushing alone as a provocation. He pushed the crowd away and ran towards Rhodes, holding the ice hammer high to smash him into meat sauce. Rhodes at the moment stopped immediately, then set up his spear and fired an iridescent laser. The laser hit the giants of Jotunheim in the stomach, knocking him out of the way and into the crowd. Then Rhodes strode back. The archers fired their arrows angrily, but the speed was just a little too short to catch up with Rhodes, and each time they missed Rhodes by rubbing their body. Back at Hela's side, Rhodes pointed to the arrow piercing the ground and said, "This is their attack range." An attack range indicator marked by light blue ice crystal arrows was displayed in front of everyone. Everyone secretly admired. Really brave and resourceful. As expected of the bodyguard of Lord Hela. At this speed, the physical fitness is several times ours. Hela also cast an admiring look, but she didn't say anything, just said coldly, "Go forward and station at the maximum attack distance." The army moved immediately, striding aggressively towards the giants of Jotunheim. With the markings that Rhodes risked their lives to create for them, they weren't afraid to be hit by each other. The giants of Jotunheim gnashed their teeth one by one, eager to swallow Rhodes alive. Their eyes widened with rage, but they were helpless with the Asgard army in front of them. The difference in numbers is too large, and the weapons in their hands are not of the same level, so in order to protect themselves, they can only retreat temporarily and find a safe position to station defense. Just as they were retreating, the lurking Fenrir suddenly appeared, rampaging through the unsuspecting archers, biting and killing wantonly. Hela also took advantage of the opposite long-range firepower to be contained, and immediately ordered an attack. Asgard soldiers, capable of firing long-range artillery fire, overwhelmed the giants of Jotunheim with their attack range. The latter are often knocked to the ground by a few lasers before they can rush up. With powerful firepower, what will happen next is a one-sided massacre. Asterisk. Chapter 12, King Lauf of the Giants of Jotunheim. Chapter 12, Lauf, King of the Giants of Jotunheim. The soldiers of Asgard quickly swept the field, and the giants of Jotunheim's border guards were wiped out, and the first battle was won. It's all thanks to Rhodes that the fight was so easy. The conditions in Jotunheim were dark, and a grey mist shrouded the land. Looking towards the front, within a few tens of meters, the figure can no longer be seen. Marching in this environment, it is easy to be ambushed, and it is possible to walk into the enemy's encirclement. Hela frowned slightly and looked a little nervous. Fenrir's investigation alone was obviously not enough to know the situation around him. Rhodes saw through Hela's thoughts, and subconsciously looked into the distance, but even with supervision, he couldn't stand the superimposition of layers of mist to block his sight. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved super hyperopia. Suddenly, everything around him became so clear that Rhodes felt like he was looking at the grassland under a clear sky. Everything was so bright. He wanted to look into the distance, and the scene in front of him actually moved over. Things were magnified hundreds of times, and things hundreds of miles away were also extremely clear. Within sight, a palace made of blue ice blocks appeared, with several tall giants of Jotunheim guards standing in front of the door. They wore spiked blade armor and held a giant axe made of ice in their hands. Rhodes also wanted to look inside the palace. Under the action of the perspective eye, the wall suddenly became thin and transparent, and then the perspective moved directly through the wall and saw the interior of the palace. The arch ceiling of the hall is supported by 4 icicles, the ancient myth of the giants of Jotunheim is carved on the walls, and an ice crystal chandelier illuminates the hall, perhaps the only light in the entire Jotunheim. And on the high platform of the hall, a bald giant of Jotunheim sat on a throne. He has elf-like sharp ears, red eyes full of blood, black pupils staring straight ahead, wearing simple shoulder pads and arm pads. A large area of his body is naked, and his strong muscles are fully exposed. Even without the protection of his armor, his massive muscles look strong enough to protect his vital organs. A string of skulls was tied around his waist, and a piece of iron hung down, covering his lower body like an apron. Rhodes recalled that he had read in the book that the giants of Jotunheim looked like their king, Lauf. Mimir. Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim, turned his head sideways and looked at a small, sly-eyed giant of Jotunheim beside him. "I am here, my king." Mimir bowed his head and answered. "The soldiers of the Protoss have attacked the front line, what are your countermeasures?" Mimir's eyes rolled up and down, and then a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "My king, why should you care about an advance troop? Even if they are defeated, the follow-up troops will only keep coming. It's better to take this opportunity to go directly to Midgard with the ice treasure box. Their attention is already on Jotunheim, and they will definitely neglect the defense of Midgard. At this time, you can turn Midgard into our domain and wait until Midgard is completely occupied. It's not too late to fight them head-on." "Ha ha ha." Lauf laughed heartily, as expected of my High Priest of Giants of Jotunheim, high-level counselor. As he spoke, he stood up, and from the shadow behind the throne, he took out a box emitting a faint pale blue light. Then he walked quickly to the hall, towards the farther boundless darkness. Rhodes was shocked, and withdrew his far-sighted eyes. With his super-close hearing, he could hear the conversation just now clearly. If at the moment does not stop Lauf and continues to attack Jotunheim, it will be useless in the end, and Midgard will not be able to escape the fate of being turned into ice and snow. Hesitating inwardly to no avail, he could only find Helawai to report. "Lauf, the Frost King, is an extremely belligerent, reckless man. His front-line troops were defeated but did not see him come out to fight. Could there be other plans?" Hela lowered her brows, lost in thought. When Rhodes saw that Hela didn't understand his hint, he said bluntly, "I think Lauf must have gone to Midgard. If he uses the ice crate to occupy Midgard, it will be too late." Hela woke up suddenly. "Damn it! I have long heard that there is a space gap between Jotunheim and Midgard. If we let him go to Midgard first, our trip will be in vain." "But..." Hela was in a dilemma again. Where is this space crack? Rhodes was furious, and with his far-sighted eyes he had already seen Lauf enter a valley, and just in front of the valley, there was a space crack surrounded by black lightning. But he couldn't tell Hela directly. After all, this was the first time he came to Jotunheim, and Hela didn't know anything. If he said it, he would definitely be investigated for the reason. Suddenly, Rhodes had a plan in his mind. Heimdall has the ability of acute eyes, let him help him find it, but it can't be counted on his own head. It's better to let Asgardian Heimdall find Lauf's location. If Lauf really wants to go to Midgard, he will definitely teleport in front of the space crack. Hela nodded and immediately sent the order down, informing Heimdall to search for Lauf's location. Soon, soldiers sent orders back to the guards guarding the Bifrost passage. Heimdall's eyes flashed when he heard about it, and he searched around Jotunheim. But after a while, he saw Hela's troops, and not far in front of her troops, he also found Lauf, who was about to pass through the space crack. Report. Lord Heimdall said that Lauf was a few kilometers west of the unit, Walking in a valley. Hela glanced at Rhodes in amazement. It's impossible for Lauf to walk around so close to our army at this time. It must be going to Midgard as you said. She didn't ask how Rhodes predicted so accurately, and immediately took Rhodes and a few important strikers in the direction pointed out by Heimdall. Rhodes walked in front of everyone, deliberately leading the way, and soon came to the valley. Crossing the valley, I saw Lauf standing in front of the space crack, holding a light blue treasure box in his hand. He noticed everyone, narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, a frost dragon fell from the top of everyone's heads, and the giant wings lifted the wind and waves to blow everyone back, leaving a trace on the ground. Roar! After the frost dragon roared, pale white energy condensed in his mouth, and then sprayed towards Hela. A beam of light shot straight at Hela, and Hela was not able to stand still, unable to dodge the blow at all. He was hit by the beam of light and flew out, smashed heavily on the rock wall of the valley, and spit out a mouthful of blood. When her body fell to the ground, she struggled to sit up while clutching her belly that had been hit, her expression grim and her face pale. Asterisk. Chapter 13, Sunflame. Chapter 13, Sunflame. Hela. Rhodes surprised roar and ran over to check her injuries. The rest of the Protoss soldiers immediately formed a line of defense, stood in front of Hela, and protected Hela with their lives. Rhodes held Hela in his arms and looked at her belly worriedly. The white icy spread from where it was hit at a speed visible to the naked eye. Don't mind me, this is the ice magic of the giants of Jotunheim, it has penetrated into my blood, and I won't die, but I will be a burden to you. Rhodes frowned. He had read in the book that once he was hit by the magic of the giants of Jotunheim, his body would be frozen. Only the powerful Protoss could escape the fate of death, but they would inevitably be restrained by frost. The sun's flames can dissolve the frost. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved Sun Flame. A flame suddenly ignited in Rhodes' palm, and then gradually melted into his palm. He slowly put his palm on Hela's belly, and then let the flame slowly burn the frost on her body. Ah! Hela moaned in pain as she grabbed Rhodes' arm and gritted her teeth. The flame first melted the frost attached to the body, and then actually ignited the bingja flowing in the blood along the wound and dissolved it. The flames spread wantonly in the blood, causing cold sweat to ooze out of Hela's forehead, her whole body being attacked by the heat, and her face turning red. She looked at Rhodes with surprise in her eyes, and gasped. You're obviously, a Midgard, ordinary person. Stop talking, you need to rest. Rhodes said solemnly. After clearing the frost from Hela's body, he put Hela on the ground with confidence. In front of him, several Protoss soldiers were retreating, and they had already retreated to Rhodes' side. Frost Dragon's giant claws slammed, trying to smash everyone into meat sauce. Rhodes twitched the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashed coldly, then stepped forward and punched. Boom! A visible shockwave hit Rhodes' fist senior, and then Frost Dragon's front claws were directly blasted. Rhodes' fists blazed with the sun's flames, and he held them empty in front of him, gathering the sun's flames into a scorching fireball. Death to me! The fireball was projected by him and smashed towards Frost Dragon's chest. Boom! A burst of flame exploded in front of Frost Dragon's chest, and then the flames directly engulfed the entire dragon. Hoo ho ho! Dragon let out a low growl of pain, stepped back continuously, and began to roll on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. However, as soon as the frost on the ground touched the flames, it evaporated directly into a white mist and dissipated in the air. The flames were still burning, and finally Dragon was burned to death in the screams. Boom! Dragon's body fell to the ground, and was gradually burned into black ashes by the flames. A cold wind blew through, and black smoke rose, and Dragon also dissipated. The Protoss soldiers were stunned, and Lauf's giants of Jotunheim stepped back, not daring to look directly at Rhodes. Such a big frost dragon was actually burned to the ground by the flames in an instant. What kind of abnormal strength is this? Several giants of Jotunheim immediately ran into the space rift in panic to find Lauf. Rhodes ignored the escape of the giants of Jotunheim, and Lauf needed some time to activate the frost crate. He immediately ran back to Hela. "Are you all right?" Hela sat up slowly with Rhodes' support, leaning on Rhodes. "I was careless." She blamed herself. Rhodes knew that she was in this state and could no longer fight, and immediately signaled a few Protoss soldiers to come and help Hela return to Asgard. Originally, the Protoss soldiers, as Hela's direct generals, had a much higher status than Rhodes, but after seeing Rhodes' strength, they already regarded Rhodes as a noble existence as Hela. "So I immediately followed the order and came to help Hela. You are a mortal who has just eaten the golden fruit. Even if you become an ordinary god race, you can't use your divine power so quickly." "How did you do it?" Hela asked curiously. Rhodes was stunned for a moment, and then replied, "I don't know very well, the power poured into my body on its own." Although he has shown a small amount of power, Rhodes has no intention of telling anyone about his silver Superman gene. Hela thought to himself, and then said, "Maybe you are from the Protoss, and someone in your ancestors was a strong Protoss, so your descendant awakening power in crisis, or..." Rhodes nodded immediately and affirmed, "My father also said that there were people in the ancestors who were strong and had very special abilities." Hela stopped questioning, returned to the army with the help of the crowd, and quickly sent someone to convey the news of Lauf's going to Midgard to Odin. In the sky, a rainbow light descended, and Odin slowly emerged from the rainbow light riding a Pegasus. Behind him, a Pegasus army gradually assembled, looking magnificent. Odin noticed the wounded Hela, and immediately swooped down on his Pegasus into the army. "My daughter," Odin's voice trembled as he carefully hugged Hela, his eyes full of worry. "I'm fine, father. Rhodes saved me. If it wasn't for him, my body would have been eroded by frost." Odin turned to look at Rhodes, who was standing beside him, and nodded slightly. This small action shocked everyone. King of the Nine Realms, father of all gods. He actually nodded his thanks to a bodyguard. The few people standing around Rhodes dispersed, and immediately gave Rhodes space to express their respect for him. "Come on, take Hela back to Asgard, the rest. Come with me to Midgard and make Lauf pay in blood." Odin snapped. When he was angry, he exuded a burst of coercion, causing everyone to lower their heads instinctively, not daring to look directly at Odin. Only Rhodes seemed to feel nothing. Odin's eyes fell on Rhodes, looking up and down in admiration. "You, come with me." With that said, a golden-armored Protoss warrior beside him led Rhodes a Pegasus. Snow-white wings were on both sides of the horse's body, and a pair of blue spiritual pupils stared at Rhodes, as if communicating with Rhodes. The holy white body is smooth and textured, and Rhodes touches the golden mane on top of his head, and the latter turns his nose and breathes out a warm breath of joy. Rhodes mounted Pegasus, followed in Odin's footsteps, and teleported back to Asgard through the rainbow in the sky. After returning to Asgard, without resting, Odin summoned Heimdall. "Show me where Lauf is going with your discerning eye." Heimdall looked into the distance, a light radiating from his pupils. After searching for a long time, he half-kneeled on the ground and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, my king," he hides himself, "I can only know that he is near Europe in Midgard, I can't track the exact location." Asterisk. Chapter 14, Travel to Greece. Chapter 14, Travel to Greece. Heimdall beckoned to the soldiers beside him and pointed in the direction of his room. "Open the map of Midgard." "Yes." After several soldiers got the order, they immediately turned on the 3D imager, and a 3D map of Midgard appeared. Rhodes took a few glances, and it was not very similar to the map plates he had seen before. After all, the time difference was thousands of years, and the plates of the continents also moved with time. "Here, my king." Helldam pointed to a corner of the map and drew a circle with his finger to frame the continent of Europe. Odin frowned slightly. Although the map was only a small piece of graffiti, the actual area was huge, and there were countless places for Lauf to hide. Such a rough range, even if all Asgard's soldiers are sent to search, it will take a while. During this time, Lauf had already used the ice crate. What to do now is not to act recklessly, but to narrow the scope of the search first. It's better to wait until Lauf uses the ice treasure crate, and then we dispatch. Asgard can detect that powerful energy. A Hawkeye soldier stood up and said. Odin brushed his stubborn stubble and shook his head. Lauf is brutal and ambitious, and he may not only want to get Midgard, but he must not be allowed to act freely. Everyone fell into silence, looking at the map with empty eyes. Odin also looked embarrassed, pacing left and right with his hands behind his back, without a word for a long time. Rhodes poked his head and looked at the map carefully. The name of the country was slightly different from the era he lived in. Most of the small countries were not in his memory at all. Recalling the teachings of the tutors on Earth and what he had seen in the Hela library, Rhodes suddenly had an idea and raised his head sharply. Greece. It should be here. Everyone cast their eyes, looking at Rhodes expectantly. Why Greece? Odin asked. Rhodes pointed to the European plate on the map, then covered the southern part of Europe with one hand, pointed to the rest and said, "This is Northern Europe, the land of your believers, and Lauf is hiding here, which is equivalent to your eyeliner." Activities. If he wasn't stupid, he would definitely avoid this area covered with your eyes, and in southern Europe, ancient Greece believed in the gods of Mount Olympus. It's a natural shield for him, both to hide from your eyes in Midgard and not to attract the attention of mortals. No one in ancient Greece would care about a giants of Jotunheim, they would just sneer and not ignore it. Everyone woke up from a dream and immediately looked at Odin. Very good. Just listen to you, send troops to Greece to search. Odin waved his hand and lifted his cloak. The Pegasus soldiers behind them mounted their Pegasus and lined up neatly in the hall in front of Bifrost. Rhodes. Odin snapped, "You come too, you are responsible for the distribution of the army." Rhodes was stunned. Assigning troops? This is equivalent to inflicting military power. You must know that military power is the exclusive property of God King Odin, so he trusts himself so much. The soldiers on the horses cast serious and earnest glances, and they also heard from Hela's troops several outstanding performances of Rhodes on the battlefield. In the face of such a brave and resourceful young man, and Odin's trust in him, they were willing to surrender and let him send. The eyes of the crowd made Rhodes feel a heavy pressure hammering firmly into his heart. He frowned, shook his head suddenly, a fire ignited in his heart, and his whole body became hot. Blood boiled in his chest, igniting every inch of his body. In the eyes of everyone, Rhodes burst out with a fierce aura and coercion, awe-inspiring like a mighty general, and he had to admire the courage of a young man even more. All troops! Rhodes roared. For Asgard! Roar, the Pegasus crowd, responded to Rhodes' call like a tsunami. Rhodes stood in front of the army and looked at the array from left to right. There were 12 ranks of Pegasus troops, each with 100 men, for a total of 1,200 people. This badge is only eligible for warriors who have served Asgard in battle. Rhodes knew that these men were a squad leader in each column. He nodded, and then ordered, from left to right, the 3 columns are divided into a small team, and the person with the highest qualification is the captain, heading towards the 4 regions of Greece, east, west, north, south, and south. Heimdall raised his long sword and inserted it into the groove, and then a bridge of rainbow light appeared in front of everyone. The army did not have hesitation. According to Rhodes' instructions, they marched towards different areas, and their figures quickly disappeared in the rainbow light. Odin looked at the back of Rhodes commanding the army, and couldn't help but whispered in admiration, Hela has really cultivated a talent. God King. Rhodes came to Odin's side after assigning the Pegasus army. Odin sat idly in a chair suddenly, then stood up with his spear. You're a servant selected by Midgard. He looked at Rhodes very kindly, with crescents at the corners of his eyes. Rhodes nodded, yes, it was Lord Hela who promoted me so that I could enter the battlefield and burn myself for Asgard. Asterisk. Chapter 15, The Greek Capital, Athens. Chapter 15. Odin nodded, turned around and shouted, Sig. Sig, Hela's captain of the bodyguard, ran quickly, half knelt at Odin's feet, and lowered his head. Accept your call, my king. You will follow Rhodes' command from now on and join him in the search for Lauf. Odin said coldly. Sig's body trembled slightly, but he didn't raise his head. He said solemnly, Okay, my king. Odin smiled at Rhodes, your parents are also in Midgard. If you don't want them to die, use all your strength. Lauf is not an easy role, the army will be handed over to you. After speaking, Odin turned and walked towards his palace. Rhodes was unmoved by Odin's words, and even if he hadn't said it, he would have saved Midgard. Sigurd waited until Odin's figure completely disappeared from view, then slowly got up, opened his mouth slightly, and stared at Rhodes blankly. After a long time, he squeezed a sentence out of his mouth, the king of God gave you the army to dispatch. Rhodes pursed his lips, and when Odin pushed the matter all on himself, he found it troublesome. It looks like this. My God King. Sig stretched out his hands in disbelief and lightly placed them on Rhodes's arms. I know you are talented, but I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Suddenly he put away his hippie smile, and then half knelt on the ground, Sig, the captain of the guard, waiting for your dispatch. Rhodes helped him up, then turned and whistled at his Pegasus. Hearing the Pegasus called by the master roar, he spread his snow wings and stepped into the void to come to Rhodes. Let's go without further ado. Rhodes mounted his Pegasus and looked at Heimdall. At your command. Hierdam bowed slightly and lowered his eyebrows. Teleport us to the capital of Greece, Athens, Rhodes said, letting Sig ride on the Pegasus with him. The Pegasus beneath him murmured a few times in displeasure, not because of the weight, nor did Asgard's Pegasus hold up a mountain, it didn't seem to like anyone other than Rhodes riding it. Rhodes stroked his mane to soothe his emotions. Bifrost opened again in front of the two of them, Rhodes' legs were clamped, and Pegasus let out a neigh, perhaps excited that this was the first trip with Rhodes, and his wings fluttered. A visible shockwave erupted in the hall, and then the body shot into Bifrost like a cannonball. Athens, Greece. In the market where there was a lot of hawking, the pedestrians wore loose robes, and the yellow sand on the ground eroded the drooping corners, making the pale-colored robes somewhat quaint. This is not long after the introduction of democracy, and everyone is still immersed in the joy of being a citizen and having a lot of power. Behind the pedestrians were scattered people with ragged clothes and charred faces. They were bound with heavy black metal shackles on their feet. When they walked, they always looked at the ground and did not dare to look at the crowd. Even with democratization, slavery was preserved here in order not to lose productivity. Slaves, on the other hand, do not have the rights of citizens, they can only be said to be tools and can be traded at will. Hey! It's a miracle! Someone suddenly pointed to the sky. In the white sky, a rainbow light seemed to tear a gap in the white sheepskin. The rainbow light fell to the earth like a descending staircase. When someone touches it, they think they can climb up to the heaven with the help of the rainbow stairs, but they are empty. Buzz. 3 figures suddenly flew out of the crack and landed on the ground shrouded in rainbow light. The citizens took a few steps back in horror, while the slaves fell to their knees and dared not look up. When the rainbow light dissipated, Rhodes, Sigurd, and Pegasus under their crotch appeared in front of everyone. They carefully looked at Rhodes' bronze armor, and saw the long spear in his hand. They buried their heads and left, trying to quickly escape from the market. Rhodes looked around. The hawkers raised their eyes to look at him secretly one by one, and fled quickly whenever they met eyes, lest they would attract Rhodes' attention. Rhodes looked at the items he was selling. They were just tools like hammers, sickles, etc., which were very poorly polished. In this era, information and agriculture were not developed, let alone industry. This handcrafted tool is already a very high-level commodity. The market is also shabby, with no canopy and no boundaries, just a group of people gathered around to sell and form the atmosphere of the market. If there are a few sergeants wearing thorn helmets passing by and patrolling, they are already the best security personnel in this market. Seeger was curious to pick up a sickle. He had never seen such a simple thing, but he was a little concerned. The peddler felt the gazes of the two and said tremblingly, "Hello, I am a citizen of Athens." Rhodes was struggling with where to start, because clairvoyance and hyperopia couldn't find Lauf. It seemed that the other party did have a way to hide himself. As soon as he heard the word citizen, his thoughts suddenly stopped. "This is a democratic city-state, right?" Rhodes asked. Yes. The hawker raised his head suddenly, and the word democracy flashed a frenzy in his eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Apocalypse Invasion of Greece. Chapter 16, Apocalypse Invasion of Greece. Then if only one bill is passed, all civic duties are performed right? Rhodes asked. The hawker put down his hands on his hips and responded cowardly, "Yes, what are you asking about?" Rhodes smiled mysteriously and said nothing. He knew that Athens was located in the center of Greece. Since the army had been sent to search the four sides, the only place left to search was the center. In Greece, it is naturally difficult to search effectively with the strength of only two people, and it is necessary to mobilize the strength of the natives of Athens. In such a city-state where democracy has just been implemented, all people are as loyal to the new system as they are to their beliefs. All Athenian citizens will immediately and willingly help search for Lauf for the sake of democracy, as long as they can persuade their consuls to let him help mobilize. "Who are you looking for?" Sig asked. "The consul here, he can help us." Sig pressed a small light blue square on his arm, and then a blue scanning light began to sweep the Athenian in front of him indiscriminately. On his arm, three-dimensional images of Athenians appeared and began to rotate counterclockwise, with their basic outputs recorded on the side. Asgard can query the data of these Midgard people at will, and by this we can easily find the Archon, Seeger said. Rhodes nodded, pointing to a group of buildings in the distance. "He should be over there, that's the political center." So the two mounted their horses and walked towards the building complex in their sight. The buildings of this era cannot be said to stand in groups. Occasionally, some tall buildings can be seen, which are basically political places. The average dwelling has only one floor and is located in a remote place. The central area of the city-state is more for the army, the government office and other services. Therefore, tall and magnificent buildings were also built in the central area, and they have a unique style. There is a row of stone pillars standing in front of the door. After passing through the gaps between the stone pillars, the door can be seen. The scene inside the door is very empty. Except for the ceiling above the head, no complete wall can be seen. Inside such a building, a man with a thick beard that was about to cover his lips stood in front of a circle of people. A three-dimensional image of Sig's body shrunken appeared on his arm, and basic information was recorded on the data panel next to him. Phobos, 32 years old, the current consul of Athens. That's him. Rhodes nodded and immediately walked over with Sig. Phoebus noticed the two strangely dressed people, and the holy Pegasus behind them made his eyes dull and he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. "I don't know what the two Asgard soldiers need when they come down to earth." Phobos bowed his head to Rhodes very respectfully. He put his hand on his chest and expressed his friendliness. "My name is Rhodes, and I hope you Athenians can assist me and help me find someone. Rhodes said bluntly. Phoebus turned his eyes to the people around him and smiled bleakly, "My lord, please forgive our weakness." As he spoke, he let out a deep sigh, turned around and wrapped his hands around him, as if introducing the circle of people behind him. "We are here today to discuss the war with Egypt. We have lost many times in the recent war, and there has been a plague in the country. To be honest, we are unable to allocate our staff." Rhodes narrowed his eyes, and according to history, indeed at the moment Egypt and Greece were in conflict. The guys in Egypt, with the help of a self-proclaimed apocalypse, also summoned the plague to the Greek people through evil means. Apocalypse? Seeger wondered. The new ruler of Egypt, he has magical soldiers with strange shapes, all of them are powerful, and the color of the skin is like the evil spirit returning from hell. It must not be human. Phoebus gritted his teeth, unwilling to do so. Away his head, they are very powerful. This is impossible. Sig sternly denied, Midgard is Asgard's territory. If other gods interfere, we will naturally stop it. Rhodes asked, Apocalypse, do you mean he has someone who calls himself the plague, and someone who calls himself war, famine, and death? Phoebus nodded again and again, that's right. Our front-line fighters reported that some of them called themselves plagues and wars. As for famine and death, they have never heard of it. Rhodes thought to himself, he knew that what the front-line soldiers saw were the first 4 apocalypse apostles. They are named, plague, war, famine and death. According to Phoebus' description, it seems that the other party just dispatched 2 people into the battlefield. The eyes of everyone in Athens fell on Rhodes, and then they came to him, kneeling like a humble slave. If you can ask for protection from the Asgard gods, we will do our best to help you search for that person. But because of the current war, we are also powerless. As long as the Protoss of the family is willing to protect Athens, we will do our best. Seeger glanced at Rhodes and shook his head. I haven't heard of the new Protoss. That warrior named Apocalypse is probably a fabrication. Rhodes explained with a slight smile, the initial 4 apostles of Apocalypse are not the Protoss, but mutants. A person named Ensabanur in the region of Egypt is Apocalypse and is their leader. Sig was still a little suspicious when he heard that he wasn't from the Protoss, but Rhodes' eyes told him that what he said was true. His doubts were also dispelled, and he said, at your command. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Healing the Plague. Chapter 17, Healing the Plague. Rhodes nodded to Phoebus, agreeing to give the Athenians the shelter they needed. Thank you for your generosity beyond the gods of Olympus. Phoebus kowtowed to Rhodes again and again. The latter couldn't help but smile in his heart. Although it was rumored that the Greeks' belief in the gods of Olympus was as solid as a rock, in the face of the desire to survive, their beliefs turned into dust after all. It's not too late, go and tell your army to mobilize the people to help me find me, Rhodes said. This. Phoebus turned his eyes away in shame, then stretched out a hand towards the door, Sir, please, please, I will show you our current situation, and you will understand. Rhodes and Sig followed Phoebus, all the way to a clearing deep within the building. A group of people lay neatly on a thin white cloth on the ground. Their faces were gray, and blood-colored festering wounds could be seen on their skin. The blood on the neck spread like a black spider web, and the back was chilled by the pale and gray skin. Everyone moaned feebly, and only the slight heaving of his chest made it known that he was alive. The bare skin of the limbs has a large area of rotten flesh hanging on the ground, and the flies circled back and forth in the festering place, landing on the wound from time to time and feasting. Yet above the sky, the crow landed on the eaves, staring at the people on the ground with empty and dark eyes. Every screeching sound seemed to laugh at the powerless actions of everyone. Physicians in Athens came and went, overwhelmed, smearing green herbs on the festering skin of their patients. Cough cough. This doesn't work either. The leading doctor, wearing a yellow robe, coughed a few times from time to time. He scratched his red shathroat, trying to relieve the itch in his throat that he wanted to cough. To be able to wear brightly colored clothing indicates that he is not of low status. As you can see. Phoebus looked at the crowd on the ground worriedly. My soldiers have been eroded by the evil plague, and we don't have any extra troops to help you. Rhodes looked at the soldiers guarding the clearing, all hunched over, sweat dripping from their foreheads, and looked exhausted. To make matters worse, Rhodes saw the men start coughing violently from time to time. There is absolutely no protective measures against the plague, and this will only allow the plague to continue to spread. Rhodes picked up a dirty rag from the ground and found a tub of water to soak it in. What are you doing? That's the water for patients to drink. Such a dirty cloth will contaminate the water source. Phoebus stood there and stretched out his hand, wanting to stop but not daring. This water has been polluted for a long time. The plague is so big, how can the water source be clean? Rhodes explained as he picked a few stones on the ground and threw them into the water tank. Is there any salt? He asked several white-robed assistants who were circling around the yellow-robed doctor. They looked at Phoebus uneasily and hesitated to answer. After all, salt is a very valuable thing. Although this stranger seems to be of high status, he cannot call it casually. What do you want salt for? Phoebus asked. I want to make some high-concentration brine, and the rocks on the ground don't have enough salt, so I need a lot of coarse salt. Concentration. Phoebus' level of knowledge couldn't understand Rhodes' words at all, but when he thought that Rhodes was a magic soldier from Asgard, he made up his mind and decided to gamble. Anyway, I trust you, and we'll find salt for you. After Phoebus stepped back, Rhodes called Sieg to his side. Asgard's medical technology should be more than enough to treat them. Sieg nodded, and then sighed helplessly. Although it is easy to treat them, the plague has spread, and it is impossible for us to treat the entire population of Athens. Seeger looked at the doctors, who had already started coughing violently while they were talking, apparently because of the excessive close contact with the patient that he was also infected. The thought of these people returning home at night and the further spread of the plague to his family made Sig feel powerless. If you want to treat the people of Athens and wipe out the plague, you must at least call Asgard's army to come down to earth. At most, the two of us can complete the treatment of these soldiers on the ground. Rhodes nodded. That's enough. Having said that, Phoebus has brought people back, and they are holding large pieces of light yellow solid in their hands. The purification technology of this era has made the salt in his hand the highest purity refined salt. Sir, this is all the refined salt in Athens now, you can use it as you like. Rhodes took the salt block, threw it into the water tank without mercy, and stirred it up with his spear. During the stirring process of Rhodes' spear, the salt block collided with the spear, turned into pieces, and then slowly dissolved in the spiral water flow. After stirring for a long time, Rhodes saw that there were some undissolved solids left at the bottom of the tank. Rhodes knew that the water in the tank was already high-concentration brine, and it had reached the maximum level of dissolution and could not continue to dissolve. He took out the cloth that had been soaked in it, twisted it half dry, and tore it into strips that could enclose the length of a person's jaw. Distribute these to everyone present, Rhodes ordered. Phoebus took the cloth, his eyes full of doubts. He couldn't understand why Rhodes soaked the cloth with salt water, but he distributed it to the soldiers and doctors. All who received the strip cast their eyes on Rhodes in confusion, hoping for an explanation. Asterisk. Chapter 18, Treating the Plague 02. Chapter 18, Treating the Plague 02. Rhodes said, this is a high concentration of salt water, which can resist the plague to a certain extent. Although it cannot be completely prevented, it can slow down the spread of the epidemic. Everyone was dubious, and someone ate the cloth directly, and then the salty taste made him retch directly. It's not for food. Rhodes shook his head helplessly. The technology gap between people in this era is too big to explain. So he ordered, everyone put strips of cloth around their faces, covering their noses and lips. Phoebus was the first to surround him, and everyone saw their archon obeying Rhodes' orders, and they all did so immediately. Some people couldn't get the cloth strips, so Rhodes asked for Bast to make them specially, and then distribute them to more people. After doing all this, Rhodes and Seeger focus on the patient in front of them. When the doctors saw Rhodes approaching, their eyes were filled with disdain, and several of them took off the cloth strips on their faces. "I've never heard of such a treatment method. What can salt water do?" said a young doctor with yellow hair frantically. "Lord Hippocrates never mentioned, how does the fluid outside the body maintain the balance of the human body?" Another said. Rhodes rolled his eyes and remembered who Hippocrates was, an ancient Greek physician who advocated that the human body is balanced by the four primordial fluids of blood, mucus, yellow bile, and black bile. Once the balance is disturbed, a blight will result. "Don't you also use herbal rubs to heal wounds?" Rhodes asked. "We use herbal medicine to stimulate the flow of blood and let the blood help the human body to restore balance. Your salt water is just, cough, the product mixed with daily food, how to cure the disease." Huang Pao's doctor stood up, come out, look proud. "Mr. Locke is right." Rhodes looked at the yellow-robed doctor named Locke and shook his head disdainfully. "The most taboo thing for doctors is arrogance. You probably don't have this in your ancient Greek culture. This is an idea from the ancient East, remember it?" After finishing speaking, Rhodes gave Sig a color, and the latter squatted down and clicked a few times on the crystal screen mounted on his arm, and then a light green light wave slowly emitted, scanning up and down under the patient in front of him. Report. There are various pathogenic viruses such as yellow fever, cholera, measles, smallpox, etc. in the patient. The voice of the equipment machinery reported. Rhodes sighed in his heart. Apocalypse's apostle plague's ability is not low, and it can actually handle so many viruses. Vaccines and therapeutic injections are being produced. After about a few seconds, the device on Sieg's arm actually ejected 2 bottles of light blue medicine, accompanied by a heavy white mist of low-temperature nitrogen suspended on his arm. Rhodes took an iron sprayer that Sig had handed over and sprayed the patient in front of him with a light blue mist. Just half a second after being enveloped in the mist, the terrifying black cobweb on his neck actually subsided visibly with the naked eye, and his complexion turned ruddy. Black blood poured out from the festering wounds on his limbs, staining the ground red and black. "The condition is getting worse," Dr. Huang Mao said angrily. He was about to have another seizure, but was stopped by Locke. "No. This is a sign that the black bile and yellow bile are working, and the patient is recovering." He knelt in front of the patient excitedly, and looked around at the patient's physical signs. He was all surprised that just being pierced by a peculiar pinhole could actually make their efforts over the past few days become ridiculous. "What did you do?" Locke raised his head to look at Rhodes and Sieg. His eyes were no longer arrogant, replaced by fear of the unknown. Rhodes didn't answer, picked up the sprayer and sprayed the liquid on Locke's face. Locke was shocked all over, and then he felt very weak, his legs were weak, and his whole body was hot. "What did you do?" Locke asked in horror. "Don't be afraid, just the vaccine is working, you'll be fine in a while." His assistants gathered around him and asked in a panic, but no one could understand what happened to his mentor. About half a minute later, Locke felt a refreshment in his body, and then his throat became sweet and he spit out a mouthful of black blood. "This is..." Locke looked at the black blood on the ground in surprise, and the feeling of wanting to cough from time to time disappeared instantly. "This is your blood that's infected with the virus, and the vaccine cleans it up for you," Rhodes explained. "I feel like I'm better, very refreshing, but what are viruses and vaccines?" Locke touched his body and said happily. Rhodes had a headache. It was too much trouble to explain to these people. He simply ordered, "Phoebus, go and gather the citizens for me." Phoebus immediately set off and walked out of the hall. Rhodes uses the sprayer, spraying it indiscriminately on the patients on the ground as if he were spraying the liquid medicine on the crops. Afterwards, their pale and gray skin immediately became rosy and vibrant, and black blood spurted out of their mouths. In the eyes of everyone, this was nothing short of a miracle, so they all knelt down, Gowroar's words of gratitude. Several doctors in white robes lowered their heads one by one, not daring to get up, feeling ashamed of their arrogance towards Rhodes just now. "Put on all the cloth strips for me," Rhodes ordered. The medicinal liquid has given them immunity, but the apocalypse apostle at the source has not been eliminated, and it is very likely that a new virus will strike. At that time, there is no antibody protection against it, and it is better to have a layer of defense than nothing. Hearing Rhodes' order, they rushed to the pool to get the cloth strips, and they cherished the cloth strips as if they were sacred objects. Some people are greedy, and they are not satisfied even after taking several pieces in a row, causing the crowd to riot all of a sudden. Asterisk. Chapter 19, This is a Miracle. Chapter 19, This is a Miracle. Don't worry. Don't mess up. Rhodes gave an order, and everyone stopped frantically. Everyone only needs one, and it's useless to wear more. When he said this, all the talents stopped frantically fighting and slowly queued up to receive them. Those who had already obtained the cloth strips secretly rejoiced that they surrounded the cloth strips on their faces firmly, for fear that they would fall and be snatched by others. Master Shenbing. Phoebus ran over at the moment and panicked. "The citizens have gathered, do you have any new instructions?" "Ah! Divine soldier!" A few doctors were so frightened that their legs went weak, and when they thought of the mad words they had just said to Rhodes, a chill hit their backs, and then they slumped to the ground. They hurried over to Rhodes and kowtowed, one by one terrified. "I'm sorry Lord Shenbing, we have no eyes, and we didn't recognize you as such a noble person." Someone was about to pick up Rhodes' shoes and kiss them, and Rhodes kicked them away, then walked away without even looking. "Take me there," Rhodes said lightly, ignoring the cry of a few doctors who followed behind him and begged for mercy. After Rhodes left, the doctors were afraid for a while. Fortunately, Rhodes was a generous Protoss and did not take anger on them. Otherwise, if the Protoss wanted to kill a mortal, their lives would not be enough. Phoebus led him to the Athenian civic table, where all the citizens discussed and voted for the bill. A place that can accommodate 10,000 people, like an arena, with rows of terraced seats at the top, and a podium below for the consul to preside over. The crowd gradually entered the venue and sat on the chairs on the high platform, looking impatiently at Rhodes and Phoebus by the podium. Because now is not a routine meeting every month, they have the right not to come, but Phoebus used the strength of the military to force them over. Rhodes glanced at the people, and some people were already coughing, and some people's bodies were already festering. If you want these people to get antibodies, you need to use spray to spread over a large area. But before that, these people are asked to bring saline cloth strips, lest the plague will worsen again before the spray starts. What are we doing together? Dismiss the meeting if you have nothing to do. Isn't this month's meeting already over? I have the right to be free. When the crowd saw Rhodes and Phoebus lingering, they became restless. At this time, a few soldiers outside the field brought in a few corpses, and they gave off the stench of carrion, surrounded by flies and bed bugs. The people in the arena covered their noses one after another and became more manic. What are you doing? Move out. It stinks. If you die from the disease, what are you waiting for if you don't take it out and bury it? Rhodes didn't respond to anyone, and then a flame burst into the palm of his hand, shooting straight into the sky above the conference venue. The tall and majestic flames were more than 10 meters high, causing everyone to fall into silence, their mouths shut in shock. The fire shone on their faces, flickering, and the scorching air wave ignited the wind and made everyone fall into boundless fear. God! It's a magic weapon! Someone screamed in horror. Realizing Rhodes' identity, they all shrank, fearing that Rhodes would burn them all in a fit of rage. Rhodes hadn't threw the flames at them to punish them for their rudeness as they had imagined. Instead, it ignited a pile of corpses in front of him. Under the burning of the sun's flames, these mortal corpses did not hold up for even a second, and they were all burned to black ashes, and then slowly dissipated in the air. Originally, a large pile of corpses on the ground had been burned to ashes, which made everyone even more fearful. Everyone! Rhodes yelled. Everyone trembled in fright and raised their heads slightly to look at him. If someone in the family dies, the body must be burned. Sit down for me in a moment, don't run around, and tell your slaves to assemble here immediately after returning home. Also, Rhodes took out a piece of cloth. I'll put this on for me next time. If a new outbreak comes, gather them all for me. There were nearly 10,000 people in the conference hall, and no one dared to make a sound in a large area of Wanjiang, for fear of angering Rhodes and causing death. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Rhodes turned on the sprayer and handed it over to the Athenian soldier beside him, and asked him to perform the task of spraying the vaccine. In the conference hall, the light blue mist slowly drifted on everyone's body, and after a while, someone was shocked by roar. My wound. It's bleeding. I vomited blood. Black blood. It's unknown black blood. After being noisy for a while, they calmed down again, and found that their bodies seemed to have recovered, and they could not feel the slightest intrusion of the disease. Did God's soldier save us? I feel the recovery, it must be the spray of the God soldier, it is the holy medicine. Everyone was excited, and invariably knelt down in front of their seats, paying homage to Rhodes as a mortal. Phoebus, watching his people recover, came to Rhodes and knelt with gratitude. Your miracles have saved our humble mortals, and I don't know how to be grateful for your grace. He leaned down and kissed Rhodes' shoes, shedding hot tears. Rhodes patted him on the shoulder to get him up. Gather all your forces and go find a giant of Jotunheim called Lauf, who has blue skin and blood-red eyes and long elf ears, and as soon as you see him you must report to me as soon as possible. Phoebus kowtowed again and again. Your mission will be the divine decree that all of us Athenian people swear to fulfill. Athenian soldiers handed out banners to citizens, and if they were forced to bring salty banners, they would make a fuss about their freedom. But after seeing the miracles shown by Rhodes, one by one, they ignored the strange smell of the cloth, like treasures, and learned how the soldiers wore them on their faces. Asterisk. Chapter 20, The Four Horsemen of Apocalypse. Chapter 20, The Four Horsemen of Apocalypse. Wilderness beyond the city of Athens. In the darkness of the night, a few firelights suddenly flashed, and an army was speeding up in the darkness. The soldiers wore red and white striped turbans on their heads, armed with guns in one hand and shields in the other, with eyes like wolves, looking sinister and ferocious. In front of the army, two burly men like giant bears, one riding a white horse and carrying a big bow. The bow body is bright platinum, and it is also very conspicuous in the dark night. He was wearing velvet armor, and the snow-white plush was around his neck, which was somewhat rare in summer nights. Another man was riding a red horse, and his blood-red skin revealed a chilling and terrifying breath in the dark night. He wears a big sword around his waist. The sword is wide, and there is a blood-red pattern on it, which seems to be an odd-shaped text. Originally, such a big sword was carried on his back, but he only straddled it on his waist, and he could only use one hand when pulling it out, which made it hard to imagine how huge his strength was. Plague, can you see the city in the distance? The man on the red horse asked. The plague stared far-sighted, then shook his head. Don't worry, there is still some distance to war. The people of Athens have been infected by my virus, we can take Athens without fighting. The Red Horseman known as the War pouted and twisted his nose in annoyance. I just want to kill a big one, it's really boring to go on an expedition without a fight. The Plague smiled, then you should ask Lord Apocalypse not to let me use the Plague, and you should use your explosion ability to kill and kill. Jean also laughed. Although he likes bloodthirsty killings, since he can complete the task of Lord Apocalypse without any effort, he has no complaints. Suddenly, the two of them shuddered at the same time, and then the horse under them felt the strangeness of their master and stopped slowly. The Plague suddenly looked at the War, and said with a serious expression, "Did you feel it too?" War nodded, "Someone is watching us from a distance, and I can feel it instinctively." At the moment, Rhodes on the walls of Athens had a clear view of the Egyptian army marching in the distance. Phoebus asked cowardly beside him, "Lord Rhodes, why are you suddenly coming out so late?" He had fallen asleep long ago, but suddenly an Athenian soldier informed him that Rhodes had entered the city wall. "You're right there." Rhodes pointed to the distance and said, "This is a plain, what would you do if someone attacked?" Phoebus stepped on the ground, "We have a towering city wall and thousands of archers, so we have no problem dealing with ordinary troops." Rhodes shook his head. He knew that the towering walls were meaningless to the Apocalypse apostles, especially War, a mutant who could use the explosive ability. Once he got close to the city wall and blew a big hole, it was all over. "Tomorrow morning, gather all your soldiers and gather outside the city," Rhodes said lightly, then turned and walked down the city wall, and went back to his room to sleep. Phoebus seemed to understand but could not understand Rhodes' mind. From the moment he met him, Rhodes didn't let him see through it in a single moment. He was obviously just a teenager, but he hid all his thoughts like a scheming, cunning and sophisticated fox. Faced with such a person, it is always intimidating. Silent night, the next morning. Rhodes took Sieg to the plain outside the city, and Phoebus had already assembled his troops to wait for Rhodes' dispatch. "Sig, you teach them some basic formations, so that they don't die too much while making bait," Rhodes said lightly, and left immediately. Phoebus looked at Rhodes' back, and couldn't understand him even more. At the moment Sieg had come to them. "Listen to me. Without death, there is no life. Today I will make you feel hell, and then you will know what is the most correct way to survive on the battlefield." After he finished speaking, he took out his spear, and the white light at the tip condensed, a cannon shot out. Boom! A big pit suddenly appeared in front of the soldiers, and several people who were closer were slumped on the ground in fright. "Next time, it won't be so short," Sig said with a frown. The soldiers looked at each other from left to right, then immediately dispersed in fright. Rhodes came to a remote corner of the city of Athens, and then took out his communicator and gave instructions to the soldiers of Asgard. Then, 1,000 soldiers of Asgard, armed with spears and in bronze armor, appeared in front of Rhodes in a rainbow of light. "Salute to you, my sir." They half kneeled and bowed their heads. These are the ordinary soldiers of Asgard, not the elite of Odin. In order not to delay the progress of the search for Lauf, Rhodes did not let the Pegasus troops come to help. He knew that if the Pegasus troops continued to search, Lauf would not dare to act rashly, delaying his use of the ice crate. "You have two things to do next." Rhodes held up two fingers. "First, divide into two teams to wait here. Second, after I issue an order with flames in the sky, I immediately go to the designated position to prepare to attack." "Yes." At noon, Sieg's training was very successful. The captain of the guard from Asgard personally taught them to complete some basic tactics, making their formation execution more refined. Now as long as the command is issued, they can reach the designated location within the precise time. As soldiers, the most important thing is to obey orders, and they now have this basic awareness. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Battle against Egypt. Chapter 21. Phoebus was overjoyed to see that his troops could become so elite in one morning. Just as he was about to thank Rhodes and Seeger, he suddenly saw a black line on the distant horizon. Taking a closer look, the black line is still slowly getting bigger. Experience tells him that a huge army is coming. It dawned on him that Rhodes had already predicted the army's coming, so he had to train the army. Lord Rhodes. He immediately ran to Rhodes, who was still reviewing the troops under the city wall in a panic. "They are here, they are Egyptian troops." Rhodes patted him on the shoulder. "Don't panic, everything is being calculated." While Phoebus was still in doubt, Sig still held his spear high and said loudly to the Athenian soldiers, "After a morning of training, now is the time to show your results." After a morning of training, the soldiers were exhausted, but their blood was boiling. They could feel the power of the formation taught by Sig and could not wait to use it to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. What definitely made their hearts bleed even more was that their family and friends had left them because of the plague, and this resentment was left in their hearts, causing them to explode with infinite power. For Athens. For the lover. For freedom. They raised their spears with a loud roar, and walked out of the city gate neatly, slashing into regular arrays and waiting until the dark shadows in the distance on the horizon gradually approached. On the city wall, thousands of archers were also ready, and the logistics troops around them transported bags of arrows and placed them beside the archers. Under the scorching sun, the air became distorted, and the dark shadow was gradually approaching the distorted line of sight. When he reached the distance where he could vaguely see the silhouette, Phoebus couldn't help swallowing nervously. The number of opponents was more than he had predicted, roughly 30,000, while he only had 8,000 elite soldiers and 1,000 archers guarding the city. Moreover, the opponent's troops looked fierce and majestic, and they seemed to be the main elite troops of Egypt, while their own side was dominated by some soldiers who had just recovered, and some were even recruited recently. The epidemic had emptied the city's troops, and if it wasn't for Rhodes' treatment, this city would have to be handed over to others. He was grateful to Rhodes for allowing him to fight, even if he died, on the battlefield, at least with the honor of a superior. Rhodes and Sig walked out of the city wall and stood in front of the army. The soldiers, who were still timid because of the difference in numbers, were relieved when they saw their backs. Rhodes patted a shivering soldier, his hands freezing cold despite the scorching heat. "Don't be afraid, your mission is not to fight head-on, just protect yourself. Sir Sig has taught you, right?" He swallowed, nodded, and his body gradually relaxed. The army in the distance had blocked the horizon, and the figure stood in front of the crowd and began to rectify the array. In front of them, the man on the white horse and the man on the red horse were particularly eye-catching, and they looked over from the side of the horse. The plague stopped the horses and stared at the Athenian army. As an archer, his eyesight was much better than ordinary people. "How is that possible? They all look healthy," he asked in surprise. The war, however, smiled disdainfully and said, "Just pretending to be, you see, there is an army of less than 10,000 people. As the capital of Greece, how can there be only so many people to defend here, just a group of patients who have not yet reached the end of their lives? That's it?" The plague narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and turned his horse to his army. "I think we'd better be careful." "Ha!" Jean snorted coldly. He put the big sword on his shoulders and showed a ruffian smile. "No need, this is the army, and I don't even have a role to play." As he spoke, he flicked his whip and drove the red horse under him toward the Egyptian army. Although the plague had doubts in his heart, after all, the advantage of the number of people was here, so he also smiled slightly, as if mocking his own worries, and then followed the footsteps of the war and returned to the Egyptian army, preparing to watch the play with him in the backrest. One of their scarred-faced commanders took over the command and shouted at the Athenian army with a high spear, "Promote the formation, attack." After speaking, the 30,000-strong army started to march towards the city of Athens. From a distance, the army whose face could not be seen clearly set off a cloud of smoke and dust fluttering behind them. Plague and War stood behind them, and although they had weapons in their hands, they did not intend to join the battle. Rhodes at the moment returned to the city wall and handed over the command of the front to Sieg, who fired a solar fireball into the sky. The flames burst open, inconspicuous in the sun's light, and unnoticed by the Egyptian army. "Everyone!" Sieg shouted, raising his spear, swallowtail formation. The soldiers immediately obeyed the order, and they cut into two flanks, and the horns intersected together, like the tail of a swallow. The Egyptian army has come to the distance where they are about to face each other. The people on both sides looked at each other, venting the endless anger in their eyes, and the bloody killing intent filled the air. The frenzied bloody atmosphere on the battlefield made everyone clench their weapons tightly, and their eyes were bloodshot. "Kill ah!" The Egyptian soldier let out a loud roar, put the shield in front of him, raised his spear, and then started to charge the soldiers in Athens at close range. Asterisk. Chapter 22, Battle against Egypt 02. Chapter 22, Battle against Egypt 02. Sieg stabilized his body, then raised his spear high, and shouted, "Swallowtail array becomes one-word array." Then, the soldiers at the front of the herringbone-shaped dovetail formation began to slowly retreat to the rear. The soldiers on the flanks on both sides also slowly retreated, until they became a line parallel to the soldiers at the rear. Seeing them retreat, the Egyptian soldiers strode forward with more excitement, their shields slackened slightly, and thrust their spears in front of them, wanting to meet as soon as possible. In their eyes, the reason why these people retreated so much must be just as their generals said, they are just a group of weak soldiers with a disease. As long as they use a little force, they can push the Athenian soldiers in front of them, and then occupy the city wall, burning, killing and looting the city. Sieg's spear kept firing light cannons at the Egyptian soldiers in front of him. The first shot made a person too late to react and was directly hit in the body. Then he fell to the ground and spewed a mouthful of blood before being stepped on by everyone and disappeared into the army. Then the people he filled in the front line were obviously on guard, and when the second Sieg method came, he held up his shield to block it. Boom! The light cannon exploded violently, shattering his wooden shield into sawdust, and then the impact and the afterglow of the explosion ignited his cheeks, sending him roaring and rolling on the ground. After a while, he was stepped on by the army behind him, and the neigh disappeared in the sound of the army's mighty footsteps. No one dared to come up to fill his position, and those targeted by Seeger lost the courage to confront his artillery fire head-on. With the thrusting spear in front of them, they all folded their bodies and shielded the shield in front of them, only daring to show their noses and eyes to look at them secretly. A few more luminous cannons were fired, and the explosion immediately wiped out a few Egyptian soldiers who were walking at the forefront. Oh! In the Egyptian camp, 3 human-shaped monsters suddenly jumped out. They are on all fours, with long, slender fingers, and their fingernails are almost as long as their fingers. The pale skin looked like water ghosts, their mouths full of sharp teeth were also mixed with blood-red minced meat, their eyes were blood-red, and the 2 eyeballs circled erratically, then suddenly stopped and stared at Sieg. Seeger fired a few light cannons again and flew towards these modified human monsters. They faced each other and blocked their arms in front of their faces. After the light cannon and the skin were removed, it was as if the rushing water flow was dispersed by the stone, and it turned into a fine flow of light and disappeared into the space. Resistant skin. Sieg took a few steps back, startled. Rhodes noticed the appearance of the transformed man, and did not continue to observe the situation on the city wall. He jumped down from the city, and then rushed out of the array of Athenian soldiers on a single horse. At the moment, the army had retreated into a long formation, 8,000 soldiers, 2,000 in a row, and 4 rows of soldiers stood in front of the plain outside the city, forming a human wall. A transformed human monster twisted its body like a cheetah and ran quickly to Sieg. Ow! He opened his mouth and screamed, then flew towards Sieg. Rhodes at the moment flew past Sieg and punched out, hitting the transforming man's front face, knocking it out dozens of meters, and dragging a dark blue blood trail on the ground. The remaining two terraformers were startled and wanted to turn around and retreat, but Rhodes stepped behind them, grabbed their heads and grabbed them. Rhodes's hands burst with blue veins, two heads burst open, and dark blue blood slowly spewed out of the headless corpse. The Egyptian soldiers slowed down and looked at Rhodes in horror. Blast a person dozens of meters away, crushing his head with one palm, what kind of strange force is this? They swallowed, and tens of thousands of people stared at Rhodes alone, but fear still arose in their hearts. The Egyptian commander stabilized his trembling legs, and suddenly gritted his teeth and roared, "Rush! Break through their defenses, we are more than them." Encouraged by their superiors, the soldiers raised their fighting spirit and rushed towards the troops behind Rhodes. Everyone consciously avoided Rhodes, for fear of confronting him as a monster. As a result, Rhodes just stood there and scattered the Egyptian soldiers. He was standing on the battlefield, and the long spear in his hand kept firing light cannons through the Egyptian soldiers, unilaterally slaughtering them. Only the remodeler dared to come up to fight, but in the end, he died tragically on the ground after being punched by Rhodes. The Egyptian soldiers charged behind Rhodes one by one under the piles of these transformed human corpses. Before and after the Athenian soldiers, they stretched out their spears in disdain, and despised the Athenian soldiers in front of them. In their eyes, they were just a group of sick patients. Ha! An Athenian soldier stabbed with all his might, took an Egyptian soldier by the throat, and let him fall to the ground clutching his blood-gushing throat, but he lost his anger after a long time. Such scenes occur frequently on the battlefield. The underestimation of the Egyptian soldiers revealed many flaws to the Athenian soldiers that could kill them with one blow. After many soldiers died in vain, the people who made up later found that these Athenian soldiers were not sick at all. Except for some soldiers who looked young and weak, the rest were elite soldiers, and their fighting qualities were amazing. And under the guidance of Seeger, each of these soldiers has a team consciousness that surpasses this era, and knows how to cooperate with friendly forces to form an advantage of more than one fight. The advantages of high-end tactics were immediately reflected. Even if Egypt had 30,000 soldiers, it could not easily break through the defense of Athens' 8,000 soldiers. Asterisk. Chapter 23, Rhodes vs. Apocalypse Night. Chapter 23, Rhodes vs. Apocalypse Night. Flank the people on both sides. Rhodes ordered, and the soldiers responded immediately and began to circle out of the battlefield to form a team to flank the Egyptian soldiers. The Egyptian soldiers had to separate two troops to deal with the soldiers attacking from both sides, which instantly formed a complex battle situation of three-sided combat. There were very few Athenian soldiers on both sides, so they wanted to divide a medium amount of troops to quickly clear the obstacles, and then return to the array to participate in the frontal attack. As a result, the Egyptians divided two 5,000 teams, and a few remodelers followed these troops to clean up the Athenian soldiers attacking from the flank. Seeger noticed the split blitzkrieg and glanced back at Rhodes with a puzzled look. As a captain of the bodyguard, he knew there was no point in splitting up the troops like this. Rhodes fired a light cannon from a spear in his hand, killing several Egyptian soldiers, but did not respond to Sieg's doubts. They quickly contacted the soldiers surrounded by Athens, and then easily suppressed the Athenian soldiers. The disparity in the number of people is too large. The encircling troops of Athens are only 2,000 on one side, and the other side is more than double. There are also powerful reformers to help them, which makes them unable to bear it. At this moment, a group of Protoss soldiers in bronze armor suddenly appeared behind them, 500 on one side, holding their spears tightly around their waists, and they didn't look like they were going to stab. These spears fired light cannons one by one and shot at the Egyptian soldiers. Boom boom boom. In the array of Egyptian soldiers, smoke of gunpowder rose slowly along with loud noises, and the powerful firepower formed a dense light curtain, which shot towards the Egyptian soldiers. The suppressing power of the hot weapon against the cold weapon was revealed at once, and 5,000 Egyptian soldiers were killed and injured in an instant. When the soldiers of the Protoss joined the Athens flanking troops, the situation turned instantly. The encirclement on the flanks immediately became powerful, and they pushed towards the main force of Egypt. Although the modified people's skin is resistant, they can't stand a salvo of light cannons. Their bodies are pierced by the light cannons, dark blue blood spills all over the ground, and one by one fell to the ground and wailed and died. The Egyptian array was completely at a disadvantage now, unable to attack the front for a long time, and encountered strong firepower suppression on both sides, and the monster Rhodes in the middle continued to cause damage. At the moment, he no longer suppressed his strength, condensed a fireball as hot as the sun in front of him, and threw it towards the Egyptian array in front of him. The fireball rolled across the battlefield like a falling rock, burning all the soldiers who didn't have time to get away to ashes. They screamed and ran wild, throwing their shields and spears on the ground, and fleeing in the direction of the plague and the war. Rhodes held his spear high and shouted, "Kill me!" Then the Athenian soldiers raised their arms one by one, roar, followed in the footsteps of Rhodes, and covered all the way towards the fleeing Egyptian army. Suddenly a figure appeared from the sky and landed directly between the Athenian army formations. Boom! A loud bang sounded in the ears of everyone, and then they felt that the world had suddenly become very quiet, watching the roars in the people around them, but their ears were blank. Then a burst of tinnitus appeared in their world, the sound of the world gradually became clear again, and they realized that the huge amounts of roaring temporarily took away their hearing. Everyone looked at the center of the explosion, and a man with a giant sword appeared in the crater. He licked his lips, then turned around and swung the giant sword, cutting the Athenian soldiers beside him into two pieces. Boom boom boom. There were countless explosions around him, blowing all the Athenian soldiers standing beside him. Several Protoss soldiers were affected, and all were blasted into the sky by the impact force, and then fell to the ground. The Egyptian soldiers stopped fleeing, reorganized the array, and under the leadership of the war, launched a counterattack against the Athenian soldiers. Ha 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 ha. The war was slashing and laughing wildly. I thought I didn't need me, but I didn't expect such good luck to let me fight. He cut off a few Athenian soldiers at will, and fixed his eyes on Rhodes. In his eyes, he was the only one worth fighting for. Rhodes stood there easily, casually stretched out his hand and strangled a few slow Egyptian soldiers fleeing beside him, smiling disdainfully. Whoosh! An arrow shot suddenly into his eyes. Rhodes turned his head to avoid it. The war had already flown to him in front of him, and a slash fell from the sky, falling straight towards his face. "It's too slow," Rhodes said lightly, and then turned and kicked, hitting Jean's defenseless abdomen and kicking him straight away. He inserted the giant sword into the soil, pulled out a long crack, and then his body slowly stopped, and then a mouthful of blood poured out of his mouth. War! Roar was shocked by the plague in the distance. Rhodes looked into the distance, and a man on a white horse with a platinum longbow in his hand aimed at him again. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the air, dragging a visible white airflow from its tail, shooting towards Rhodes' heart. Trick! Rhodes reached out and grabbed the arrow directly, then snapped him with a flick of his fingers. What? The plague was startled, and his arrows were famous for their speed. This distance was basically a hit, but the young man in front of him actually took it as easily as he was picking flowers. War straightened up, the great sword carefully placed in front of him, and slowly approached Rhodes, who winked at the plague behind him. Plague immediately understood and prepared to shoot arrows to cover his advance. Asterisk. Chapter 24, Evolving Thermal Sight. The war was standing with the giant sword in front of him, his legs straddled to stabilize his body, his body leaned forward slightly, and the blue veins on his hind legs burst out. He was like a cheetah about to slaughter its prey, his body arched, his muscles expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a terrifying murderous aura erupted. Is it still possible to transform a human body like this? Rhodes raised his eyebrows, playing with his taste. Ha ha ha, Jean said with a deep laugh, what are you going to do with this trick? After he finished speaking, his body flew away from the spot, and the knife light flashed in front of Rhodes. Boom! Everyone could not see the movements of the two, only to see two silhouettes intertwined with each other, and then a loud noise broke out, the wind and waves spread, and the smoke and dust blocked everyone's sight. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the silhouettes of the two appeared dark shadows in the thin dust. A giant beast was strangled by the neck of a teenager, and its limbs dangled and swayed at will, and it seemed that it had lost its vitality. What? How is this possible? The Egyptian soldier screamed. In front of them, Rhodes actually grabbed Jean's neck with one hand, pierced his fingers deeply, blood poured out of the blood hole, and Jean's body had become a corpse. And Rhodes actually didn't change his expression. No one saw how he strangled the war, but from his expression, he knew that there was no strong fight at all. He strangled the war like a rabbit. The plague's body shook, and the horses under him neighed in fright, then turned around and began to run wildly. The master's fear infected the spirit beast, and the fear of death stimulated its survival instinct, allowing it to escape with its master. The plague recovered from the shock, leaned over and pressed against the white horse, then swung the whip and ran away quickly on the horse. He knew that a monster like Rhodes had exceeded his expectations, strangling the war with one hand. What kind of strength would this have? When the Egyptian soldiers saw that the general had fled, they threw away their shields and spears one by one, and then fled in all directions. Can't let him run away. Sieg commanded the Athenian soldiers, pointing at the fleeing plague. He fired a cannon, but the distance was not enough. Rhodes stared at the back of the plague, thinking that this guy caused the death of innocent people in Athens. A wildfire couldn't help but ignite in his eyes. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved thermal sight. In the eyes, a red stream of light burst out suddenly, and two scorching beams shot straight towards the plague, piercing through several Egyptian soldiers in a straight line along the way, and instantly burned them to ashes. The plague felt a chill behind him, and turned around to check. Two parallel red beams of light shot instantly in front of him. Before he could respond, they pierced through his chest. The white horse under him suddenly stopped slowly. The plague still didn't understand what happened. He looked down and saw two blood holes in his chest. From the cross-section, he could see that his internal organs melted like magma, and gradually evaporated into a stench. Blood fog. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his body fell on the horse's back and gradually burned. The white horse felt the burning sensation on his back, and his hoofs accelerated, throwing the plague corpse off, and then fled into the distance. The remaining Egyptian soldier, Rhodes, didn't intend to let it go either. He flicked the lasers from his eyes, and two streams of light that had the temperature to melt everything swept across the battlefield, cutting every accessible creature and substance into pieces. Two breaks. In an instant, the war changed to a sea of blood, and the screams of Egyptian soldiers were heard everywhere. But it only lasted for a few seconds, replaced by a silent silence. All the Egyptian soldiers died tragically on the ground, their bodies were swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. The Athenian soldiers were also terrified. They hid behind Rhodes and did not dare to advance, for fear that Rhodes' divine power would strike and affect them. Seeger also froze in place. He couldn't imagine how fast Rhodes was growing, and he couldn't even think of any ancestor who had seen it in history that could reach the speed of Rhodes' growth. Only a few Egyptians who accidentally fell while escaping escaped, stood up and ran even more frantically. "Stop chasing, let them report back," Rhodes ordered. The Athenian soldiers then began to sweep the battlefield, instead of pursuing the few fleeing soldiers. After running for a while, they found that there were no pursuers behind them, and they fell to the ground half dead, gasping for breath, tossing their limbs, and unable to move. Then, what is that? Mephisto. It's a red-eyed Mephisto. After a short rest, their bodies suddenly became cold, and they recalled the hell-like scene they had just experienced. They were too frightened to stay for a long time, and immediately set off and fled all the way back to Egypt. Egypt, inside the pharaoh's palace. In front of the main hall are two sphinxes, staring into the distance so that everyone who comes here feels an invisible sense of oppression. Inside, several deserters who survived Egypt knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. Sitting on the main hall, holding the golden staff of Susheng, he has dark blue skin, his eyes are hidden behind the eyelids, empty and deep, and his solemn appearance makes people feel his solemnity. His long blue hair was scattered behind him, he was wearing golden shoulder pads and bottoms, a scarlet gem was inlaid on the waistband, and a silver-white longsword was inserted beside his seat. After listening to the narratives of several deserters, he stood up, drew his longsword and gradually walked in front of the crowd. Several deserters listened to the heavy footsteps that gradually approached, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Several silver-white sword lights flashed, and the blood instantly stained the earth-yellow ground. Asterisk. Chapter 25, Lauf meets Apocalypse. Chapter 25, Lauf meets Apocalypse. Several deserters were decapitated, and the fractures were as smooth and neat as mirror surfaces, making it impossible to imagine how skilled the beheaders were. There are such cowards in my army. He flicked the blood from the blade and drew a splash of ink on the ground. The purpose of beheading deserters so solemnly was for military discipline. Lord Apocalypse. The Egyptian attendant in golden armor stepped forward and said, "The light cannon they mentioned may be Asgard's weapon. But we've never heard of a Mephisto who can use the power of the magic eye, maybe they're exaggerating to avoid sin." Apocalypse turned around and walked back to his throne, the silver longsword was wrapped in a lavender light, and then he actually returned to the sword slot and inserted it. The people around were not surprised, they all knew that this was the special ability of their Lord Apocalypse, psychokinesis. Compared with this magic-like ability, Apocalypse's other abilities are even more terrifying, and even a single snap of a finger can make people melt into a piece of flesh and blood. In their eyes, Apocalypse is the only god in this world. Even without the terrifying Mephisto, as long as the people of Asgard intervene, we will not be able to capture Greece," he said worriedly. And Apocalypse clenched his fists. "I also lost the two generals of the plague and the war, the god of evil eyes, I must tear him to pieces with my own hands." The hall fell into silence. They knew Asgard's strength. The 1,000 Protoss soldiers who suddenly appeared on the battlefield could suppress an army of 30,000 people at will with their spears and light cannons. And among them, there are so many transformed people who have surpassed ordinary human beings, and they are still vulnerable. If you want to fight against such a race, the strength of the current army is simply hitting the stone with the egg. Seeing that no one could come up with a countermeasure, Apocalypse became even more melancholy, and he did not dare to offend Asgard's people at will. After all, it was the power of the god King Odin. Fighting with him will only hurt both sides. Report. Pharaoh. One of His Royal Highness's messenger guards rushed up. "A giant of Jotunheim who calls himself Lauf asks to see you." Apocalypse narrowed his eyes, hooked his fingers and said, "Call him up." In his impression, the giants of Jotunheim are the race of Jotunheim, and have a bloody feud with Asgard. He had just had a head-to-head confrontation with the people from Asgard, and the other party actually came back to see him at this time. It seemed that his intentions were somewhat similar to his own. "Your Highness," Lauf came forward with several of his giants of Jotunheim. "Hello, I'm the king of the giants of Jotunheim, Lauf." Apocalypse looked down at the people who were humbling and half kneeling in front of him, raised his eyebrows and said, "Why do you ask to see me?" Lauf looked at the corpses under his feet, and then waved one hand, and an ice cream instantly turned into an ice thorn and pierced through the corpses. The corpse was condensed by ice cubes, and the surface was covered with a layer of hoarfrost, and the skin turned ghastly. A few giants of Jotunheim stepped on it gently, and the corpses shattered like bubbles in an instant, and the ice crystals that turned into fragments scattered in the air. The corpses that were still on the ground disappeared completely, and the ground was tidy all of a sudden. The Egyptians looked at Lauf in amazement, realizing that he was a man with the same miracles as Lord Apocalypse. "I'm here to clear the obstacles for you," Lauf said humbly, "and by the way, used frost to clean up the blood on the ground. I know that Asgard has offended you recently, and we have a deep hatred with Asgard, so I want to help you." Apocalypse raised his eyebrows with interest, and spread his hands around his wrists. "Continue talking." Lauf raised a finger, "But if you want to know more, you have to promise us a condition first." "What conditions?" Apocalypse asked. "We must kill Asgard's soldiers first, and take Athens as the second. With the support of our weapons, ordinary human beings are like dust, which can be wiped away." Apocalypse nodded. Since Asgard was already sheltering Athens, they couldn't cross this hurdle. They had to confront Asgard head-on, and it was reasonable to kill the powerful divine soldier first. Lauf smiled lightly, and then asked his subordinates to present an ice crystal axe. "This is the axe of frost. It can use frost magic. It can freeze their bodies for divine soldiers, and directly destroy them for humans. My people will send you these axes. I believe that with these weapons, your army will be more brave." Apocalypse took the axe and waved it casually. A frost appeared in front of him, and an ice thorn was frozen, extending to the outside of the temple. Seeing how powerful the hand axe was, the flames of revenge against Asgard and Athens ignited in their hearts. Looking at these high-end weapons, Apocalypse smiled, "You have shown your sincerity, and I am willing to befriend you." Lauf smiled faintly, "My honor." Then he left the main hall with his men. Outside the Egyptian palace, several of Lauf's subordinates walked up to him and asked inexplicably, "Why should we respect him? After we open the treasure box, he will freeze to death here." Lauf shook his head, looked at the sky and frowned. "Midgard is under Asgard's surveillance. If we rashly open the ice treasure chest, a powerful source of magic will definitely be detected. In the time it takes to activate the ice treasure box, there is enough time for Asgard's people to bring people over to strangle us. And, can't you feel it? The ability hidden in that guy is really amazing. If you want to find an adjective, it can be said to be Almighty God, even if I dare not say that it can win." Asterisk. Chapter 26, There are demons here. Chapter 26, There are demons here. Several servants are still puzzled. Let these humans attract Asgard's attention for their own grudges, and we will naturally have the opportunity to use the ice crate. It was only after a few servants that they suddenly realized that their boss had been so thoughtful in the past few days, and after understanding the meaning, they all secretly laughed wickedly, laughing at the human beings being used by them. In Athens, after a period of investigation, people in cities and subordinate villages throughout Greece were asked over and over again. The people in Athens told Rhodes that they did see the blue-skinned man heading west, and then asked the Pegasus Knights to return, confirming again that Lauf was moving west. And the west is Egypt. Lauf moves towards the west, and he can only go towards Egypt. What do we do next? Sig asked. Rhodes clicked a few times on the crystal screen on his arm and ordered the Pegasus Knights, "Let's gather the elite first, and let's go to Egypt together." After the order was issued, all the Pegasus Knights who had searched all over Greece immediately gathered in the west of Greece. Rhodes and Sig also set off immediately. Pegasus moved very fast, and it only took less than half an hour to move from one city to another. It only took 3 hours to leave Greece. On the borders of Greece, Pegasus troops have assembled. Waiting for your next order. Rhodes thought for a moment, and then ordered, everyone is heading towards Egypt as the original team, and after arriving in Egypt, they will be stationed at the border of Egypt, waiting for my next order. The Pegasus troops who had been ordered immediately acted and headed for Egypt. Rhodes and Sig also flew towards Egypt with the Pegasus troops, but instead of the Pegasus troops going to the Egyptian border, Rhodes behaved very low-key and let his Pegasus fly at a low altitude. This is not to scare the snakes, lest Laut notice beforehand, but the other Pegasus riders, Rhodes, let them go to the border as high profile as possible, in order to make Laut dare not leave Egypt. This locks his position. After Pegasus flew for an afternoon, the sky was getting dark. Rhodes pitied Pegasus that he looked a little tired, so he let him land, and then walked to a village, which was already the boundary of Egypt. As soon as they arrived at the door of the village, they could see a few young adults holding farm implements in their hands, holding them high in front of them, trying to scare Rhodes and Sig. Their eyes fell on the Pegasus behind Rhodes, and they couldn't help but be stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a holy creature. The farm implements in their hands gradually lowered, and they asked humbly, "Are you two soldiers sent to us by Lord Apocalypse?" Rhodes and Sig looked at each other and shook their heads. "Did something happen here?" "You guard the gate of the village at night?" Rhodes asked. Several young and middle-aged people put down their farming tools, came to Rhodes and knelt down. "You are wearing such a mighty armor, you must be the messenger of Lord Apocalypse. Our village has been devastated by demons, and the people who watch the night are all killed by demons. Grab it for food. Please save us." They knelt down and kowtowed. Rhodes frowned. Both of them were Apocalypse. It seems that Apocalypse has done a lot of influential things in this country, and he may have his eyeliner everywhere. While secretly guarding his heart, Rhodes explained, "We are not Apocalypse's subordinates. I am an officer from Asgard. You can call me Roar Rhodes." Asgard. A few villagers have never walked outside the village farther than the river in their lives, and naturally they are ignorant of the power distribution of the Protoss. But they knew that Rhodes was a magician, so they respectfully welcomed Rhodes and Sig into the village. They vacated the best furnished house in the village and set up a large table in the hall. Rhodes and Sig sat at the table, and immediately the hot dishes were served. The women who served the dishes were wearing light makeup, which was already the best decoration in this small village. She wore sparse clothing, less than the average person on a hot day. She walked gracefully and looked at Rhodes from time to time. "Sir," Sig reminded in a low voice. "I know." Rhodes realized that this was not simply a warm invitation to eat, but he was obviously tempting himself with food and beauty. A few men walked in outside the door, the same people who had just been vigil at night. They were accompanied by a few beautiful girls, who seemed to have just grown up, and looked at people with the shyness unique to young girls. As they sat around Rhodes and Sig, several of the men spoke. "To God soldiers, please don't be polite. Let's rest for a while in this village. We have delicious treats, if you two are interested." The speaker's gaze fell on the girls, who then wrapped their hands around Rhodes' arms like vines, and looked up at him with blushing faces. Rhodes frowned. "You want us to protect you from demons, right?" The few people who were told the central matter were stunned for a moment, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. They were afraid that the women in their village would not be beautiful and could not keep a few magic soldiers, but offended them instead. "In the face of the devil, I don't know how many people have died in the village. Some of these girls are daughters who lost their fathers, and some are widows who haven't spent the night with their husbands. They all know the abomination of the devil, and they all volunteered to sacrifice their lives for the future of the village." Asterisk. Chapter 27, Ghost Rider. Chapter 27. Several young people nodded ashamedly. "Master Shenbing, we are helpless. If you can stay for a while to protect us, we will definitely be able to think of a way to deal with the devil." Rhodes shook his head and gently pushed away the woman beside him. Demon appears at night, right? Yes. Go back, I will help you punish the demons tonight, don't thank me. Several young people looked at each other, and immediately led a few women to kneel before Rhodes. I am so grateful for such a great favor. After speaking, he immediately walked out of the room and closed the wooden door. Seeger looked at Rhodes. Are we going to wait like this tonight? Rhodes shook his head. Our target is love, we can't waste time here. Tonight we take the initiative to fight to kill the demons and buy some time for these poor mortals to call for help. Sieg nodded, and he also knew that if Lauf succeeded in opening the treasure chest by wasting time in such a place, he would be ignoring the righteousness. After eating the dishes offered by the Egyptian villagers, Rhodes and Sieg lurked in the grass not far from the village entrance. In front of me is a plain surrounded by trees. I heard from the villagers that if the devil wanted to harass the village, he would definitely pass here. Rhodes and Sieg hid their breaths and watched quietly. They didn't want to startle the snakes. If they let the other party run away, they wouldn't have a second chance. The white moon rises to the highest point in the sky, and the bright moonlight shines on the plain, giving the green grass a light blue ghost. The wind and waves swept through the asakusas slowly, blowing them to one side, and a Blackfoot stepped on these grasses and slowly stepped into the plain. Noticing a dark shadow on the edge of the woods in the distance, Rhodes's eyes narrowed, and the scene in front of him continued to enlarge. Under the action of hyperopia, the posture of the owner of the black feet was completely seen. Is this an evil spirit from hell? Rhodes frowned. The creature in front of him had two horns on its head, its body was as red as blood, and its eyes were pure black, with dark red eyes wandering around to monitor the surroundings. A creature with such characteristics, Rhodes can only think of the evil spirits of hell. How could these guys be in a place like this? Rhodes was curious. Generally speaking, such creatures would never have come to Earth by their own power without being summoned. Just as he was about to walk out of the grass and quickly slaughter the evil spirit back to rest, a hissing sound came from the woods in the distance. Dong dong dong. The sound of the horse's hoof gradually approached, and suddenly, from the woods, a fiery red figure leaped into the air, and a silhouette shone under the moonlight. A white skull man with hellfire wrapped around his head, riding a black skull horse under him. The man wore a gentleman's top hat on his head, and bright red flames spewed out of his skeleton eyes, straight at his top hat, but did not ignite it. Wearing a black cloak, it fluttered in the gentle breeze. The skeleton horse under it has flames on its hooves, and the skeleton of the whole body has the luster of black iron. Rhodes knew him, he was Ghost Rider, but it wasn't the Ghost Rider he passed through in the previous era. The Ghost Rider of this era only lived in legends, and no one knew what kind of person he was. In terms of strength, it is not difficult for Rhodes to defeat him, but Ghost Rider is immortal, and he cannot be completely defeated by material destruction alone. If you go out now, the other party happens to be a combative person, and the fight will never end. In order not to delay the pursuit of Lauf, Rhodes chose to hide his hand and observe quietly in the dark. Ghost Rider pulled out a one-handed sword wrapped in flames from his waist and stood in front of the evil spirits of hell. Sieg at the moment didn't hold himself back and rushed out. He didn't know Ghost Rider like Rhodes, but as the evil spirit the villagers feared. It is true that the ghost of hell looks much kinder than the Ghost Rider of the skeleton flame. Bang! A milky white light cannon shot out from the front of the spear and flew towards Ghost Rider. The latter turned around with the sword and cut the light cannon into two pieces, and then the hollow eyes covered with flames aimed at Sieg, who was rushing towards him. Rhodes also walked out of the grass, and was about to explain to Sieg when the hell spirit came up and stared at him. It seems that he is unwilling to be lonely without an opponent and wants to take the initiative to challenge Rhodes. He raised his claws in front of him and gave Rhodes a playful smile. You're too self-aware. Rhodes finished, thrusting the spear in his hand, stabbing the evil spirit in the heart. The evil spirit was pierced through the heart, spurting out a mouthful of blood, and then looked at Rhodes with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He gripped Rhodes' spear with both claws, and pulled the spear to pull Rhodes toward him. Rhodes sank his front foot, thrust his waist, and pushed the spear into the demon's body, directly through his body, with the black heart still beating stuck in the tip of the spear. Ha ha! The evil spirit laughed in a deep voice, as if mocking Rhodes, and then charged straight towards Rhodes along the spear. Rhodes didn't panic, let go of the spear and punched in the face, punching a large hole directly into the body of the evil spirit, and blood sprayed behind him, staining the short grass. Shhh. The evil spirit swung down with a claw and fell towards Rhodes, who had to raise his arm to block. The strength of this claw was not restrained by the serious injury, and it slammed heavily on Rhodes' arm, punching a deep hole in the ground under his feet. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Ghost Writer. Chapter 28, Ghost Writer Abuse. Ha ha ha. The evil spirit laughed, very proud of his attack, but his expression suddenly solidified, and then gradually became frightened. In front of him, Rhodes actually grabbed his arm, and then slashed his arm with one hand. The evil spirit stepped back, clutching his broken arm, looking at Rhodes in a panic. Is your life force the same as Ghost Writer's immortality? Rhodes threw the evil spirit's arm on the ground, then slack off his shoulders and slowly approached the evil spirit. Cold sweat oozes from the evil spirit's forehead, and he staggers back, trying to escape from Rhodes. If you don't speak human words, I'll take you apart. Rhodes said, flying and grabbing the back of the evil spirit's head, then dragged him to the ground. Rhodes rolled over and rode on the evil spirit, punching him in the face continuously. Bang! 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 With each punch, he delivered a visible shockwave, smashing the ground beneath the back of the evil spirit's head again and again. The evil spirit struggled to escape, but Rhodes' power completely suppressed him, and finally, under the heavy punches, his body shook violently, and there was no life left. Rhodes stood up and looked at the evil spirit on the ground that he had beaten into a bloody mess. He was somewhat curious about what kind of creature was so powerful. His heart was taken away, and he was punched dozens of times by himself before he died. Ah! Sig screamed. Against Ghost Writer, he didn't seem to be able to do it well, but instead fell into a tough fight. Rhodes immediately ran over to support him. Be careful, this guy can't be killed no matter what. Sig gasped. He had hit his vitals many times since just now, but he didn't see any reaction from the other party, not even the hesitation of his body. Rhodes is not surprised. Normal physical attacks have no effect on Ghost Writer, and his regenerative healing factor comes from his root, the spirit of vengeance. This is directly created by the God of heaven, and only God can directly destroy it, and as long as the spirit of vengeance is still there, he can be resurrected infinitely. Ghost Writer flicked the rocket in his hand, and his eyes turned to the corpse of the evil spirit lying on the ground in the distance. Can you kill him? He said in a low voice, I hunted him for so many days, but I couldn't kill this monster with almost infinite vitality. When Rhodes heard that Ghost Writer was here to fight evil spirits, he restrained his vigilance. He wanted to ask the question about the evil spirit, but he was suddenly swooped by the Ghost Writer on the skeleton horse, stabbing his sword in front of him. Rhodes swayed, dodging the straight thrust, and then the spear in his hand circled smoothly around his side, and a sweep hit the back hoof of the skeleton horse. This sweep made the skeleton horse stagger, lose its balance and fall to the ground, throwing Ghost Writer out. After rolling half a circle on the ground, Ghost Writer stood up and charged towards Rhodes with his sword in hand. Rhodes' spear circled in his hand, and a spear flower was circled, his feet stepped forward, and he headed towards Ghost Writer. In short battles, the elder is king. The spear in Rhodes's hand stabbed into his throat before Ghost Writer could attack. However, the latter, like the evil spirit just now, went straight ahead and let the spear pierce his throat and pass through. He raised his sword high and slashed Rhodes directly, and the flames flew out and fell towards his face. Rhodes didn't change his expression, and he punched with flames on his fist. Ghost Rider's flames were no match for the power of the sun's flames, and were directly washed away. Rhodes blocked the sword with one hand and grabbed Ghost Rider's arm with the other. Then he turned around to get close to Ghost Rider, and threw him in an arc in the air and slammed him on the ground. Ghost Rider tried to stand up, but was kicked in the chest by Rhodes and his body was suppressed by a huge force. Rhodes is on one knee on his chest, one hand clasping his arm knuckles backwards, immobilizing him. "Who?" Ghost Rider roared, the flames of his body blazing, and began to spread toward Rhodes' body along Rhodes' lower limbs. Rhodes' eyes narrowed, and two beams of red light shot out, piercing Ghost Rider's head, and the flames all over his body dissipated instantly. Then he used the sun flame again, burst out from the whole body, and dispelled Ghost Rider's flame. Rhodes, who was able to use the sun flame, was not afraid of the burning of other powers lower than the sun flame for a long time, and he was safe after the battle. Seeger stepped forward to look at Ghost Rider, and he was relieved to find that the other party had lost his life. "He's not dead yet," Rhodes said. "What?" Sig was startled, and then saw the flames ignite in Ghost Rider's eyes again. Although resurrected, he did not rush to struggle, but looked at Rhodes quietly. In this situation, he didn't need to struggle anymore. Rhodes buckled his joints, and he would have to cut off his hands if he wanted to break free. "After losing an arm, I will fall into this dilemma again. You are very strong, and you are more qualified than me to hunt these evil spirits," he said lightly. Rhodes didn't let go of Ghost Rider until he realized that he had lost the will to fight. "What are these evil spirits? I have never heard of a creature with such a level of vitality." Ghost Rider sat up and explained, "These are the experimental products of the current pharaoh of Egypt, Apocalypse. He didn't take care of them and let them flee to various places, killing many people. As soon as Rhodes is the work of Apocalypse, it is not surprising why it has such amazing vitality. After all, Apocalypse has an amazing ability like God in creating powerful life." Asterisk. Chapter 29, Apocalypse Pilgrims. Chapter XXIX, Apocalypse Pilgrims. "If you can," Ghost Rider continued, "I hope you can fight these evil spirits on my behalf. My strength is still too weak. The evil spirit you just killed with ease, I spent 3 weeks chasing hunting." Rhodes shook his head. He didn't have time to protect some normal humans. Lauf was the bigger threat. "Your strength is not weak, as long as you are willing to calm down. Don't let the spirit of vengeance in your body control your own words," Rhodes said lightly. This sentence made Ghost Rider's body shudder. How did you know that I would temporarily lose my mind while fighting?" Rhodes knew the weakness of Ghost Rider. If the early Ghost Rider could not skillfully control the relationship between the evil spirit and himself, he would be robbed of his sanity and turned into a fighting machine. Only when he understands the existence of evil spirits, reconciles with him, and fights together can the strongest strength erupt. You have to calm down and reconcile with the evil spirit in your body. Don't think about suppressing him or resisting him, nor obeying him," Rhodes said lightly and left. Ghost Rider sat on the ground, and Rhodes' words seemed to wake him up, causing him to sink into deep thought. Early the next morning, Rhodes rode a Pegasus with Sig at the help of the villagers. "Master Shenbing, you can choose any woman in the village, please stay for a while. I've killed the evil spirits that plagued you, why do you still want to keep me?" Rhodes asked in confusion. The villagers bowed their heads one by one. Only a yellow-haired man looked at Rhodes kneeling on the ground and smiled ingratiatingly. "If the village can be guarded by the divine soldiers, neither the people of other villages nor the evil creatures in the forest will dare to intrude." Rhodes shook his head, disappointed with human servility, clamped his Pegasus under him, and disappeared into the sky. In the sky, Rhodes clicked on the crystal screen on his arm, and then a 3D map of Egypt appeared in front of him in the form of a holographic projection. Rhodes himself though could see the holy city of Egypt, Tenes, in the distance. But if you just point out one direction, Tianma will be a little confused. After showing him the map and adding a certain explanation, the psychic Tianma immediately understood and accelerated towards Tenes. Before reaching the holy city, Rhodes saw a group of people forming a long line in the sky above the desert outside the city. They actually stopped 3 steps above the yellow sand, and then solemnly kowtowed in the direction of the holy city. Rhodes patted Pegasus. "Go down, let's see what these people are doing." Tenma lowered the flight height and slowly came to the ground. In the desert, a light green barrier appeared out of thin air on the hooves of Pegasus, holding it on top of the yellow sand, so that it would not sink because of the quicksand. Backed by the barrier, it carried Rhodes and Sieg closer to the grotesque beings. Oh! When everyone saw Pegasus fall, they immediately kowtowed to Rhodes and Sieg, and bowed in adoration. "Apostle of the great Lord Apocalypse, please accept our humble homage. We regard our Creator Lord Apocalypse as the only God and praise his existence." Their cheeks were dry due to lack of water, like the yellow sand on the soles of their feet, but their eyes were piercingly bright, exuding a frenzied gleam that made people twitch at the corners of their eyes because of their madness. Rhodes recalled that when he entered the gate of the village yesterday, the villagers actually regarded him as an apostle of Apocalypse. Is Apocalypse so influential in this country? What do you think of Apocalypse? Rhodes asked. Everyone looked at each other, thinking it was the apostle sent by Apocalypse to test their loyalty. "We see Lord Apocalypse as a god, as our Lord, and his will is our will." Rhodes couldn't help but wonder what Apocalypse had done to make these people so religious. "Then what can you do for Apocalypse? Can you die for him?" Rhodes asked casually, just indifferently, without any pointers. A few people with crazy eyes jumped out of the crowd. They shouted loudly, "For Lord Apocalypse! Praise Lord Apocalypse!" Then he actually pulled out the blade and wiped it on his neck, ending his life. Fresh blood flowed on the yellow sand, and when it dried up, it turned into pitch black. The rest of the people kowtowed to the ground, bowing again and again to those who committed suicide, expressing their respect. Rhodes and Sieg couldn't help but twitch their eyes. What kind of belief is this? This is simply cult-like mind control. Seeger patted Rhodes on the shoulder. "Let's go, these people are crazy, the one called Apocalypse doesn't look easy, we have to be careful." Rhodes nodded. All he knew was that Apocalypse's ability was so powerful that even if Odin fought him, it would be hard to know the outcome. "But I didn't expect that Apocalypse could actually achieve such thought control." He left with Pegasus on his back, and then headed to the holy city. In order not to attract people's attention, Rhodes asked Pegasus to wait outside the city until he called Roar before coming, and then walked into the holy city with Sieg. The streets were full of people as crazy as the pilgrims just now. After walking a few steps, they knelt down and kowtowed, respecting the Egyptian palace on the high ground in the distance as the most holy relic. Among the people who came and went, Apocalypse was the one who was talking about it. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Dedication to Lord Apocalypse. Chapter 30. Rhodes and Sieg wore a white hooded robe over themselves. It would be a bit conspicuous if the armor of Asgard was used to show people in the city. On the street, there are not only humans, but also super ability users transformed by Apocalypse. They wear gorgeous armor and are responsible for guarding the law and order. When most people meet them, they immediately bow their heads and walk away. Each and everyone is very scared. In response, the transformed people smiled playfully, stomped forward on purpose, and shouted loudly, frightening a few ordinary people who walked with their heads down, causing them to stagger away. Ha 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 ha. The transformed people burst into laughter when they saw their comical escape. Rhodes and Sieg just pulled the brim of their hats and covered their eyes. then left the street in a low-key manner and walked towards the roadside tavern. Inside the tavern, it was very quiet. Only 2 people rested in the tavern, and they were all transformed people in gorgeous armor. A dark-skinned little girl in the tavern brought a malt-flavored brew to several of them. "Several power users, your wine." She knelt humbly in front of the table and raised the wine above her head. "Cut. Why don't you go out and pay homage to Lord Apocalypse? Today is the day he declares his favor." A monkey-faced man spit out, looking at the woman with disgust in his eyes. "Right. I'm sorry." The woman lay down on the ground. "My father is seriously ill and is bedridden. I am the only one who can help the store." The monkey-face remodeler suddenly grabbed the woman's hair and pulled her up. The woman covered her hair roots, stood on tiptoe, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. "I think you just don't want to sacrifice yourself for Lord Apocalypse. Forget it." "Gwen." A scholar-looking transformative man beside him patted the back of the monkey-faced transforming man's hand and let him loosen the woman's hair. "Although Lord Apocalypse wants a young and energetic body, not all young people will go there, not many of her," he said kindly and smiled at the woman. When the woman heard that she didn't need to dedicate herself to Apocalypse, she bowed to the other party with great gratitude. "Thank you, sir." "Humph. Listy." Gwen snorted coldly, then glanced at the woman regretfully, and then sat on the seat without speaking. Lister helped the woman to get up, his eyes were like a snake exploring her body. Whenever he saw the woman's bare skin, his eyes widened slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Sir." The woman felt that her wrist was tightly grasped by Lister, and it was already starting to hurt, and his eyes became more and more obscene, giving people a sense of disgust of being seen. "Since you don't have the chance to sacrifice your life for Lord Apocalypse, then sacrifice yourself for us, Lord Apocalypse's apostles." Lister grabbed the woman's chin with one hand and slammed her head against the table. Boom! A streak of blood was left on the woman's forehead, and she was dazed, with golden flowers all over her eyes. She slumped helplessly. Lister gave Gervin a mysterious smile. Gervin pouted in disgust. "FKU. Ha ha ha, Gwyn, don't be a hypocrite. You despise me on the surface, and you do bad things behind your back." A lewd smile crossed Gervin's face. "What do you know? Those women don't suffer from being alive, I just gave them a good time." The two laughed wickedly together. SHH. A cold light stabbed, and then 2 silver-white arcs were drawn in the air. In front of Gervin and Lister, a person suddenly stood between them. They looked up, Rhodes frowned at the 2 of them, and with a flick of the spear in his hand, he threw a trail of blood on the ground. They looked at the bloodstains on the ground and at the bloodstains left on the spearhead of Rhodes' spear, wondering where the blood came from. Gervin was about to raise his hand to point at Rhodes, asking him what he was doing, when he suddenly found his hands numb. Then a severe pain swept through his arm, a circle of blood was printed on the wrist, and then his hands fell directly to the ground. "Ah! Ah!" Gwen screamed, blood spurting out from the fracture of his wrist. Lister was startled, then tried to throw the woman in his arms, and then punched Rhodes to death. He has been enhanced in strength by Apocalypse, and it is easy to crush a mortal with ease. But he was stunned for a moment, then looked down at his hands. For some reason he wanted to make a fist, but his hands were unaware. At this moment, a pain suddenly came from the base of his forearm. He looked at his shoulder and back in horror. A bloodstain slowly appeared, and then his body was actually separated from his 2 arms. How is this possible? How fast does it take to make the incision so smooth that the body doesn't even realize it? Lista took a step back, her arms dropped, only her hands were still on the woman's body. Rhodes raised his spear and crossed his arms, then flew out, pulling the woman into his arms. He touched the wound on the woman's forehead and heaved a sigh of relief, but he passed out in a coma and not yet died. Gervin's body suddenly became red hot, and flames ignited in the fracture. The flame scorched the fresh flesh and blood, so that the blood-spurting fracture was instantly covered with charred rotten flesh, and a blood scab formed, which stopped the blood loss. He stretched out a severed arm and lit a flame on the fracture at the base of Lista's arms, stopping the bleeding from his wound. Asterisk. Chapter 31, Apocalypse notices the Superman physique. Chapter 31, Apocalypse notices the Superman physique. Rhodes raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that these mass-produced modded people would actually have high ability. The two lost their hands, but they were still fighting, ready to fight Rhodes to the death. Gervin raised his arms in front of him, and without his palms, he only had two bare rods waving in front of him. Humph. Even though you were sneak attacked, our apostles' vitality and strength have been strengthened. It's not worth mentioning the mere loss of two limbs. If you want to kill you, it's as easy as killing a dog. With that, he punched Rhodes directly at the front of the fracture. Rhodes didn't change his expression, he simply raised the gun head, the latter rammed into it, and pierced his heart with his own strength. Gwen spat out a mouthful of blood, but still stood still, and then condensed flames in his mouth, trying to spray Rhodes in the face. Rhodes's eyes narrowed, and two red lights burst out in their eyes, and then two scorching straight lines shot out, pierced through Gervin's head, and set his body on fire. Gervin was killed by the sight of the heat energy, and his body was gradually dyed black carbon while hanging from the spear. Seeing this scene, Lister was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Without his arms, he could only lie on the ground and twist like a bug, escaping towards the door. "Forgive me, my lord. I didn't know that my lord was Apocalypse's high-level apostle. Please forgive me," he begged. Rhodes retracted his spear and gently placed the woman on the table. At the moment, the woman woke up, and after seeing the situation in front of her, she snuggled her body into Rhodes' body. "Save me. I don't want to die," she sobbed. Seeger and Rhodes looked at each other. The woman's fear must have something to do with the fact that Apocalypse wanted the body of a young man. Instead of pushing the woman away, Rhodes let her hide in his arms. He raised the tip of the gun to Lister's throat. "I ask you, why do you think I am a high-level apostle?" As if he had been given permission to live, Lister immediately smiled ingratiatingly, and generally knelt down in front of Rhodes. "I can tell your lord, just ask your lord not to kill me." He glanced at the black charcoal on the ground, and was so frightened that he retracted his eyes and looked at Rhodes more flatteringly. "You say it again. Sir, you can skillfully use powerful abilities. This is something that only high-level apostles can do. We are just ordinary apostles. We have been strengthened with life and flesh. To be able to use abilities, we must do our best. And at the cost of life. What does it mean to dedicate yourself to the apocalypse?" Lista was stunned for a moment. He thought Rhodes was a high-level apostle. Now that he asked this question, could it be that he is not? Master Apocalypse is getting old, and his body is gradually dying. He wants a new vigorous body to continue his life, so he is anxious for many young people, but... Lister smiled lightly. "Lord Apocalypse's soul is too strong, the body of ordinary people can't bear it at all, and many people have died without success." The woman in Rhodes' arms shook and brought her body close to Rhodes. "Is there anything else you think should be said?" Rhodes asked, staring at Lista. Lista rolled her eyes, thought for a long time, and said, "Aren't you a high-level apostle?" "SHH." The spear pierced the air and pierced Lister's head, giving him a treat. In the distance, inside the Palace of Egypt, Apocalypse held his forehead with one hand, purple light lingering in his eyes. He didn't see what had just happened, but he could feel the existence of Rhodes through the transformation of the human body. Apocalypse perceives everything in the dark when they play Rhodes. Almost a perfect body. Apocalypse scanned the outline of a body back and forth in his eyes. I have swallowed the bodies of so many power users, but only this body contains endless potential inside, it is simply a creation. The purple light in his eyes disappeared, and Apocalypse gently raised his fingers. Death. Come forward. On both sides under the high chair, there is a man with a black ghost sickle on his back. He wears a dark blue robe, covering a set of black armor under him. His eyes are empty and dark, like a skeleton. The Presence. At your command, my lord. Death knelt before Apocalypse. Go to the place I have shown you, and test the person I have appointed you. Don't kill him, but bring his body back alive. Yes. Death clapped his hands, and a grey horse stepped out from his highness, and then rushed out of the palace with Death. Inside the tavern, Rhodes burned 2 corpses with the flames of the sun, and everything was very low-key, leaving no traces. The woman introduced herself as Nashida, the daughter of the shop owner. Her father was sick these days, so she could only run such a small shop. If it weren't for you, I don't know what kind of humiliation I would have suffered. Nashadder burst into tears and fell into Rhodes' arms. How should I repay you? Rhodes was a little helpless, and such warm gratitude made him a little unacceptable. We are going to stay in Egypt for a while, and we will live in your tavern during this time, even if it is your reward for us. Nasjadar looked up at Rhodes, and there was a hint of loss in her eyes. She left Rhodes' arms and packed up her clothes. Please rest assured, I will hide the trace of your lord. She knew that Rhodes's purpose in coming here must not be simple. As a weak woman, it is best not to intervene. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Apocalypse Night Raid on the Tavern. Chapter XXXII, Apocalypse Night Raid on Tavern. At night, some other guests came to the tavern, and Nashida entertained them one by one. Rhodes and Sig's room is behind the deepest corner, and unless someone just wants to walk over to take a look, they won't notice there's a room behind the corner. The door of the tavern was closed by Nasjata, and the lights were blown out by her. The surroundings fell into darkness in an instant, and in this darkness, a dozen red dots appeared side by side, and then slowly moved towards the moonlight. The bright moon shone on the body of the owner of the red dot, which was a skeleton in tattered armor, like a skeleton that had just been dug out from the ruins of the battlefield. There was a red glow in their eyes, showing that they were spiritual and antecedent, and behind them, a grey horse carried a cloak with a dark blue hood, and on its shoulders was more than anyone else. Tall Shadow Sickle. Death pointed slightly to the tavern in front of him, and then a dozen or so without decedent moved their bodies and moved towards the door of the tavern. A drunk man walked on the street, he couldn't see what was in front of him, and bumped into a skeleton soldier. He was stunned at first, wiped his eyes, and after the things in front of him became clear, an ashes skeleton was staring at him with a blush in his eyes. Before the man could scream in fright, the bone knife in skeleton's hand cut off his head directly, and then continued to follow the footsteps of the other skeletons and approached the hotel door. They used bone knives to cut off the crossbar behind the gate. The bone knives in their hands were so sharp that they didn't make any sound when cutting the wood. Then the door was opened, and a dozen skeleton soldiers spread out all around. Death waved a scythe in front of him, and a shadow floated towards the dead man's body, and then 2 bone skeletons burst out from it. They quickened their pace and began to sweep the tavern together with the ashes. Agulalacula. Death recited the Egyptian language in his mouth, and then a few faint green lights flashed behind him. Rows of skeleton soldiers walked out of the shadows behind him and walked towards the tavern in front of him. Waterlogged. Rhodes woke up suddenly in bed, and the sensitivity brought by his super hearing made him hear all the bells and whistles in the hall clearly. If it was just a normal sound, he would naturally block it subconsciously, but now there are hundreds of people standing in front of the hall, and none of them came from Roar. Rhodes stared at the wall, and the clairvoyance took effect, and the wall gradually became thinner. In the hall in front of you, hundreds of skeleton soldiers with bone knives in their hands are lining up to enter the attic of the accommodation. Some residents living outside had their doors kicked open and then turned into pieces of meat with the slash of a bone knife. They didn't even have time to scream, and the sound of the door being kicked open one after another became the only alarm. Sig. Rhodes snapped, waking Sig immediately. What's wrong? Sig instinctively grabbed the spear and stood up. Someone is invading, killing civilians, you go to protect Nasjader. Rhodes said, and immediately flew out of the house, and then ran towards the skeletons who were killing innocents. In the corridor that was so narrow that it could only accommodate 2 people walking at the same time, his body turned into an afterimage, and each foot stepped on the ground, making a loud dong 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 sound, knocking the people who had not been woken up. And wake up! The skeleton soldiers noticed the figure of Rhodes rushing over, and immediately stood by, weighing the bone knives one by one, and marching towards Rhodes. Rhodes at the moment got up and took a flying kick, which directly kicked the skeleton soldier in front of him. The soldiers behind him had no space to dodge at all. They were knocked off by the soldier who was kicked away, and fell towards the depths of the corridor. Rhodes didn't stop, and after his body stabilized, he threw out another punch, directly knocking out the other skeleton soldiers who were lucky not to be hit and fly together. They flew to the wall at the end, turning over like a pile of random garbage. A ray of thermal energy burst out from Rhodes' eyes, shooting straight at them. It's a pity that although the heat ray penetrated and melted a group of them, it did not burn. The material of these ashes skeleton bodies is unknown, and even the scorching rays of the sun could not ignite them. Those skeletons that were pierced through their bodies slowly stood up with the lava dripping from their bodies. Obviously, the physical damage had no effect on them at all. Outside the attic, more skeleton soldiers stared at Rhodes, and opened their mouths at him as if screaming, but made no sound. Rhodes did not fight, but jumped in place, flew over the heads of these skeletons, and landed in front of the door of the tavern. As he expected, these skeletons came for him, and he immediately took them out of the attic one by one, leaving the civilians in danger. Rhodes ran out of the tavern, and hundreds of skeleton soldiers formed a large circle outside the door, surrounding him at the entrance of the tavern. Ha ha! Behind him, Sig roared, flying a few skeleton soldiers with his spear, and then came to Rhodes. Didn't you protect Nasjader? Rhodes said solemnly. She has reached a safe location, and I have evacuated the other civilians. Seeger's eyes fell on the dark shadow behind the skeleton soldier in front of him. The same is true for Rhodes, who has been staring at the dark place that cannot be reached by moonlight since he left the door. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Apocalypse Apostles, Death, That's All? Chapter 33, Apocalypse, Death, That's All? There, Death rides his grey horse, and the skeleton before him makes way for him. A warrior's intuition. The hood covered his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were raised playfully. However, Lord Apocalypse really gave me a task to look down on, and let me come and capture such a small character as you. He touched his tough chin and snorted coldly. I don't have to do it myself to deal with you. Death shook his head, then retreated to the siege of the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers in front of Rhodes surrounded him, trying to kill Rhodes in the siege. Humph! Rhodes snorted coldly, then waved his spear in front of him, turned around, and a wave of air blew out all the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Although the bodies of these skeleton soldiers could not be burned, and the heat was difficult to diffuse and cause melting, under the suppression of Rhodes' terrifying power, the vulnerable skeleton bodies could not support it at all. Death looked back and stopped the grey horse under his crotch. These are the dolls that I have managed to make these days. You broke it for me like this. I don't understand it at all. Can't you see it? They were all innocent and beautiful women when they were alive. Rhodes's eyes twitched. You mean, these skeletons were obtained from the massacre of innocent civilians? Death made a shrill laughter, like a weeping banshee, and the eardrums were stabbed by the laughter, making people irritable. A row of short skeletons suddenly appeared behind him, looking white and immature, like a newborn baby. These little skeletons pulled out their daggers and stood before Death. "Are these all?" Sig said in shock to Roar, his eyes glaring at Death. "Ha ha ha, yes, Lord Apocalypse needs young blood, and young lives like them are just what he wants." Sig's eyes were burning with anger. "UBD." The spear in his hand was detached like a dragon, his feet were nimble, and he stabbed all the way to Death. The petite skeletons under Death's feet jumped up one by one, rammed into Sig's gun head, and helped him block the shot. "Yeah, ah!" The scream of the girls in the mouth, as if Simism is killing their murderer. Sig immediately retracted his spear, and the skeletons mechanically clenched their teeth, then rushed towards him while Sig was stunned. Those skeletons were attached to Sig's body, and a vortex suddenly appeared in the hole in his eyes, absorbing a stream of pale green light from his body. Death turned into a black shadow, and with the help of the skeletons blocking the vision in front, he easily approached Sig, and then the black sickle on his shoulders was raised high and fell towards his neck, about to harvest his life. Just then, Rhodes dodged a slashing punch, slamming the side of Death's head hard, knocking him to the ground. "It's all hallucinations, don't fall for it." Rhodes tore off the skeleton attached to Sig and tossed it aside. Seeger came back to his senses from the shaking, his chest heaving up and down heavily, and cold sweat oozing from his forehead. "Rhodes. Be careful, this guy's skeleton seems to be able to absorb life force." Sig was half knelt on the ground, obviously exhausted. Rhodes picked him up and shielded him to the side. "If it doesn't work, then retreat first. This is their territory, and we don't have an advantage." Seeger worried before leaving. "Killing you is as easy as killing a dog. 2 stray dogs sent by Asgard to harass the master. Die." Death's black scythe circled around and swooped towards Rhodes. The skeletons around him accompanied him, and they flew towards Rhodes like hungry wolves, trying to use their bodies as cannonballs to interfere with Rhodes. Rhodes stood firm, fists clenched, and a flame burst into his fists. Tricks of the eagle. He punched out with both fists, rushing forward along with a gale. The skeletons were sucked into the tornado by the gale in the air, and then melted by the temperature of the gale into pools of magma-like bone water, which fell on the ground and gave off white smoke. Hundreds of skeletons turned to ashes in an instant. How is this possible? Death took a half step back, disbelieving the scene in front of him. Rhodes actually only used the power of his fist to hit the air, forming such a powerful flame storm. And this is comparable to the temperature of the sun. What kind of flame is he using? Death has seen what kind of super ability he thinks under Apocalypse's command, but when facing Rhodes, he suddenly realizes how ignorant he is. When he calmed down, Rhodes was already standing in front of him, fist on his chin. "Humph." A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Death's mouth. "Are you underestimating me at such a close distance?" As he said that, he waved the black sickle in place, and the latter actually released a black shock wave, slashing towards Rhodes' waist. "Humph. Mortal. Feel the power from Lord Apocalypse." Rhodes kept his eyes still, holding the lead high and smashing down, actually breaking the shockwave directly. Then he looked up at Death, raised his eyebrows as if to say that's it. Death froze in place, and the shockwave just now was the touch of death. Anyone who touches it will fester and die. How could Rhodes be safe? Could it be that there is something in his body that is stronger than the ability given by Lord Apocalypse to resist the curse of death? Asterisk. Chapter 34, Apocalypse Attacks. Chapter 34, Apocalypse Attacks. While Death was still in shock, Rhodes didn't stop, throwing an oblique upward swing from his flaming fist, from under his waist straight to his side ribs. The punch was so powerful that it pierced through all the sternums of the dead, leaving him paralyzed on the ground, unable to move except for the blood flowing from his mouth. How is this possible? It's just a punch. Death struggled to make a final sound, then loosened his body and lost his anger. The other skeletons that were still surrounding, like puppets that were offline, instantly collapsed into bones that were not spliced together, scattered all over the place. Rhodes was not careless, and another 2-level downward slashing punch completely shattered the head of the dead, and the ground was full of juice, like a smashed watermelon. After everything was done, Rhodes turned around to check on Sieg's injury. "I'm fine, I'm just a little weak, I'll get better after a while," Sieg said, ashamed, but he didn't expect that his carelessness would actually make him a burden. He was really ashamed of the title of Asgard Guard Captain. In the distant palace, Apocalypse sees everything clearly through the perspective of death. Sure enough, Apocalypse looked at Rhodes' body greedily. Compared to those mortal bodies, it is a perfect existence. No amount of killing people can replace such a body. "Lord Apocalypse, I am willing to go." The last Apocalypse Knight knelt down half-famine, his eyes were full of excitement. The death of his partner didn't make him feel any anger, on the contrary, he was very happy now. As long as he could kill Rhodes, he would be able to prove his strength to Apocalypse, and he would surely be reused later. "No." Apocalypse raised a finger and shook it. "You can't be his opponent, don't look at him as a teenager, but the strength of his body is no longer comparable to that of ordinary Protoss. And he can use abilities that I don't even know about. I devoured so many ability users. I thought I had seen all kinds of abilities, but the flame he used was the first time I saw it." Famine was stunned for a moment. Even his own Lord Apocalypse praised Rhodes so much. Could it be that there is someone stronger than Lord Apocalypse in this world? Seeming to see through Famine's mind, Apocalypse smiled slightly. "Although it is really strong, it is still far worse than me. I am the only god of this era, and all existences must obey me. This young man will eventually kneel at my feet and pray for my forgive." After he finished speaking, he stood up and said, "I will come back when I go, and wait to celebrate that I can get a perfect body." Apocalypse's body was suddenly wrapped by a blue light, and then the blue light quickly contracted into a small dot, and his body disappeared into the space. At the moment, Rhodes was placing Seeger on the ground in a tavern where he could lie down. A figure suddenly appeared outside the door, bathed in moonlight, with an excited smirk at the corner of his mouth. Rhodes looked up, knowing that it was Apocalypse. "Ho-ho, killed my 3 capable subordinates, and Apocalypse is still so calm in the face of me. I really don't know whether you are ignorant and fearless, or wise and foolish." Apocalypse took a few steps forward, and all the tables and chairs around him were actually wrapped in a purple light. Then floated in the air. "Your 3 subordinates are bloodthirsty, like mad dogs. It seems that you, the master, have little education to raise such lackeys." Rhodes responded coldly. The thought of Apocalypse wantonly slaughtering innocent people in Egypt for his own selfish desires, and even the children were not spared, a little anger ignited in his heart. "Humph!" Apocalypse snorted coldly, hooking his fingers and sending several tables flying towards Rhodes. Rhodes threw a few punches at will, and the table could not even touch Rhodes, and was blown to pieces by the shockwave generated by Rhodes' punching wind. "I am the only god in this world. I control all things in the world. If I want to kill him, I will die. Everything lives according to my will." Apocalypse spread his hands, and his eyes were full of madness. Rhodes didn't want to say more. There was no point in communicating with this crazy pervert of the self. He flew a flying kick, and Apocalypse opened a barrier in front of him. Rhodes kicked the barrier, and his force passed through the barrier, knocking Apocalypse himself out. He flew out of the pub and took a few steps back on the flat ground outside the store to stabilize his body. "What?" Apocalypse frowned. He couldn't figure out why the force pressed against his body after hitting the barrier. Rhodes at the moment slowly walked out from the door of the tavern, with a cold glow in his eyes. "Hey! Who are you?" Around, because of the battle between Rhodes and Death just now, a group of people were awakened. Most of them were ordinary civilians who didn't know the situation. They had never seen Apocalypse and didn't know who Rhodes was. They gathered around to watch the play, and early Roar called the Apocalypse low-level apostles patrolling the streets. When everyone saw Apocalypse, they all took a few steps back in fear. Apocalypse's dark blue skin and the faint blue light in his eyes let them know that he is not a normal human being, but a power user made by the Pharaoh. These superpowers are never friendly to civilians, always use their identities to coerce them, and they will also rob beautiful women. "Get out of here!" Rhodes yelled at them. However, everyone was stunned, unable to understand what Rhodes meant. Apocalypse spread out a hand, and the yellow sand covered on the ground suddenly floated away, and then slowly flowed towards everyone's necks. Everyone looked at the unidentified yellow sand. Although they were physically afraid, they didn't take it seriously. Some people didn't react until the heads of all those who were brushed by the yellow sand across their necks fell directly to the ground. But it was too late, and the yellow sand shrouded them like a mist, causing all the onlookers standing there to disappear into the yellow sand. When the yellow sand gradually fell to the ground, there was a sea of blood full of corpses in front of him. Asterisk. Chapter 35, The Body of Steel. Chapter 35, Body of Steel. Rhodes frowned. Among the dead were the elderly, women and children. This kind of slaughter without the slightest difference made him feel extremely disgusted. What? A group of mortals like ants are just dust under my feet? Do I need your permission to brush the dust off my feet? Apocalypse sneered. Rhodes clenched his fists in front of him, and the two looked at each other, and the tense atmosphere lowered the temperature of the air to freezing point. Whoosh! Apocalypse's body turned into an afterimage, and then charged towards Rhodes like an arrow. Rhodes also went head-to-head. The two of them threw a few punches in front of them. The punches were so strong that the 4 punches collided head-on, and neither of them could attack each other. Apocalypse withdrew his body and looked at his fist, bloody. With a super physique, he has never worried that his body is not strong enough, but he can't surpass the physical aging. Although he has immortality, he can't maintain his peak state all the time. Even if you master the ability of molecular manipulation, the mystery of nature cannot be surpassed by simply changing the molecules, and the reduction of physical ability is still irreversible. In order to maintain his strong vitality, he slaughtered the Egyptians like pigs and dogs, and used their lives to maintain his strength. Looking at Rhodes in front of him, Apocalypse was content with his broken fist, because it proved once again that Rhodes' body was the perfect body he dreamed of. He clenched his fist slightly, and then the flesh on his fist healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rhodes didn't change his face. He didn't think that he could hurt Apocalypse with a simple punch. With the ability of molecular manipulation, it was very simple for him to heal his body. In front of Apocalypse, a blue light beam suddenly shot out. Rhodes flicked sideways, and when he got the light beam, it went straight into the ground, and then a long gap appeared on the ground. The clods that were still there seemed to have disappeared into this space. A primitive destructive energy wave. Rhodes warned, even if he was swallowed by this shock wave in an instant, he would completely disappear into the universe. Apocalypse raised his eyebrows slightly. You actually know my ability, who are you? Rhodes didn't answer, no more words. After he finished speaking, 2 red rays burst out from his eyes and shot towards Apocalypse's forehead. Simple, Apocalypse said lightly. The barrier appeared again in front of him, and then the heat ray actually escaped into the barrier, and then 2 red streamers appeared on the edge of the barrier. The streamer slowly floated out and entered Apocalypse's body, allowing him to twist his shoulders comfortably, and then the muscles in his body swelled a little. Is this energy from the sun? It's amazing. He closed his eyes, as if savoring the energy he had just absorbed. After absorbing Rhodes' energy, he stared at Rhodes even more greedily. "I can't wait, just control your memory." He laughed wildly, raised his hands, and the light blue in his eyes flashed. Rhodes felt as if his brain was itching, and when he was uncomfortable, he condensed his mind and removed the itching from his mind. Apocalypse suddenly took a few steps back, covered his head, and looked at Rhodes in surprise. "What? Your spiritual world is so powerful. I can't even touch it?" Rhodes snorted coldly. His super spirit had evolved since Asgard, and Apocalypse couldn't shake it at all. "Humph. Although I don't want to damage your body, I can't help it now." Several blue rays of light shot out in front of Apocalypse. Rhodes flicked his body sideways and avoided as much as he could, but the light was too much for him, and it seemed that Apocalypse didn't need any part of his body to emit light, but all parts of his body could emit light. Bah! A beam of light hit Rhodes' arm and pierced his body directly. Blood flowed out of the hole in the arm. The severe pain in his body slowed Rhodes' dodging. Then came a few more rays of light. Rhodes was unable to dodge, and was pierced by the beams many times. His whole body was hollow. "It's a pity, but don't worry, I will repair your body and treat it well. I will definitely cut off your head and use it as a toy for others to play with." Apocalypse smiled and slowly approached Rhodes. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved steel body. Rhodes' body suddenly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wounds quickly joined together, and the new flesh looked indistinguishable from the original, even stronger. "Hey! Do you still have the ability to heal? But it's exactly what I want." Apocalypse gathered more than a dozen beams of light in front of him again and shot them towards Rhodes, preparing to sieve his body directly. But in front of him, none of those blue rays of light actually took effect. It hit Rhodes' body like a stream of water shot from a water gun hitting the wall, and then disappeared directly. "What? This is the light of destructive molecules. Has your body exceeded the molecular structure of this world?" Apocalypse was surprised that the ability he was most proud of was Primal Destruction Beam, but he didn't expect it to be ineffective against Rhodes. Rhodes touched his body, and Apocalypse's beam had no effect, just like tickling him again. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Super Roar Suck. Chapter 36, Super Roar Suck. Seeing that the laser had lost its effect, Apocalypse's heart rose again. He had mastered so many powers and thought it would be easy to deal with Rhodes. Even if his body can withstand the lasers of the destroying molecules, it is impossible to be immune to the direct destruction of the molecules. So Apocalypse condensed two flames in the palm of his hand, and then he closed his hands together, like a flamethrower, and a curtain of fire spewed out towards Rhodes. The original destruction beam can destroy the composition of molecules, and the flame he is using now is the extinction fire that can directly convert molecules into energy on the physical plane. Apocalypse's mouth twitched when he saw Rhodes being enveloped in flames. "I hope it's not burned out, and I can reproduce your body with only one cell left," he said playfully. But when the curtain of fire faded away, Rhodes was still standing there, unscathed. "What? Even the fire of extinction is ineffective against you. What is your body made of? Is it beyond the ordinary matter of the universe?" Apocalypse looked at Rhodes in a panic. The flames condensed in his palm again, and he wanted to burn Rhodes to the point where no dust was left. He was afraid that he would not be able to leave his body after it was all burned, so he reduced the power of the flame, and this time he did not hold back at all. The flames flew out again, and a 10-meter-high scarlet curtain flew towards Rhodes' body, trying to slash him in two pieces. Rhodes stood where he was, knowing that his body of steel had surpassed the strength of ordinary matter, and now he would be safe even if he went to the center of the sun to bathe in a nuclear explosion. The flames enveloped him again, and the searing waves blocked Rhodes' vision and made him unhappy. Ding! The host Rhodes has evolved Super Roar Suck. After Rhodes heard the sound in his ear, he suddenly felt that his chest was full, and his breath became calm and powerful, as if a slight roar suction could blow up the dust on the ground, and there was no upper limit to the strength in his mind. So Rhodes took a small breath, then let it out. Bang! The air in front of him suddenly exploded, and a visible air wave spread out, dispelling the fire curtain shot by Apocalypse. The flames shot back, igniting Apocalypse's body. Ah! Apocalypse let out a scream, and was immediately enveloped in a light blue light and disappeared in place. A few meters away, a light blue light spread out, Apocalypse's body reappeared, the dark blue skin on the surface was covered with blood, and there were burns everywhere. But Apocalypse used molecular remodeling again, and soon the body healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. I don't believe it. I used this flame to burn everything in the world. Is your body really beyond the structure of the ordinary universe? Apocalypse bit his head and clasped his palms together again, creating a vertical fire curtain in front of him. Rhodes stood on the spot, and then he let out a deep breath of cold air. In front of him, a heavy white mist fell to the ground like a waterfall, and only the misty clouds above the clouds slowly spread out on the ground. Apocalypse's flames came into contact with these white mists, and they were extinguished in an instant. The white mists were like death mists from the underworld, freezing the ground and causing all the flames they touched to disappear instantly. Suddenly, Apocalypse's eyes shrank suddenly, he felt a cold wind blowing in front of him, and then his body was completely frozen by light blue ice crystals from the tip of his nose. He was like an ice sculpture standing in the snow, imprisoned by ice cubes all over his body. Damn! The ice sculpture vibrated, and there was a low muffled sound through the ice cubes. Apocalypse's body emitted a dozen light blue rays of light moving horizontally and vertically. Then the ice cube suddenly burst and fell to the ground. The broken section was very smooth. It was obviously split after being cut, not because of melting. UBD. Apocalypse clenched his fists tightly as his muscles burst with anger. I changed my mind, I'm going to tear you to pieces, resurrect you, and tear you to pieces again. Let you go mad in endless pain, and then control your thoughts and make you my slave. Speaking of which, Apocalypse actually gave up using his abilities from a distance, and instead approached Rhodes and fought him physically. With super strength and super physique, he is also very confident in his melee combat. He knows that his supernatural powers can no longer help Rhodes, so he will directly strangle him and tear his body into pieces. Rhodes still stood there, this time he took a deep breath, and when Apocalypse was in front of him, suddenly roar came out. Boom! There was an explosion in front of him. Apocalypse's body collided with the extremely fast airflow from Rhodes' roar, causing the airflow to be turbulent. When they collided with each other, it caused an explosion of gas. This explosion directly blasted Apocalypse out, its body flew high into the sky, and then disappeared into the sky in an arc without a trace. Rhodes stood still, looking as though the power of the explosion was nothing to him. He looked at the sky with his eyes, and the scene in front of him continued to enlarge, and finally he could clearly see the posture of Apocalypse hundreds of miles away. The latter had been blown to pieces by the explosion, and the body in the chest was rapidly healing, and he himself struggled to use a space teleportation. The pale blue light devoured him, and then the man disappeared into the air. Inside the palace, Apocalypse appeared in a blue light, and then fell to the ground and cried in pain. Ah! Damn it! The people waiting for the good news in the palace were terrified and panicked, not knowing what to do. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Lauf in the Dark. Chapter 37, Lauf in the Dark. They had never seen their Lord Apocalypse suffer such a serious injury, which obviously exceeded their expectations. Apocalypse, with his many abilities, has never met an opponent, not even one who has injured a single hair of his hair. The scene in front of me, what kind of monster is the other party? After Apocalypse's chest healed, he stood up and vented his anger. What are you doing standing there? Gather the army for me. I'm going to slash that BD who made me so embarrassed. The men immediately went to assemble the Egyptian soldiers, and they assembled the elite soldiers equipped with the frost axe sent by the giants of Jotunheim. Then went to His Highness and waited for Apocalypse to give the order. Apocalypse stood on the high main hall, looking into the distance with a little fear. It was the first time he had encountered a formidable opponent like Rhodes, and he was constantly growing in just one fight. The strength of that body is absolutely impossible to exist before, and it is not at the same level as the body I felt before. Everyone, search the whole city for me. No matter who gets in the way, it doesn't matter who it is. The soldiers are all elites directly under Apocalypse, and the spiritual world is all controlled by Apocalypse and is his puppet. Even if Apocalypse asked them to slash their own relatives, they would have no hesitation. The rest of the non-elite soldiers who were standing far away were a little hesitation when they heard that they might want to attack the people of Egypt. After all, their relatives also lived here. Apocalypse saw through their minds, and then waved slightly to the elite troops. The puppet soldiers seemed to have received some instructions. It was like an iron cavalry smashing mountains and rivers, striding towards the ordinary soldiers, and then actually started to wave the frost giant axe in his hand, and made a frost shock, freezing the soldiers into ice sculptures. Thousands of elite soldiers instantly froze tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers, and then they walked straight forward, and the hard armor after hitting the ice sculptures smashed the ice sculptures into pieces. Rhodes in the distance sees everything. This guy doesn't even spare his own people. In addition to sighing, Rhodes also found that the giant axes held by the elite soldiers were clearly the only weapons that the giants of Jotunheim could have. Could it be that there was some kind of deal between Lauf and Apocalypse? Anyway, it looks like Lauf is here. On his arm, Rhodes gave orders to the Pegasus troops on the Egyptian border to begin closing the encirclement and finally gather in front of the palace. The order has just been issued, and a mighty Egyptian elite force has arrived in front of Rhodes. They held the frost axe high, and in front of the army were several of Lauf's giants of Jotunheim. The giants of Jotunheim weren't in the palace to begin with, they seemed to have been added halfway through. Rhodes was determined, and Lauf waited in the dark for the moment to use the ice crate. But in front of him, he can only deal with this menacing army that is coming at him first. In front of him, a light blue light opened, and Apocalypse appeared in front of Rhodes again. You have exhausted your last chance. If you surrender obediently, I will only let you die. If you are not willing to accept my last charity, you will sink in endless pain. The corners of Rhodes' mouth rose slightly. You think too highly of yourself. I am enough for this kind of army. After speaking, Rhodes actually ignored Apocalypse and flew towards the army, taking a deep breath and exhaling it violently. More than a dozen tornadoes rose from the ground, sweeping towards the army. Apocalypse frowned, and immediately flew towards those tornadoes, and then a dozen beams shot into the center of the tornadoes, dispelling the vortex that the tornadoes depended on to survive, and the crisis was resolved. Just one roar can blow him away. His army is naturally impossible to resist. If this tornado encounters the army of transforming people that he has cultivated for many years, it will be a waste of so much effort. Don't think it's over, it's just a moment of carelessness. Apocalypse said stubbornly, and then psychokinesis controlled the house around him and smashed it towards Rhodes. The houses were like hills, falling towards Rhodes, and every house was smashed to smithereens, and earth and stones splashed everywhere. And Rhodes just came head on. The houses fell on him like strands of broken hair, washed away by his hard body. Rhodes, who has a body that exceeds the strength of ordinary cosmic matter, can't have all the matter on the earth harder than his body, and the earth and rocks are just a joke. In the sky, groups of white Pegasus knights appeared from all around. They held their spears high in their hands, and a luminous cannon fell from the sky, like a punishment from angel, blasting the Egyptian elite to flee. Apocalypse didn't dare to look elsewhere. Rhodes' strength in invisible had already choked him. Seeing that the form was already one-sided, and it was only a matter of time before his defeat was wiped out, Apocalypse was so anxious. Just then, in the dark, Lauf watched everything secretly. He saw that Odin's elite Pegasus troops actually focused all their attention on the Egyptian soldiers in front of him. Rhodes was also dealing with Apocalypse, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. The time has come, and now is the perfect time for me, Lauf, to take over Midgard. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Opening the Ice Treasure Box. Chapter 38, Open the Ice Treasure Box. Lauf took out a treasure box that shone with a faint blue light from his arms, and then condensed a powerful frost magic in front of him. The magic power turned into an arc light, flowing from the gap on the edge of the treasure box toward the inside of the treasure box. The body of the treasure box began to vibrate violently, as if the frost magic power just injected had a violent magical reaction in it. Suddenly, around Lauf, the frost exploded with him at the center, and the ground and surrounding walls were covered by a dark blue ice. Bingja is like a spreading vine, extending its tentacles to erode everywhere. No matter what they encountered in front of them, they covered it with themselves at a constant rate, swallowed it into their bodies, and pressed them under their bodies. In the space beside Lauf, light blue Bingji appeared out of thin air, and ice cones condensed into a file size of rice grains fell on the ground, turning into dazzling ice crystal gems. The ice treasure box in his hand opened slightly, and a blue phantom suddenly rushed out of it, and then flew towards the sky. The gap at the edge was opened at once under the constant subsequent impact of this phantom shadow. Then above the sky, a blue aurora covered the night sky, and everyone was attracted by this strange sight. The aurora stretched out 6 sharp, thorn-like angles, and then spread out, like a snowflake pattern that was gradually forming. Rhodes' pupils shrank suddenly. He knew that this was clearly caused by the magic power after the ice treasure box was opened. He noticed the location where the blue phantom flew out just now, so he immediately stared at it with his eyes. The walls in front of him became transparent and thin, and the scene continued to enlarge, and finally stopped in front of a light blue-skinned figure. Lauf was looking at the strangeness in the sky in amazement. This was the first time he used the ice treasure box. He had never seen such pure and powerful ice energy. Seemingly noticing Rhodes' gaze, he looked at the empty wall beside him and smiled, as if mocking Rhodes for being a step late. White velvet snowflakes began to fall in the sky, and everyone was amazed that there would be snow in summer, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help showing a smile of seeing the wonder. But when an Asgard Pegasus knight came into contact with a snowflake and turned into an ice sculpture, everyone's smiles froze instantly. They suddenly discovered that this is not a snowflake at all, but a concrete manifestation of high-purity frost energy in space. If the body is directly disengaged by such energy, it is equivalent to running naked in absolute zero. If there is no strong protective frost against the armor, no matter how strong the body is, it is impossible to resist the power of the freezing point of the universe. That is the energy that can stop matter. Not only the Asgard soldiers, but also the giants of Jotunheim on the ground panicked. Even if they grew up in Jotunheim, they could not fight against absolute zero. Apocalypse was slightly stunned. He used space teleportation more than a dozen times in a row, blinking his body in front of Rhodes. But the dense snowflakes fell, almost leaving him nowhere to hide. Apart from escaping, he did not dare to face the existence of this kind of cosmic law-level energy. Rhodes let the snowflakes fall on his body. After those snowflakes touched Rhodes' body, they burst into a white halo and disappeared into the space. His current body of steel has surpassed ordinary cosmic matter, and the law of ordinary cosmic absolute zero is completely ineffective for his body. But the scene in front of him made Rhodes worried. Even if he could resist the high-intensity frost energy released from the center of the ice crate, the Asgard soldiers had no way to resist. The whole army obeys the order, saves their own lives as the first priority, and all staff evacuate the most central battlefield. Rhodes yelled at the communication device on his arm. The Pegasus Knights in the sky acted immediately, riding the Pegasus to the airspace that was not covered by the huge snowflake suspended in the sky. It is impossible for Egyptian soldiers to have the mobility of Pegasus Knights. On the ground, they were quickly covered by falling snow and turned into ice sculptures. Apocalypse also understood what Rhodes ordered, and immediately a teleportation fled the area that the snowflakes could reach. Arriving in the desert area outside the city, he stared at the white snowflakes above the sky of his city, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The Egyptian city he had built for so many years was almost completely destroyed by such a snowflake. If the snowflake continues to expand, it is impossible for any creature to survive in the space covered by absolute zero. Neither the elite soldiers of Egypt nor other people in Egypt will survive. But at this moment, the snowflake spread rapidly, covering the entire desert sky, but at the same time, its own existence became sparse and thin, and white existence could no longer be seen in the night sky. It seems that the white snowflakes are evenly covering the Earth's atmosphere, and it seems that the pure white snowflakes have disappeared. While Apocalypse was bewildered, Rhodes suddenly flew in front of him. "I'll deal with you first, then Lauf." Rhodes snapped. He naturally wanted to kill Lauf first, but Apocalypse actually stood in an area with Pegasus Knights troops. He estimated that it would take some time for the ice crate to cover the entire Earth, so he made protecting his troops his top priority. After all, facing an opponent like Apocalypse, the number of Pegasus Knights is meaningless, and his firepower alone is enough to wipe out the entire Pegasus Knight Legion. Apocalypse smiled. "Kill me? Although you are really strong, you are too naive to want to kill me." Rhodes ignored him, but a blazing sun flame suddenly condensed in front of him. Crimson flames illuminated the dry yellow desert, melting the gravel beneath Rhodes' feet into transparent crystals. Apocalypse took a half step back in fright. What a joke! Could it be a flame that rivals the sun? It's just the residual heat. Not comparable. It's the fire of the sun. Rhodes threw the flame on Apocalypse. Apocalypse wanted to teleport to escape, but because the heavy snow just now consumed too much energy, at the moment he couldn't dodge at all. After the fireball was lifted to his body, it instantly enveloped him, and only a black figure could be seen struggling in the flames, making a desperate scream. "Oh! Damn it! How could I be caught by such a thing?" Apocalypse let out a roar, and then the cells in the whole body actually healed quickly under the scorching of the sun's flame. "Ha ha ha ha! I am the master of this world. I control everything in the universe. As long as you are still under the laws of the universe, you cannot kill me." Apocalypse laughed wildly. Asterisk. Chapter 39, Imprisoning Lauf. Chapter 39, Detention of Lauf. Rhodes sneered, "The speed of the sun flame is very slow, and it is difficult to attack you who can teleport. I didn't intend to kill you like this, but since you don't believe it, I will let you know your ignorance." Saying that, Rhodes made claws with both hands, his mind concentrated in the palm of his hand, and the flames in front of him burst out suddenly, pouring into the burning Apocalypse. The flames on Apocalypse gained new energy and exploded in an instant, the flames soaring into the sky. This time, his whole body became charred black, and the rotten flesh was licked by the flames layer by layer, turning into sparks flying in the fire. The muscles of the whole body disappeared, and the white bones were exposed, just like those skeleton knights created by death. Only his head is still holding up, and it appears that he is deliberately focusing his healing on the head in order to stay alive. However, Rhodes simply increased the flame again, and Apocalypse's body suddenly turned into a black smoke, and instantly disappeared into the space. Not even a single dust was left behind. The Pegasus Knights who had withdrawn from the surroundings looked around Rhodes, and their bodies trembled in horror. The original yellow gravel has turned into a pure transparent crystal at this moment, and it is not a surface layer, but the sand dunes under Rhodes' feet have all turned into complete crystals. He can still feel the hot breath floating around him, and even if he touches the hot wind a little, he can feel his skin scorching and hurting as if a layer of it was torn off. "Commander," someone said in a trembling voice, "what should we do now?" Rhodes looked at the Pegasus Knights behind him. Only half of them were there, and the others evacuated to the other side outside the city. There were snowflakes falling next to them. Just when everyone wanted to escape, they found that the snowflakes this time were just pure snow, and they quickly melted into water droplets when they fell on the body. "This is Lauf's ice crate. It looks like it just released the energy when it was opened, and now it spreads evenly throughout Midgard," Rhodes explained. "But if you wait like this, the temperature will gradually drop throughout Midgard until it is only suitable for the giants of Jotunheim to survive." Everyone knew that they still needed to be vigilant, so they immediately became vigilant. Rhodes set his eyes on the city of Egypt, then put his fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. From the sky, a white holy voice pulled out a white afterimage and came to Rhodes' side. Tenma came to Rhodes' body and let out a neigh, as if to express the joy of seeing his master. Rhodes rode it, and then took the Pegasus Knights around him and killed them back into the city. At the same time, he also ordered the Pegasus Knights on the other side to surround him. "Lauf is in the city, there is no way to escape." Soon, under the guidance of Rhodes, the Pegasus Knights surrounded Lauf in the courtyard in front of the palace. Lauf looked at everyone with a smile, without the slightest panic. "Midgard is already in the possession of our giants of Jotunheim, what can you do?" Behind him, the ice treasure box was placed by him on the altar of the Egyptian sacrifice, and white mist was continuously flowing out. "These mists will not sink to the ground, but disappear out of thin air. I don't know where they are going." Rhodes knew that the ice crate was supplying the entire planet with frost energy to lower the planet's temperature. "Stop the ice crate and I'll spare your life," Rhodes threatened. "Ha ha ha ha. Stop joking." Lauf laughed loudly. "After a while, you will all be unable to move your body because of the energy of the ice treasure box. What can you do then?" After he finished speaking, he looked at the Pegasus Knight beside Rhodes. Sure enough, because this was the closest place to the ice treasure box, the temperature was extremely low, making it unbearable for everyone. Lauf noticed the strangeness of these Pegasus Knights and approached Rhodes with a smile. "Don't hold on, I think you're about to die. After all, it's an ordinary body, not as good as our giants of Jotunheim to withstand the cold." With that, he flew close to Rhodes and threw a punch. Rhodes didn't change his face, clapped his hands slightly, blocked a punch, and then kicked Lauf sideways, kicking Lauf out. Lauf's throat sweetened, and a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth. "What? You can still move freely?" Lauf exclaimed. He looked at the Pegasus Knights again, all of them trembling, unable to even move his footsteps. But why is Rhodes in front of him still flexible this time? Rhodes didn't respond. Even if his current body was frozen by the absolute freezing point, it would not affect his movements at all, because it was no longer an existence that could be constrained by the physical laws of the general universe. He continued to approach Lauf with his fist raised, ready to hit him with a few punches. Lauf stepped back in horror and put his hand on the frost treasure box, because the concentration of frost energy was too high, and one of his arms was directly frozen. But before that, he still held the treasure box and held it in his hand. "Don't come here. You'll die if you come near me," Lauf threatened. Then Rhodes ignored his threat completely, moved closer, and punched. The punch hit the ice crate, the force was transferred to Lauf, and the others were sent flying. Lauf tumbled several times on the ground, and the frost crate fell to one side. How is this possible? Lauf's consciousness became blurred, and he was still shocked in his final consciousness. Rhodes was completely immune to the ice crate. Seeing that Lauf lost his combat ability completely, Rhodes did not intend to let him go. He is a person who likes to cut grass and roots. Just as he raised his fist to blow Lauf's head off, a red light flashed across the sky. Odin descended from the sky with his superior ministers and came to Rhodes' side. "Don't kill him, he is the king of the giants of Jotunheim. If you kill him, the giants of Jotunheim riot will plunge the 9 realms into chaos." The corners of Rhodes' mouth twitched, not because of how powerful Odin was to him, but because of the chaos of the giants of Jotunheim. Earth would definitely be the first to suffer. His parents are still on Earth, and if the giants of Jotunheim attacked aggressively, the current power of the Earth would be powerless to resist. In the chaos, who could guarantee that his parents would not be harmed? In desperation, Rhodes threw Lauf in front of Odin like he was carrying garbage. Odin immediately ordered someone to arrest Lauf, then teleported back to Asgard through Bifrost, and put him in jail. The eyes of everyone in front of them fell on the ice treasure box, and the white mist was constantly being transported to all parts of the earth through the teleportation magic of the treasure box. If this trouble is not dealt with, the earth will still become a paradise for the giants of Jotunheim under the passage of time. Asterisk. Chapter 40, in the end. Chapter 40, falling short. You go. Odin ordered several upper gods around him. Several high-level gods under Odin dismissed them. They slowly approached those white mists, but the moment they reached out to touch them, their fingers suddenly froze. Then they were so frightened that they suddenly retracted their fingers, and the slight vibration of the body actually drove the ice cubes on the fingertips, and then the whole finger turned into ice crystals and shattered. What? Everyone was shocked. Roar can directly destroy the body of a higher god. What is the white mist? My god king. They turned and looked innocently at Odin. These white mists can cause absolute zero, and our bodies will freeze as soon as we get close. When the soldiers and generals heard that it was absolute zero, they immediately stepped back in fright. Although Odin is the king of gods, after all, his body is still within the laws of the general universe. Even if he touches absolute zero, the matter in his whole body is stopped, and it will collapse instantly. Everyone looked at the ice treasure box and suddenly became helpless. If no one could stand up and close the treasure box, they could only watch Midgard be taken into the bag by the giants of Jotunheim. Rhodes definitely couldn't agree, and he walked over slowly. What are you doing? That's absolute zero, the theoretical death rules. You just went to die in the past. Rhodes ignored him and walked over slowly. Those white mists touched his body, but they were just like simple water mists, and were swept away by him on both sides of the road. The freezing of the whole body that everyone had predicted did not happen at all. Rhodes took the ice crate in both hands and slammed it shut. But even though the ice crate is fully closed, the white fog is constantly emerging. Even if the ice treasure box that has been opened is physically closed, the powerful magic sealed in it has already been activated, and unless the magic can be interrupted, the white fog cannot be made to disappear. And the interruption method of this magic can only be turned off by the person who turned it on, and everyone except Lauf will be rejected by the treasure box. Rhodes couldn't help but twitch when he remembered how the treasure box was sealed. If you want my life on Earth, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before the people around him could recover from their shock, Rhodes summoned Heimdall to open a Bifrost by himself, sending Rhodes directly to Jotunheim. After walking out of Bifrost's rainbow light, Rhodes threw it hard against the sky and threw the ice treasure box in his hand. The white mist accumulated in an instant and accumulated around it. The ice treasure box that was originally acting on the earth suddenly lost its target, and the magic was released from nowhere. These white mists accumulate constantly, wrapping the crate in a large white cotton. Then, the cotton suddenly exploded and scattered around. In the sky over Jotunheim, white snow fell. Some curious giants of Jotunheim reached out to touch the white snow, the first time they had seen it in Jotunheim in all these years. But when they touched the snow, their bodies were immediately frozen into ice cubes, and when the wind blew slightly, their bodies shattered, and then fell to the ground and became ice crystals that sparkled stars in space, and finally disappeared without a trace. Disappeared. Panic spread immediately, everyone ran around, ran into the building to hide, ran under the ice cliff to hide. However, after the snowflakes lifted the ground, the temperature of the ground dropped suddenly, and then began to radiate in all directions. Rhodes didn't look any further, but turned and walked into Bifrost, back to Asgard. Several soldiers were throwing a fainted Lauf into the prison, and Rhodes appeared before them to awe. "Hello, Legion Commander." "Give him to me," Rhodes said flatly. The soldiers looked at each other. Rhodes was now the commander of the Pegasus Knights. They didn't have the courage to resist, and immediately handed over Lauf. Rhodes grabbed Lauf's slender neck and threw him into Bifrost. The weightlessness jolted Lauf awake, and by the time the scene became clear, he was already in Jotunheim. Rhodes stepped on his head with one foot and threatened, "Did you see those white mists in the distance? Leave the treasure box for me, or wait for Jotunheim to disappear into the absolute zero void." Lauf's body trembled slightly, even the giants of Jotunheim couldn't walk freely in absolute zero. He had a strong resistance to cold, but he could only move in absolute zero for a second. If one's own clansmen were trapped in absolute zero, it would be impossible for them to survive. Humph. Lauf suddenly gave a ghostly smile. "Do you think I don't know? Even if you brought the crate to Jotunheim, Midgard was chosen as the target, and he would eventually be swallowed by the magic of the crate." Rhodes let go of his feet, and Lauf smiled and thought Rhodes was frightened by him. But suddenly a punch hit him in the cheek, making his brain buzz. "You can try and see if I kill all your clansmen in front of your eyes first, and then forcefully destroy the treasure box, or if Midgard is swallowed up by the insignificant magic that is now teleporting past." Lauf avoided his eyes. Jotunheim and Midgard were too far away. Even if they were locked, the magic power couldn't be transmitted so fast, and the amount would be limited. The magic power that cannot be transmitted will naturally stay in Jotunheim, which is the source of the snowflakes in front of you. If it goes on like this, Jotunheim must disappear first, and Rhodes, the monster that even absolute zero is ineffective against him. Lauf lowered his head, then nodded helplessly, "I'll close the treasure chest and spare my clan." Rhodes kicked him in the kicked him a few staggers, and went to the ground in a very embarrassed way to close the box, which was still foggy on the ground. In front of Jotunheim is like a battlefield after the war. There are screaming giants of Jotunheim everywhere. Some of them have been taken away by snowflakes, and some of them have lost their beloved friends. The wailing filled the entire Jotunheim, and it was about to break through the sky and rushed beyond the 9 realms. Lauf knelt on the ground, looked at the horror in front of him in horror, looked at the sky and shouted unwillingly. "One move away from chess. All credit is lost. All credit is lost." Suddenly he looked back and glared at Rhodes, gnashing his teeth and showing his fierceness. "Asgard actually produced a monster like you. I'm unlucky." Rhodes looked at him coldly and walked over slowly. "Are you going back to jail with me, or am I taking you back?" Lauf smiled wryly, stood up, lowered his head and walked into the rainbow light. Rhodes looked at the chaos in Jotunheim, and whispered to Lauf behind him, "If you don't greedy the outside world, how can you end up like this? These people died for you." Lauf was speechless. After the ice crate was opened, all the creatures in Midgard would die. Now the crate in turn devastated Jotunheim. Chapter 41, 9 Realms Asgardian. Chapter 41, 9 Realms Asgardian. A few days later, Asgard, above the main hall of Asgard. Lauf knelt on top of the main hall, his limbs shackled, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. In front of him, Odin sat on the top of the main hall, looking down at him. "King of the giants of Jotunheim, Lauf, you have violated the laws of the 9 realms peace and intended to destroy Midgard. You are now sentenced to serve in Asgard until your death, and inform all giants of Jotunheim that this is a decision made for the sake of peace in the 9 realms. Lauf knelt in a daze and didn't say much. Soon, soldiers around him pulled him down. This was just a passing scene. After all, Lauf couldn't escape and would be punished. After Lauf was taken away, everyone's eyes fell on Rhodes. Hela also looked at Rhodes from the side, cracked the icy charming face rarely, and smiled faintly at Rhodes. "Rhodes," Odin roar called. Rhodes stood up and came to Odin under the expectant gaze of everyone. "As a temporary commander in this battle, I couldn't help solving Lauf's rebellion, and also eradicated Midgard's riot force Apocalypse. The credit is huge. Now you are specially designated as the 9 realms Asgardian, and together with Hela, monitor and guard the 9 realms." Everyone burst out in shock. "Roar, what is the concept of Asgardian in the 9 realms? That is a priesthood that is almost second only to the position of Odin. Rhodes has turned from a small bodyguard to an Asgardian of the 9 realms." Odin was a little nervous, and he looked at Rhodes with mixed emotions. He couldn't see through Rhodes' strength at all, and even the absolute zero, which he couldn't get close to at will, couldn't do any damage to him. And against Lauf, he didn't seem to even have a fierce battle, and the battle was quickly resolved. With such strength, let alone Asgardian of the 9 realms, it may be a matter of time before he gives way to him as the commander of the 9 realms. Rhodes was neither surprised nor delighted when he got this position. To him, Odin was not the boss, and no one was his boss. After all, he has the genes of Silver Superman, and he doesn't need to be afraid of the powerhouses from this universe or other universes. But before the time travel, he was also an ancient Huxia person, and he was full of benefits, and he still understood these principles. The universe is so big and it may be infinite. Before his own strength becomes invincible, he will be too publicized and will only make enemies everywhere, and finally make himself uneasy. So Rhodes nodded and said, "Thank God, King. Accumulate and recharge, stay in Asgard for a while, and then make plans for the future," Rhodes planned in his heart. "Someone grant the Asgardian magic weapon of the 9 realms." Odin roar called, and then asked his servant to hand over a spear to Rhodes. The spear's body was blood red, the spearhead was shining and sharp, and a snake pattern was engraved on it coiled up. The sound of gunfire exudes a touch of magic, and at a glance, you can see that this is not an ordinary weapon. Rhodes took the spear and waved it slightly. The sound of the gun dragged a red after image in the space, turning it into an arc and showing it in front of everyone. The magic soldier is held in the hero's hand, showing a heroic appearance. The crowd applauded, and Gauror stood up. "Rhodes! Rhodes! Rhodes!" Hela also came to Rhodes with clapping. "Congratulations, this is a long spear specially made for you by the best craftsman in the 9 realms. He heard from Sig that your marksmanship is exquisite. This spear claims to be able to pierce through everything. In your hand, it is considered to have found its destination." Rhodes smiled lightly. "It's overrated, it's just a matter of luck to resolve the incident." Hela was teased by Rhodes to cover her mouth and snicker. They are already Asgardian of the 9 realms, and they are still hiding their strength. She patted Rhodes on the shoulder coquettishly, like a pure girl. Rhodes was stunned for half a second. It was the first time he had seen Hela so lively. Hela also realized that she had lost her way, and immediately turned down her face with a cold face. "Next, we have to protect the 9 realms, take care of them." After speaking, she walked away quickly, hiding her shyness after her gaffe. Rhodes looked at Hela's shyly fleeing back, and couldn't help but put a smile on his face. "Sir, are you satisfied with this kind of accommodation?" Several craftsmen stood beside Rhodes respectfully. As an Asgardian of the 9 realms, he naturally has his own residence, so Rhodes simply let him design a house according to his own ideas. Looking at the gorgeous house in front of him, Rhodes nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, is the study big enough?" big. Your side please. Several craftsmen led Rhodes to the study. It was a row of rooms, and Rhodes specifically asked the study to be large enough to accommodate all the books in the world. It is naturally impossible to build such a big house. The craftsman can only take a slant and build a quantum reading room for Rhodes. As long as there are books with electronic records in the 9 realms, they can be consulted. Some unrecorded books were found by craftsmen with great effort and placed in the study room specially used for displaying ancient books. Rhodes was very satisfied when he saw that the bookshelves were full of all kinds of rare and ancient books that could be collected in the 9 realms. Sir, are you still satisfied? No problem, continue to send people to collect ancient books, as long as Asgard can't record it through quantum technology, collect them for me. Several craftsmen bowed their heads suddenly, yes. After saying that, they withdrew. Instead of looking at his bedroom and hall, Rhodes stayed in the study, took the first book from the first row of the bookshelf, and sat in a place specially designed for lighting to read. At the moment Hela came to Rhodes' courtyard, and when she heard that his residence was built, she was the first to come to see it. I searched the front courtyard without seeing Rhodes, and then knocked on the door of Rhodes' hall, but no one responded. After thinking about where Rhodes would go for a long time, Hela patted her forehead and pouted, "This nerd is probably reading again." After speaking, he walked towards Rhodes' study. Rhodes, who has super memory, has also evolved super intelligence. He can understand the content of books at a glance, with the help of super memory. Rhodes is now like a walking knowledge viewer, all the knowledge of the universe constantly pouring into his head. The door of the study was not closed, and Hela stood at the door looking at Rhodes's reading profile. Rhodes didn't notice her for a long time, his consciousness was completely immersed in the book, and he didn't need to be vigilant when he was in Asgard. Hela didn't even call Rhodes from Roar. She stared blankly at Rhodes' profile and couldn't help but smile. "Lord Hela? Hello." Several maids who came to deliver books to Rhodes immediately bowed and said hello when they saw Hela standing at the door. When Rhodes heard Hela, he put the book down immediately. "Hela." Hela looked at Rhodes' maids carefully, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. These were specially allocated to Rhodes by the people of Odin, in order to serve Rhodes well. They are Valkyrie warriors, and their snow-white skin and velvet feathers make these girls look holy and beautiful. Asterisk. Chapter 42, Training the Soul Warrior. Chapter 42, Training the Soul Warrior. Taking care of people is also delicate and considerate, but these maids disturbed Hela to watch Rhodes quietly, and Hela was a little angry. But these maids are Rhodes' people, and Hela can't punish them casually. And for some unknown reason, when Hela saw these beautiful Valkyrie warriors beside Rhodes, she felt inexplicably upset, and even Hela herself couldn't figure out why. Rhodes stood up. Walked to Hela's side. "Are you looking for me?" Hela looked at Rhodes with a faint smile on her face. "Yes, the God King Odin has sent you a new task." "What mission?" "Training soul warriors of Soul Castle. You also know that the soul warriors of these soul castles are formed by the condensed heroic spirits of warriors from the 9 realms who died in battle. After extraditing their dead souls to heaven, they will be promoted to Protoss warriors in Soul Castle again. Having a powerful Protoss body, they still retain their previous character and cognition. They are powerful, but it is precisely because of their power that they are in chaos and disobeying discipline. Odin has sent many people to manage the soul warriors of these soul castles, but they all failed. As the new Asgardian of the 9 realms, I believe you must have the ability to discipline them." Rhodes knew instantly. Indeed, in order to deal with Ragnarok, the God King Odin did not hesitate to kill countless powerful warriors from the 9 realms on the battlefield. Then collect the souls of these warriors from the 9 realms and reunite them as soul warriors in Soul Castle. This strength has become stronger, but they do not have the loyalty and obedience of the Protoss warriors. It is easy to be rebellious and disobedient when you have acquired great power. This is really a headache. Rhodes nodded. Okay, I see, I'll go now. Rhodes is ready to leave here. These maids put down the books in their hands and brought Rhodes's Asgardian cloak from the 9 realms. The maids gently put on capes for Rhodes. Hela glanced at the maids with a complicated look, but without saying anything, she turned and left. Rhodes came to Valhalla. A towering white gigantic temple stands on a peak. Above the Hall of Heroes, a pillar of light of huge amounts rose into the sky, piercing the sky. Rhodes could even see some human-shaped things falling from the sky in the huge amounts of light beams and falling into the Temple of Valhalla. It seems that this huge beam of light should be used to collect the souls of those soldiers who died in the 9 Realms War. The souls of the soldiers of the 9 realms who died in battle were rebuilt from here. Rhodes crossed the heavy stairs and stepped into the huge amounts of square in front of the Valhalla. Many warriors in golden armor gathered in 2s and 3s on the square of the Hall of Heroes, some chatting, some drinking, and some playing games. It doesn't look like a training camp for warriors at all, but rather a large entertainment venue. Fortunately, these guys can't play any extravagant work, otherwise this Temple of the Valiant Spirit will probably become a large-scale dance scene. In broad daylight, this group of soul warriors is so sloppy and free, no wonder the god King Odin would delegate this task to himself. Rhodes just walked into the square of the Valhalla. Hundreds of soul warriors all around set their sights on Rhodes. Everyone laughed and talked about Rhodes' cloak and spear of the 9 realms Asgardian. There was no respect for Rhodes' presence in the slightest. Not a single one even saluted Rhodes. Rhodes shook his head speechlessly. Really a bunch of thorns. Rhodes shouted loudly. Everyone gathers. Still a dead silence. Rhodes suddenly saw the words that came out, which made the surrounding soul warriors stunned. After a few seconds of silence, the group of soul warriors laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. What is this idiot talking about? I don't know, maybe he thought he was the boss. He actually asked us to gather. Cut, who is killing him? It's just another idiot. Don't worry about it, let's just keep drinking. Rhodes stood in the square, no one heeded his orders, looking like a fool. The veins on Rhodes' forehead burst. Then the Asgardian spear in Rhodes' hand flew out like lightning. Naturally, the target was those soul warriors who mocked him while drinking. The Asgardian spear in Rhodes' hands was so fast that none of the 4 or 5 drinking soul warriors could react. Boom! A huge deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters was blasted out in the square of the Temple of the Spirit. Huge amounts of shockwave blasted out 20 or 30 soul warriors around. And at the heart of the Rhodes' Asgardian spear attack. The few soul castle warriors who were drinking were disgraced by Rhodes, and they only felt a wave of shaking. It was dark in front of them, and then they fell to the ground. The golden armor on his body was scorched black by the blast. Looking extremely embarrassed. Rhodes has shown mercy. The Asgardian spear in his hand did not pierce any soul warrior's chest, otherwise, I am afraid that these soul warriors will die again. The few soul warriors took a moment to react. He stood up angrily. You are courting death, you dare to attack us. Rhodes looked up at the soul warriors. You said enough to die 100 times. These soul warriors were naturally unconvinced and took out their spears or long knives one after another. Pounced towards Rhodes. Rhodes raised his right hand, and the Asgardian spear stuck in the pit flew back into Rhodes' hands. The spear in Rhodes' hand shook, and a few spear flowers were shaken out, and he rushed towards the soul warriors. The world of God speaks with fists. If you want to train these soul warriors, you must find a few unlucky ghosts to love them. Only then can they realize that the gap exists. These soul warriors are fast, but Rhodes is faster than them. Rhodes came to these soul warriors in an instant. The Asgardian spear in his hand swept away. The armor and weapons in these soul warriors were all smashed by Rhodes. They were flying backwards faster than they were charging. Several soul warriors fell to the ground, smashing the stone slabs on the ground of the Temple of Valor. The soul warriors' garments shattered, leaving only a few shredded strips of cloth barely covering their bodies, revealing their strong muscles. Asterisk. Chapter 43, A Group of Cowards. Chapter 43, Just a Bunch of Cowards. Although they have transformed into Protoss warriors and possess the physique of the Protoss, their combat experience is still at the stage of the Nine Realms warriors. Their combat experience and fighting technique are much lower than that of Protoss warriors, but at the same time they have stronger physique and strength than ordinary Protoss warriors because of the strengthening of the Temple of Heroes. This leads these soul warriors to think that they are so powerful that no one can stop them. But if it weren't for the credit of the Temple of the Spirit, they might be nothing. These souls always see their strength according to their appearance. But in fact, their combat effectiveness is not high, especially if they don't understand the battle formation coordination of the Protoss and the fighting technique of the Protoss. Since they were endowed with powerful powers by the Temple of Valor, it was difficult for ordinary people to discipline them. That being the case, the easiest way is to speak with fists. These soul warriors were tortured by Rhodes to look like this. The surrounding soul warriors all showed their horrified eyes. It was hard for them to imagine that Rhodes had such power. These soul warriors who said Rhodes were bombarded with ragged clothes made them lose face. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely laugh out loud. But now these soul warriors can't laugh. Because they saw the gap between them and Rhodes. With Rhodes' strength, none of them could be Rhodes' opponent, even if they all joined forces. No one knew how powerful Rhodes was. Since they have the body of the Protoss, they are also afraid of death. They don't know if they, the soul warriors who have ascended from the Nine Realms, can be resurrected once again, or will they be completely wiped out together with their souls. This made the group of soul warriors very terrified. It's just that one of the soul warriors who was taught by Rhodes was obviously not very convinced. Even his own weapons and armor were all shredded by Rhodes. Still want to get up and continue fighting. Rhodes pressed his Asgardian spear to his opponent's throat. The point of the sharp Asgardian spear pierced the soul warrior's skin. Blood flowed from the soul warrior's skin. The coldness brought by the tip of the Asgardian spear made the soul warrior feel cold all over his body, and the pain from his throat made the soul warrior stiff in place, not daring to make any movement. Whether it is a Protoss warrior or a Terran warrior, the fear of death exists. Even if they now have great power and the physique of the Protoss. Rhodes said indifferently. If you don't want to die, be honest, or I don't mind making you a soul again. I'm Rhodes, Asgardian of the Nine Realms, and I'm here to clean you up in the name of God King Odin. I'm not a patient person, and if you cause me trouble, then I don't mind letting you do it again. I've killed countless giants of Jotunheim, not less than you so-called soul warriors. Even if I kill you all, God King Odin won't say anything. Anyway, the Temple of the Spirit can continue to create the constant soul warrior. If you have nothing to do with Asgard, then you have no value. For trash that has no value, you should know what will happen to you. Rhodes' words suddenly sent chills all over the rebellious soul warriors. Because they thought of a question they had never thought about. The god King Odin created them to serve Asgard. But the way they are now, not only did they disobey the order, but they also caused trouble all day long, causing Asgard to get into countless troubles. If one day the god King Odin is really tired of them, then I am afraid it will be the day of their demise. Asgard is not a nursing home. If they are no longer useful as warriors, then only death awaits them. Instead, they should be thankful for Rhodes' presence. Because at least for the Asgard Protoss, they still have some functions. Rhodes scoffed. Soul Warrior? The name sounds interesting, but it's actually not a bunch of weak and worthless garbage. Many arrogant soul warriors heard such humiliating words from Rhodes, and Roar sucked heavily, his chest heaving. Clearly outraged at Rhodes' words. But none of them dared to attack Rhodes, and the few soul warriors lying there now say it all. Rhodes rode. What? Are you not convinced? Yes, there is no problem at all. How about I make a bet with you? If any of you are unconvinced, one counts as one. There is no limit to the number of people. Come and challenge me. Whoever can beat me to the ground, I'll get out of here. You can play as you want. If I win, then all of you keep your mouth shut and obey my orders. Even if I ask you to die, you have to die for me. How about that? Dare. Now I wait 5 minutes. If no one challenges me within these 5 minutes, then I will acquiesce to all of you surrender. You are a bunch of cowards and automatically queue up for me. Okay, time starts now. Rhodes manipulated the technological arm guard of his left arm and projected a 5-minute countdown interface directly above the Hall of Heroes. These soul warriors looked at each other, watching the time passing above. These soul warriors did not dare to say a word. Stand honestly where you are. There are some timid ones who have already started to stand in front of the long staircase in the Hall of Heroes. Apparently they were overwhelmed by Rhodes' strength, thinking that rebelling against Rhodes has become impossible. So honestly choose to stand in line. At least making an early choice now and being at the forefront of the team can give Rhodes a good impression. But there are still quite a few soul warriors in hesitation. They don't know where they should go, and from the 9 realms to Asgard, they have completed their sublimation in the state of their souls. They can't find their relatives, and they can't find the meaning of their existence. They don't know where they should go if they go on like this, and they are more at a loss for the future. At the moment there are 3 minutes left in the projected time in the sky. Rhodes said loudly. 3 minutes to go, cowards, hurry up. If there's no one there, don't waste time. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Challenger Harrod's Bell. Chapter 44, Challenger Harrod's Bell. Rhodes carried the Asgardian spear and walked towards the steps of the Hall of Valhalla, preparing for the next lecture and formulating rules. At this moment, a dozen soul warriors stood up with spears. The eyes of the dozen or so soul warriors were churning with endless killing intent. Apparently they were furious at what Rhodes said. Although Rhodes admits that what he said is a bit too much, but kindness does not control the army. If you don't show a rough and cruel attitude, these rebellious guys will not be completely surrendered. These dozen or so soul warriors are stronger than ordinary soul warriors, regardless of their aura or size. Although Rhodes doesn't know the principle of the transformation of soul warrior from the Temple of Heroes, it seems that after a more powerful soul is sublimated into a soul warrior, his combat power will also become stronger. The one headed by one is more than 2 meters tall, and his muscles are as hard as a rock. The headed soul warrior spoke to Rhodes. We are not cowards. It can be seen that this group of soul warriors, whether they are now or in their lifetimes, are all warriors, and the word coward is especially taboo. These ancient warriors valued their reputation above all else. Even in death, one has to defend one's own reputation, which should have something to do with beliefs and the environment. The soul warrior continued. My name is Bell, Harrod's Bell. I'm here to challenge you. If I lose, then all the soul warriors will surrender to you. If I win, then you will kiss the boots of each of our soul warriors and apologize for your words and actions. Rhodes smiled, and it seemed that this guy should be the head of the group of soul warriors. If he can be subdued, the other soul warriors will be obedient, and he will be much smoother. Rhodes didn't have the slightest hesitation, and this Bell didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Okay, I promise you. Are you going together or one by one? Rhodes' voice fell. A dozen soul warriors stepped forward from behind Bell, seemingly planning to deal with Rhodes together. But Bell raised his hand. You step back, this is a battle between powerful warriors. If someone else intervenes, then we have to attack in groups, so do we still have the face to call them warriors? Hearing Bell's words, a dozen soul warriors stepped aside in shame. Rhodes nodded secretly, although he said that these soul warriors were rebellious and difficult to tame, but they also had their own arrogance. At least they have always defined themselves in the name of warriors, not those villains who have no principles and moral standards for their own interests. As long as they think they are warriors, many things will be simple. Okay, then let's fight one-on-one, fair and just. Bell at the moment picked up his golden spear and put on his helmet. He tapped on the armor on his chest. Ha, Rhodes Bell, once the commander of the First Legion of the Babylonian Empire, challenges your excellency, please accept it? Rhodes looked at it, and this Bell is now using the etiquette and process before the ancient European warriors singled out. I didn't expect that this Bell was actually the commander of the First Army, and I didn't expect to be killed in action. This can be the commander of the First Legion, which is basically the #1 general of the entire country, the first general and the like. No wonder he is so arrogant. If this guy can be completely subdued by himself, then it will be a good help for him to rule the soul warriors. Okay, Asgardian of the 9 realms, Rhodes Clark accepts your challenge. Rhodes also picked up the Asgardian spear in his hand and struck his chest a few times. After all, the other party is also a strong man, and the necessary respect for a warrior is still necessary. After the salute, Bell's big hand like iron pincers firmly grasped the spear. Taking a deep breath, he let out a terrifying roar, killing Rhodes. Kill! Rhodes saw that Bell was so powerful that every time he took a step, the stone slabs under his feet would shatter. This strength and momentum were at least 5 or 6 times that of other soul warriors. No wonder he can be the boss of this group of soul warriors. Something. Rhodes didn't panic at all, and deliberately tested Bell's skills and ability to adapt. So suppress some of your power. In order to better test the true strength of Bell. Rhodes shook a gun and went up to Bell. The easiest and most effective way to conquer a fighter is to defeat him head-on, without any fancy tricks. Rhodes held the Asgardian spear in one hand and collided with Bell's spear. Boom! The two men collided with their spears, and their strength burst out. With a deafening sound, a blast of flying sand and stones swept out. The surrounding soul warriors, even at a distance of 30 or 40 meters, still felt a gust of wind coming towards them, and the small stones that swept in hurt their faces. Numerous soul warriors retreated 100 meters again to ensure their own safety. The dust settled, and Rhodes was holding the spear in one hand. Squeeze Bell's spear under your own Asgardian spear. A large pit with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters appeared on the ground. Bell wanted to retrieve his spear that Rhodes had held down. But Bell's muscles swelled several times, and the armor was cracked by Bell's muscles, his face was flushed, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging, and he couldn't get his spear back. Rhodes saw that Bell was struggling, so he gently removed the Asgardian spear in his hand. Suddenly Bell took back his spear, but because he was too hard on his body, he couldn't control it in time, so he took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Bell's face flushed red, and his extremely confident strength was unmatched even by Rhodes' single-handed spear. Rhodes at the moment doesn't change his face and his heart doesn't beat. Apparently not trying his best. Bell felt an unprecedented humiliation. What? Bell charged up again with a spear. Rhodes still held the gun in one hand, and the tip of the Asgardian spear constantly neutralized Bell's incoming spear attack. Bell attacked Rhodes with all the spear skills he had learned all his life. A lot of tricky angles, feints, ultimate moves, and even raising the ground sand to obscure Rhodes' sight, these are not too glorious tricks. But Rhodes was still standing, still in the same position. He didn't move half a minute behind him, and he didn't lose his clothes under Bell's attack. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Punishment, Serving the Servant of God. Chapter 45, Punishment, Serving the Servant of God. It's as if Rhodes is just fishing, watering flowers, or something, and doesn't even have the qualifications to make Rhodes messy. Bell attacked for a long time and used hundreds of moves, but he couldn't get half a cent from Rhodes. Rhodes sees that Bel's offensive has quickly ebbed. Knowing that Bel is already out of skill, there is no way to break through himself. Rhodes rode. Your moves are outdated, don't you have any other new things? Then it's up to me. With Rhodes swept away, Bel quickly grabbed his spear and blocked Rhodes' attack. But the spear in Bel's hand flew out the next moment. He flew straight and swiftly to the right pillar at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. The huge amounts of stone pillars were hundreds of meters high, and the spear in Bel's hand was aimed at the stone pillar carved from Asgard stone, which was thousands of times harder than ordinary rocks in the 9 realms. Then it was firmly inserted into the stone pillar. Only 1 meter of the 3-meter-long gun was exposed outside. It's clearly not Bel's power, it's Rhodes' power. Rhodes at the moment was holding the tail of the gun in his right hand, and the tip of the Asgardian spear pressed against Bel's eyebrow. Bel felt the breath of death at this moment. Even more terrifying than the breath of death emanating from the Death Queen Hela. Bel's huge amounts of body seemed to be immobilized by the slender spear tip. Didn't dare to move at all. Because Bel at the moment can feel that if he is moving, the tip of the gun will really pierce his skull. Bel froze in place. And the countdown of at the moment Rhodes projected in mid-air just finished the last second. Bel failed, and the dust settled. The soul warriors in the audience were collectively petrified, and they didn't even dare to suck roar. All soul warriors looked at the scene in front of them with bated breath. Bel's powerful fighting power like a giant bear easily killed them, and Bel, who was almost invincible in their eyes, was hanged by Rhodes with a spear in one hand. And it's still the kind of powerless. Bel stood stiff for a full minute. Then Bel knelt down alone. Lord Rhodes, I lose, I'm willing to accept the bet. Rhodes retracted his Asgardian spear and stood beside him. Bel, is it time to honor your promise? Bel clenched his fists to Rhodes. Yes, Lord Rhodes, Bel is willing to give allegiance to you, even if the sky and the earth collapse and the gods fall, he will die. Bel is now completely convinced by Rhodes. Very good. Rhodes had his hands behind his back and walked towards the Valhalla steps. Everyone, gather, from now on, if you don't obey Lord Rhodes' orders, I will screw his head off. Bel spit and roared with a grim face. Under Bel's order, those soul warriors who were originally indecisive in hesitation gathered in the past as if they had been kicked out by the death god. Rhodes' tone remained flat. Rhodes is standing on the steps of the Soul Castle's main hall. Thousands of soul warriors fill the squares of Soul Castle. These soul warriors wore solemn golden armor and held golden spears more than 3 meters long in their hands. It's just that among the solemn soul warriors, there are a few ragged clothes, the few strips of cloth left on their bodies can't cover their private parts, and the weapons in their hands are nowhere to be seen, but they still stand here solemnly. The scene was funny, but no one laughed. From time to time, all soul warriors looked at the spear inserted on the stone pillar of the temple, and their bodies couldn't help shaking a few times. Rhodes glanced over all the soul warriors in front of him with serious, cold eyes. Rhodes reached for the spear behind him. No matter what kind of soul warrior comes out in the future, tell him about the rules here. If someone happens to the past again, Bel, I'll ask you. Yes, Lord Rhodes, Bel remembers. Bel's loud voice reverberated on the huge Valhalla square, and it never dissipated for a long time. Okay, then let me ask you a question, what are you? It's a warrior. The soul warriors roared in unison. What is the duty of a soldier? It's obedience. Then what did you just do? Facing the question of Rhodes' soul, all soul warriors bowed their heads in shame. You should be ashamed of what you've done before. From now on, you are still cowards. As long as you fail to fulfill the responsibilities that soldiers should perform, then you are not worthy of being called soldiers. You are just cowards. If you want to become a warrior, then from now on, your hell nightmare has begun. Only those who come out of hell alive are qualified to become warriors. You are just cowards waiting for your own redemption. You have to pay for your mistakes, understand? Understood. Although the expressions of the soul warriors were humiliating, their eyes contained unwillingness and anger. Obviously, they wanted to regain the glory that belongs to the warriors. Glory is my life. This is what all soul warriors think. Very good. From now on, you will run 10 laps around Asgard every day. For physical fitness, training, and fighting training, I will require you to follow the highest standards of all fighting skills of Protoss warriors. If any of you can't finish it, then I'll blame you for something. You just need to wash all the clothes of the god servants in Asgard and tidy up the room. Let everyone in Asgard take a good look at what the noble warriors who have ascended from the Hall of Valor are actually going to wash, cook, and clean the rooms for the servants. Anyway, I can lose this person. I don't know if you can afford to lose this person. Remember, those who fail to meet the standard will wear this noble armor to wash clothes for others. Got it, Lord Rhodes? We'll all get the job done, even if it means sacrificing our lives. This move by Rhodes can be said to be ruthless. Just running around Asgard, I don't know how long it will take. Asgard, where the Asgard Protoss lives, occupies a vast area, larger than the entire country of Midgard. It is said that it is a heavy training. It is estimated that after running, these soul warriors are almost the same. There are other rigorous trainings. It is unlikely to be completed. But Rhodes just wanted them to wash the clothes of the gods and make them feel like a soul warrior, but to be a servant to the gods who serve the warriors. Knowing shame and then being brave is what Rhodes trains them to do. Only when they feel shame can they unleash their full potential. Okay, starting today, let's go. Rhodes growled. Wearing armor and weapons, the soul warriors started running circles around Asgard, definitely mainly in the palace where the gods such as the god King Odin lived, and the palace of the gods was far enough. Otherwise, if you just run around the entire Asgard area, I am afraid that you will not be back in 3 or 5 years. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Asgard's Magical Landscape. Chapter 46, The Magical Landscape of Asgard. Armed with weapons, these Soul Castle warriors started running around the palace. These Soul Castle warriors, clad in heavy armor, walked on Asgard's hard footsteps with very heavy footsteps. Some of the god servants cleaning the courtyard felt the ground trembling all around. This movement alarmed the god servants in the courtyard and the gods resting in the temple. Some more courageous god servants stood at the door and watched. With this group of Soul Castle soldiers running fast. The physical strength and speed of these soul warriors are very fast, basically blowing like a gust of wind, and earthquake-like vibrations emanate from their feet, but they will be completely away in a few breaths. And the god King Odin stood on his towering temple, looking neat and uniform, and the spirited soul warriors were running along the tall wall. He stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Hee, don't mention this, Rhodes. There are really 2 brushes. Many problems that the commanders have not solved, are solved by Rhodes so quickly. It seems that these soul warriors are well trained by Rhodes. It has already begun to look like a teacher of tigers and wolves. Heimdall on the side said with a smile. Yes, Lord God, these soul warriors are sublimated by the divine power of the Temple of Valor, and their strength in all aspects is much stronger than the general Asgard army. If it continues, maybe these soul warriors will become Where's Our Asgard Ace? For such a powerful army under his hands to serve him, the god King Odin's face was full of smiles. Soul warriors run diligently under Rhodes' extremely strict training. When the soul warriors came back out of breath, Rhodes looked gloomy. This group of soul warriors was a little scared one by one. They knew that their results this time must not be very good. Rhodes snapped. You guys are really running slower than snails. I don't even know what I want you to do. You have already wasted all your rest time. Then you will not have a minute to rest. From now on, everyone will practice Protoss fighting skills. If it was in the past, I am afraid that this group of soul warriors would have rebelled in anger, and would not obey such unreasonable orders at all. But this command was issued by Rhodes. And now Bell, who has more say in their group, was completely subdued by Rhodes. If they dare to show any unpleasant behavior, I am afraid they will be punished extremely severely. They had to drag their tired bodies to continue the very rigorous training. Rhodes was supervising, and after a day of rigorous training, he knew that it was getting dark on Asgard's side. Few of this group of soul warriors can complete the training tasks assigned by Rhodes. Rhodes raised his hand and announced, "Okay, it's training time today." These soul warriors were exhausted. At the moment, their expressions changed after hearing Rhodes' words, and they couldn't imagine how terrifying they would face next. But Rhodes didn't punish them. Rhodes just said, "Now you rubbish realize how weak you are? You can't complete such a simple training task. What kind of fighters are you? According to what I told you in advance, you don't need to be punished in any way, and I'm not too lazy to punish a bunch of rubbish. Now that you have finished training, go to eat, go to rest, go to drink, and I don't care about you. But those who haven't completed the training, Bell, you come and distribute them, assign all those who haven't completed the training to various palaces, wash clothes, and cook for those god servants. When you finish those things, you can rest and eat. Well, start now." "Yes, Lord Rhodes." Bell took Rhodes' orders and quickly began assigning his own missions to those soul warriors who didn't complete their missions. Soon these soul warriors all got their own tasks. In such a vast Asgard Protoss palace, the number of divine servants is almost many times that of the warriors. Otherwise, there is no way to clean up such a huge amount of land. After a day of brutal training, these soul warriors were already starving. But they can't eat yet, and they have to wash and cook for the servants of God who serve them. This group of soul warriors has the arrogance in their hearts, but they dare not fail to carry out the tasks issued by Rhodes, so they can only complete them well. The servants of various temples were horrified when these soul warriors came to their houses. One by one, they were frightened, but when they understood each other's intentions, they fell into a collective petrification. As the existence of Asgard's lowest status, they have always only done their own things. Where can others do it, not to mention the noble soul warrior? Soul warrior, as the reincarnation of the Temple of Valor, has a higher status than ordinary, non-elite soldiers of the Asgard army. They are the impeccable Protoss. Let these soul warriors with divine bodies wash and cook for themselves. These divine servants never dared to even think about this kind of thing in their entire lives. But these soul warriors didn't talk nonsense. Ignoring the entreaties of those god servants, they directly picked up each other's clothes and started to wash them. So among the many temples in Asgard, many soul warriors in golden armor took the dirty clothes of the servants and began to wash them with water basins. The servants of the gods were stunned, a sight they had never seen before. The news soon reached the ears of the god king Odin. The god kings Odin and Heimdall laughed loudly. God King Odin laughed. There really is him. This guy Rhodes has come up with this method to physically punish these soul warriors who haven't completed their training. Okay, I bet those soul warriors who are so arrogant in their hearts must be going crazy. Heimdall said with a smile. Yes, as a noble warrior, to be a servant to the servants of the gods, I am afraid that there is no job in Asgard that is more humble than this. I believe that the warriors of the Temple of Valor must be extremely crazy. Yeah, but since they are willing to obey Rhodes' orders unconditionally, I believe that they will definitely work harder when they train tomorrow, washing and cooking for the servants of God every day. That is the greatest shame. Yes, I think they'd rather die in training than wash and cook the servants again. Asterisk. Chapter 47, The battle situation is urgent, Hela is seriously injured and returns. Chapter 47, The battle situation is urgent, Hela returns with serious injuries. Rhodes still went back to his room and continued reading in the study. Rhodes now has a body of steel. Even if he does not sleep, his body will not be affected in any way. His body has surpassed any ideology in this world, and he no longer needs to use sleep to rest. Rhodes worked tirelessly to acquire all the knowledge in this world. The next day, Rhodes was still watching the training of these Valhalla warriors as he did yesterday. After being embarrassed last night, they were washing clothes and cooking for those god servants. They didn't rest well last night, and some soul warriors were still fighting with their eyelids. But the more difficult the time, the more it can stimulate a person's potential. A human soldier can be stimulated to his potential under high-intensity training, so soul warriors with stronger physical fitness have stronger potential than ordinary human soldiers. Only under harsh conditions can they quickly become stronger. This time, Rhodes also brought some books, and while basking in the sun, he gained the energy of the sun to strengthen himself. Strength plus 10,000, strength plus 10,000, strength plus 10,000 still appeared in front of Rhodes' sight. Rhodes feels that the energy of the sun is constantly charging himself, and as his strength increases, this increases in frequency and speed quite quickly. It has even popped up once a while, and it has become a screen-like improvement. It's hard to imagine the extent of Rhodes' power if he continues to bask like this. But no matter what it becomes, his strength will only get stronger and stronger. The time is spent in Rhodes basking in the sun and reading books every day. However, Rhodes' cultivation level is improving by leaps and bounds. And this is unknown to almost everyone except Rhodes himself. Not even the god King Odin knew that Rhodes was overtaking him with lightning speed. Valhalla constantly has new ascenders appearing, who are still proud of their power. But then, Bel took the soul warriors who were twisted into a rope to repair these arrogant rookies. The means were a bit excessive, but Rhodes pretended to be invisible and acquiesced. Bel and the others also understood what Rhodes meant, so these new soul warriors, who were rebellious because of their powerful strength, became toys for this group of soul castle warriors to vent. After these new soul warriors felt the care of their predecessors, they became very obedient one by one, and they also obeyed Rhodes' orders. Time passed quickly, 10 days and a half months passed in a blink of an eye. Being punished for not completing the task, the soul warriors who went to wash and cook for the servants were reduced from a few thousand to 100 or 200, and the new soul warriors occupied all of them. More and more soul warriors can enjoy the good life after training. Rhodes watched the growth of these soul warriors. Silently nodded. However, Rhodes suddenly had mixed feelings in his heart. Because these soul castle warriors exist to resist Ragnarok. And it was Hela that caused Ragnarok. Choosing between Asgard and Hela, Rhodes naturally prefers Hela. Then cultivate these powerful soul warriors by yourself will become a huge resistance for Hela. Thinking of this, Rhodes started to have a headache. But Rhodes had no choice but to take a step by step. Hela's side is still out of battle. It's just that Asgard's enemies are still very powerful. Although Asgard has captured Lauf, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim. But the world of the giants of Jotunheim didn't stop, they lost their leader, but they were still crazy. After the giants of Jotunheim learned that the Asgard had captured their leader Lauf, the giants of Jotunheim continued to attack the 9 realms. Since there is no giants of Jotunheim leader Lauf in charge, the giants of Jotunheim can only play a little bit. Constantly harassing the 9 realms, making Asgard uneasy is right. On the other side, the flame giants side also became restless under the leadership of Surti, while the giants of Jotunheim began to adopt guerrilla tactics, constantly attacking some city-states in the 9 realms, and the flame giants side also began to burn one after another city. The sea that turned those cities into flames burned directly into a piece of scorched earth. The battle was more difficult than ever, and Hela's manpower also suffered varying degrees of damage. There was even a time when Hela came back to recuperate because the injury was too serious. Although the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant have always been rivals, they became incompatible when they met. However, in the face of the army against Asgard, the two completely opposite races seemed to have reached an unprecedented acquiescence and consensus. That is to work together against Asgard's army. This gave Hela a headache, who had been fighting outside all year round. Because either the giants of Jotunheim came out to make trouble, or the flame giant came out to make trouble. Now the 9 realms are a little chaotic. The giants of Jotunheim and flame giant races seem to be inexhaustible. During this period of time, Hela repeatedly asked the god King Odin to send troops for support. Although the god King Odin has always spared no effort in dealing with the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant. But the war is constantly going on, and Asgard is constantly stationing troops to participate in the war. This battle between the Asgard Protoss and the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giants seems to never end. Obviously the battle between these 3 forces will never stop. Rhodes got word that Hela was injured in a fight. This time, I came back to recuperate. After Rhodes got the news, he came to Hela's princess palace. Rhodes couldn't bear to look at Hela, who was leaning on the table weakly. Rhodes walked in front of Hela. Hela's face, body, there are some scars left after the battle. You must know that Asgard has the most advanced technology, and has a sanatorium that can restore severely wounded and disabled soldiers. As long as those Asgard warriors still have a breath, as long as they bring them back and put them in the sanatorium for a period of time, they can fully recover and continue to participate in the war. After several fierce battles, the sanatorium in Asgard was filled. Many Asgard artisans are working around the clock to make more sanatoriums, just to save more seriously wounded Asgard warriors. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Sunshine Rain. Chapter 48, Sunlight Rain. You can imagine how intense the battle was. With Hela's very noble status, it is definitely possible to use the sanatorium. After the treatment in the sanatorium, Rhodes could still see the big scars on Hela's body. It is conceivable how serious Hela's injuries were before. Hela is notorious for being in the line of fire with minor injuries. Even though he was attacked by the frost dragon at the time, Hela continued to fight, or under Rhodes' persuasion, Hela pushed down to heal. Rhodes looked a little angry at Hela, who was hurt like this. As Hela's bodyguard in the past, Rhodes naturally didn't want to see Hela injured. Hela saw Rhodes come in. A look of joy appeared on the pale face. Hela asked in a slightly weak tone. "Why are you here? Aren't you training the warriors of the Temple of Valor?" "Yeah, normal order has been restored at the Temple of the Spirit. Even if I'm not here, they can do well." Hela nodded. "That's good." Rhodes gave a slight hesitation, and Rhodes and Hela were slightly awkward in the gorgeous palace. Rhodes still intends to start the conversation with the nonsense. "How's it going on the front line?" When Rhodes mentioned this, Hela's expression was a little lonely. Hela shook her head. "Very bad. Now the giants of Jotunheim are shouting to rescue Lauf all day long, and constantly attacking the cities of the 9 realms, and the flame giant on the other side is starting to make a fuss. One time we were ambushed by the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant on the plains. Is it very unimaginable? These 2 races would actually work together to attack our Asgard army, but they didn't make contact, they just attacked from east to west. Later, I led the army to break out of the siege, but the team under my command suffered heavy casualties, losing 40% of its manpower. 3,000 Asgard warriors died in that battle. Most of the rest of the Asgard warriors were seriously injured and were sent back to Asgard for treatment. Now the front line is gradually becoming a stalemate. We were able to take the initiative at first, but then the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant took turns. Our troops are already stretched. If this continues, the situation in Midgard will be even more tragic. I don't know how to fight this battle now." Hela's proud and cold face showed some pain and struggle. Obviously, in the case of 1 against 2, the soldiers of Asgard experienced the rotation of the giants of Jotunheim and the flame giant, and there was no chance for any self-cultivation at all. Such a high-intensity war, even the warriors of the Asgard Protoss could not resist, let alone to fight in the home field of giants of Jotunheim and flame giant. The road game, coupled with the harassment of the will battle, the Asgard army has begun to get a little tired. It is also expected that Asgard's combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. Rhodes rode. When you are healed, I will help you. Hela was stunned when she heard Rhodes' words. She didn't expect that Rhodes would live a comfortable and stable life as Asgardian in the Nine Realms, but he was going to take risks on that battlefield. I don't know why Hela felt a warm feeling in her heart, but she didn't want to let Rhodes go because she was afraid that Rhodes would be in danger. Hela shook her head. No need, isn't the mission given to you by God King Odin to train those soul warriors? I'll just take care of things on the battlefield. That won't work, you're hurt now, and you need help. Can I see your injury? You are very weak now. Hela blushed a little when she heard Rhodes' request. She was covered with wounds all over her body. If Rhodes were to see it, wouldn't she have seen herself completely? Forget it, these injuries of mine can't even be treated in the sanatorium, and these are all minor injuries, I will heal after a while. No. At Rhodes' repeated insistence, Hela had to take off her outer robe, revealing a veil that was more closely worn. Although it is looming, but with Rhodes' powerful eyesight, he can naturally see Hela's graceful figure. Rhodes felt his heart beat a little faster. And there is an increasing trend. Rhodes quickly took a few deep breaths to prevent himself from doing something rude out of control. Although there is a gap between the veils, Rhodes can still see some shocking wounds on Hela's body. On the left shoulder, there is a round, slightly dark wound, which seems to have been shot through by Flame Giant's bow and arrow. Caused by the shoulder. On the left lower rib, a clearly visible slender wound, extending from the back to the front of the chest a few inches, such a sharp incision, and full of imprints left by frostbite, there is no doubt that it was left by the giants of Jotunheim. Hela's body has new and old injuries. It can be seen that Hela has experienced many times of extremely tragic battles, and it is not until now that all the injuries are added together, Hela completely collapses. I'll heal you, lie down. Although Hela was a little embarrassed, she still lay down her body according to Rhodes' words. Rhodes closed his eyes. Ding, the host Rhodes has evolved Sunlight Rain. Rhodes felt a warm energy overflowing from his hands. Then Rhodes stretched out his palm, and countless extremely tiny light spots emerged from Rhodes' hands. These light spots formed by the power of the sun not only had the ability to heal injuries, but also had the power to soothe people's hearts. Morale-boosting energy. This has a very magical effect on soldiers who have experienced tragic fighting and low morale. Hela looked at the light rain that came out of Rhodes' palm in disbelief, and had a long file-size mouth in surprise. These rain showers are as bright as firework. Hela watched the energy of these sun rays fall from above, and when it touched her, it melted into her skin. Then a warm feeling like being illuminated by the sun radiated from the bottom of my heart, making Hela's weak and uncomfortable feeling swept away. Hela noticed that her original wounds were no longer painful, and there was no cold feeling of burning or frostbite, and Hela opened her sleeves to check. However, it was found that the wounds that could not be completely resolved in the sanatorium were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original ferocious wounds were restored to white as jade skin. Let Hela amazed again and again. What kind of miraculous power is this? It can heal wounds that cannot be healed by the sanatorium. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Magical Skills. Full Blood Resurrection. Chapter 49, Magical Skills. Full Blood Resurrection. Rhodes said with a smile. This is the power of the sun. It can fully recover from the injury. As long as there is energy in my body, I can always release this rain of sunlight. Hela at the moment has fully recovered, checking her body, constantly exclaiming, "Wow, it's amazing, I feel that the divine power that I haven't recovered from now has been fully recovered." Rhodes was stunned for a moment. Does this rain of sunlight have the effect of restoring divine power? This is what Rhodes really didn't expect. After Hella recovered, she turned around in a circle, feeling a healthy body and a long-lost energetic feeling. Hella has been fighting outside all year round, and has long been exhausted physically and mentally. Never really recovered, and now Hella feels refreshed and has the ability to fight giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant for 300 rounds. Hella suddenly thought of something and said to Rhodes, "Can you use the sun shower to help me heal my warriors? Due to the severe shortage of sanatoriums, there are still many wounded soldiers suffering from war scars. Can you help them?" Although Hella has a cold and arrogant personality, before the conflict with the Asgard Protoss broke out, he was very fond of soldiers, and often felt sorry for the sacrifice of his subordinates. Essentially, Hella isn't really the Queen of Death, at least for now. Rhodes nodded, "Definitely. This time the giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant have joined forces. Indeed, even the entire Asgard god race is difficult to deal with, and now the group of Asgard gods are still in Asgard quite comfortably. I really don't know what the god King Odin thinks. Does he think you alone can solve this difficult problem?" Rhodes sends soul torture. Hella's eyes were a little lonely, and it seemed that Rhodes had brought up the most unwilling thing to think about in his heart. Rhodes was a little dissatisfied when he saw Hella like this. The Protoss of Asgard are full of arrogance. Even though they have been so troubled by the giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant, they still put on an arrogant posture. They seem to be less than the last step and will never put their enemies on the line. Eyes. From the god King Odin to the soul warriors in the Hall of Valor, they are all extremely arrogant. They never face their opponents, unless they have suffered a painful price. Rhodes thought in his heart, are these arrogant warriors? Do the gods all have such a virtue? These arrogant and prejudiced Western Protoss may never know the idea of thinking in times of danger, no matter how smart they are. Rhodes also fell silent. Indeed, even the Westerners who had crossed over could not understand what it meant to be calm and restrained, to stifle all threats in the cradle. They would only understand the most direct and superficial expressions. However, Rhodes didn't care about the situation of the Asgard Protoss at all. Rhodes did not have any sense of belonging to the Asgard Protoss. How they developed, it had nothing to do with Rhodes. Anyway, Asgard would eventually fall because of Ragnarok. Why should I worry about this idleness? It's good that I can take care of myself. Right now, in the entire Asgard, the only person who has some intersection with me is probably Hella alone. Rhodes could tell from Hella's actions that she was probably the only person in Asgard who cared about her feelings, which gave Rhodes a little comfort in her somewhat empty heart. Rhodes watched Hella fall into silence. Rhodes now suddenly understood why Hella was excluded by Asgard's Protoss. Sometimes the group of scumbags will be particularly opposed to the person who is really fighting outside, but when this person really leaves, this group of swindlers will be completely panicked, no matter it is for companies in modern society. For the Enterprise, or for the Protoss of Asgard, the principle is the same. Okay, let's stop talking, let's go. Okay. Although Hella suffered a lot of grievances in her heart, at this time Hella did not say it, but chose to endure. Rhodes is very clear that all this calm is temporary. The contradictions within Asgard will not completely disappear because of the current calm. It will only be like a volcano. It looks calm on the surface, but in fact the internal pressure of the volcano has more and more. Just waiting for the moment to explode. And Rhodes was waiting for that moment to come. Hella quickly assembled its tens of thousands of legions. Hella originally had 5 legions, and each legion had 4,000 Asgard warriors, but because of the recent frequent wars, and the recent Hella this time of the 3,000 Asgard warriors lost in the horrific battle, Hella had only 12,000 Asgard warriors left. This means that Hela lost a full 8,000 Asgard warriors in the long-term war, of which 3 or 4,000 were the most elite and most trustworthy cronies under Hela's hands. It can be said that the loss is not huge. Rhodes found that he didn't know whether it was Odin or other gods who seemed to be using the energy of giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant intentionally or unintentionally to consume the number of cronies under Hela's hands. Rhodes doesn't know if his idea is a bit biased towards conspiracy theories, but people are unpredictable. If it is true, then the problem is too big. Hela dispatched his men to gather the tens of thousands of Asgard warriors on the square, and even the Asgard warriors who were dying in the sanatorium were carried here. Hela has seen Rhodes' magical fire of sunlight and rain, and thinks that Rhodes' sunlight and rain are much more reliable than the sanatorium. After all, the sanatorium may not be able to 100% save all the seriously injured Asgard soldiers. Certain probability of failure. Compared with the healing effect of the sanatorium, Hela is more willing to believe in Rhodes' sunshine rain. The unexplained Hela legionnaires stood on the square. Although they did not understand why Hela took these seriously wounded people out of the sanatorium, they did so because of Hela's absolute obedience and trust. Rhodes took a deep breath and covered so many Hela legionnaires at once. Rhodes felt a little drum in his heart, but fortunately, the sun in the sky is very big now, and Rhodes' body can provide constant solar energy. Rhodes is still floating constantly in front of his eyes. With tips for increasing strength. Asterisk. Chapter 50, Hela, I'll put you firework. Chapter 50, Hela, I'll give you firework. Rhodes suddenly felt a bit like a power bank, or a moving blood fountain. Rhodes cleared his mind of distractions, took a deep breath, and raised his hands, releasing a rain of sunlight. More and more light rained from Rhodes' raised hands. When these warm sunshine rains rose to a height of more than 100 meters above Asgard, they turned into finer spots of light and fell from the sky. It fell on the bodies of these Hela legionnaires. This time is different from the light and rain released in Hela's room. This time the scale is even more grand, and it looks like a firework during the day. If it is at night, the effect may be even more shocking. Hela couldn't help but stare dumbfounded. Rhodes did his best to sway the rain of sunlight, trying to cover every soldier of the Hela Legion with the rain of sunlight. The rain of sunlight unleashed by Rhodes made every soldier in the Hela Legion gasp in admiration. Praise Asgard, what is this? Is it Lord Rhodes' miracle? Even the Asgard warriors, who are Protoss, are now shocked by the rain of Rhodes' sun. They even felt that the miracle released by Rhodes was stronger than the god King Odin. Definitely, they naturally dared not say such words. The sun was constantly falling, and soon the soldiers of the Hela Legion felt something was wrong. There is a warm feeling on their bodies, as if they just walked out of Frost World. The body is shining with warm sunshine, the heat brought by the sun melts the thick frost on their armor, and can directly shine into their hearts. An Asgard warrior blinded by the giants of Jotunheim's bow and arrow suddenly felt light in his right eye. Then he carefully took off the protective goggles on his eyes and slowly opened his eyes. The blind eye quickly adapted to the surrounding light, and his vision was as good as before. The Asgard warrior suddenly shouted in surprise. My eyes can see. The companions around the warrior all looked at the warrior. His eyes were completely abolished. Even if the convalescent barn could not be repaired, they all knew it. Did not expect that under the repair of the sunlight rain, the body of the Protoss warrior could be repaired? Isn't this a miracle? My legs have grown out. My arm too, my arm is back. The Asgard warriors who had lost their arms or legs in brutal warfare roared with excitement. Looking at their newly grown arms, many Asgard warriors have already accepted the reality that they want to be disabled, but now their missing limbs have been recovered, which makes them feel a sense of happiness that they have never had before. Can't feel precious. Many Asgard warriors covered their faces and wept. Under the continuous sunshine of Rhodes, the Asgard warriors who were dying on the ground slowly climbed up. They stared blankly at Rhodes on the high platform, but they quickly realized that it was Rhodes saved their lives. Lord Rhodes, Lord Rhodes. Hail, 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 hail. Excited Asgard warriors express their inner excitement in this hilarious way. The eyes of the originally demoralized Asgard warriors were full of excitement and fighting intent. Apparently their morale that had been low was revived, and with Rhodes, who was comparable to Angel, they were no longer afraid of everything, even death. At the moment, Rhodes felt that his body had a tendency to be hollowed out. After all, it was the first time for Rhodes to heal tens of thousands of people in such a large area at one time. However, the sun continued to charge Rhodes, allowing Rhodes to gradually dissipate this feeling. Rhodes took a deep breath. It seemed that the Asgard fighters who had healed more than 10,000 people at one time were approaching the upper limit. However, as his strength improved, he should be able to heal more people, even 100,000, 1,000,000, 1,000 people. 10,000. Just imagine how terrifying it would be to bring a battered army back to life in just a few minutes. Even the giants of Jotunheim and Flame Giant might not be able to withstand it. It wasn't until the last Asgard warrior stood up from the ground and shouted Rhodes hail that Rhodes stopped releasing the rain of sunlight. Rhodes at the moment's footsteps were a bit sluggish, and he stumbled a bit. Hela, who was beside him, quickly supported Rhodes and asked with a concerned look. Rhodes, are you all right? I'm fine, everyone has recovered, it's fine. Yes. Even the glamorous Hela couldn't hide the excitement on her face. What is this? It's really beautiful, it feels like a rain of gods. You can also interpret it as firework. Firework? What is that? Hela asked suspiciously. Only then did Rhodes remember that the concept of firework is far from existent in this generation. It is a kind of light that is launched into the sky, it will explode, and then it will bloom into colorful flowers that are turned into light. It will be beautiful for people to watch. Really? It's really a very beautiful thing. Do you like it? If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Hela was stunned, and Rhodes was stunned. He seemed to be flirting with a girl by saying such a thing. Hela suddenly became a little flustered. Even the noble Princess Asgard could not refuse fireworks' charm. Princess Asgard was a woman after all. Hela's face was a little red. Although she might not know the word flirting, as a woman, she could still feel another meaning contained in Rhodes' words. If you are free. Hela ignored Rhodes and hurried forward to speak to the excited Asgard warriors. And Rhodes was wondering what Hela meant. What does she mean by that? Did you agree? Still want to watch my firework? It's just that Rhodes didn't realize that using the god-level group healing skill like Sunlight Rain as firework to seduce girls, it seems that Rhodes has been alone since ancient times, which is quite a luxury. Hela settled the soldiers of his own legion here. Rhodes made such a big move here, and the god King Odin naturally knew it. God King Odin is naturally very amazed that Rhodes has such a magical ability. However, the god King Odin then issued an order. Asterisk.